voices calling for the final fight. We will answer with victory. Yeah. Long have we fought for these lands. In the shadows and the stories of the promised land. Now to take our place beyond.
Yeah. I actually like that idea. Sub to the coffee, get all the middle names of the staff. I feel like that could be a nice add to the coffee subscription that, of course, supports us here at LPL English. The unofficial, but, we try to make it feel somewhat official broadcast. I like how I say that, but also you are kicking off every broadcast with me by, am I going to say David or not? Which, appreciate it, Rafa, but, here it is. Oh, hot start. Okay, so for people, we're going to have Rafa connecting on the VMix. I was just talking to him through Discord. That must have been a really awkward transition before, for me to just talk about middle names without Rafa here, as Rafa's been teasing my middle name every single time he tunes into VMix or not. But Rafa, do we have you now?
Producer, am I loud and clear? I'm I'm coming through. Cool. All right,
Outstanding.
sorry everyone. As I was trying to say at the beginning, but I was muted. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to another day of the LPL unofficial English broadcast. We're not going to get through the whole spiel. You know who we are. It's Rafa and Cubby. Back at it again, the dynamic duo. I'm really trying to resist saying some special phrases, but we'll save them for the rest of the evening. But you know what? Let's get right into the kick of things for our show tonight, because we got two best of threes between overall three teams who are still trying to ascend into Group Ascend and escape Group Nirvana. That is between LGD, WE, and Ultra Prime. And to show everyone how we got here, we're going to remind everyone what those format graphics looked like. So we started with this split 2 placement stage with 4 groups of 4 each for a total of 16 teams. Now, after that double round robin of best of ones, we had all of the top 2 seeds of each group go directly into Group Ascend. All of the 4 seeds from each group went directly into Group Nirvana. However, all the third seeds played multiple qualifier matches to see if they could actually get into Group Ascend alongside the other top 2 seeds. We are in that stage right now. We're playing 2 more best of 3s, and at the end, one more team will join FPX alongside the other teams from Group Ascend in that final 10-man group, whereas
Yeah.
the remaining 2 teams are going to go to Nirvana.
Yeah, congrats to FPX. I mean, obviously making the Ascend group, that's huge because in Group Nirvana, you are playing for your split 3 lives. The chance to go to Worlds is at risk if you find yourself in Group Nirvana. So I know it's a middle of the table teams here, but frankly, very high stakes LPL matches tonight. And hopefully, the winner of this best of 3 can give Ultra Prime a run for their money because frankly, at the moment, they look to me like the favorites to also promote in a Group Ascend, which a bit of a surprise coming into this, Rafa, because coming into the split, I was pretty confident in LGD actually being able to maybe even get out of their group or be the 3 seed to fear. Yet we
Yeah.
find them playing in this best of 3 in the first match tonight.
Yeah, just based off the strength of what we saw from LGD. Remember, this is a squad that, in a alternate reality, takes 2 games off of Top Esports, who eventually become our Split 1 champions during the group stage of Split 1. Going into Split 2, LGD not looking nearly as consistent or as in terms of the peaks of their ceilings that we got in Split 2 compared to the peaks that we got in Split 1. But
Mm-hmm.
me and Cubby still have overall faith that they, on paper, are the better team here against WE.
Yeah, WE has not looked great of late. And still for LGD, I mean, it's such kind of a fun story for this org. The fact that multiple players were LDL promotions after winning LDL as a squad. Looking at, XQW in the mid lane, YCX at support. YCX for me was my vote for Rookie of the Split, actually. In Split 1, I thought that he played really well, even though I believe we gave it to the RNG AD, who he's been pretty hot of
Chachi.
late as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he's been really good. So I gotta say though, like when it comes to LGD, I think a lot of the things we saw in Split 1 that they were doing well was some of that innate synergy they already had from playing as a group, and also lane swaps. Now with both those aspects gone, have definitely been a team that has seen some struggles in the LPL and are playing for the Group Ascend lives tonight.
Yeah. And on the flip side for Team WE, just to kind of go more into uh why we have our hesitations. Let's put it this way. We expected WE to be in this spot, and we frankly had WE Penn to be finishing in the bottom of their group, but they had some kind of, I don't want to say breakout performances, but I think they had some really clutch moments and great punishing on their opponent EDG in that third game of the second day of their round robin, where poor On got snagged by one too many Skarner ultis, and that gave WE enough of a chance to be in this spot.
Yeah, and I know that someone that you're excited to talk about when it comes to this team is Taeyun, right? As he feels like the bright spot on Team WE, and I gotta say, out of the two LCK imports, the Challengers League one is looking a little bit better than Karis, who has seen some struggles of his own of late. So definitely gonna have to watch that midnight matchup to see if Karis can hold his own. But also excited to see Taeyun, who has looked really good. That Ezreal has been a really big pick for Team WE, letting him really free to carry games with the hands with his own devices, and is someone that wasn't someone that made it in the LCK, but someone that is trying to make it here in the LPL and has actually been playing pretty well.
Yeah, and even as of last night, this graphic had not taken into account the games they played in their best of three against. I want to say it was off the top of my head, can't remember. I want to say
I would say it was off the top of my head. Can't remember. Nice.
Ultra Prime. There we go. Sorry, I was like, it can't be
the best
FPX.
one. Yeah.
I was looking off my second monitor. I was like, I have my notes and prep here, and then wait a minute, that's not right. Yeah. But with the games from last night, he's actually now number one in the damage share. It's like 33.1%. So when we say that this guy is literally 1v9ing, it's not necessarily with a good connotation. He's 1v90 because it seems like he is the only person reliably and consistently giving his maximum effort and making it, competitive for WE. It's very hard for the rest of this squad to look competent against a lot of the competition they have faced this split so far.
Yeah, and I will say that sometimes damage share, especially on losing teams, it can be something where oftentimes you do have a player leading the charge because then everyone else is holding their weight. But I think the thing that really tells the story there is the KDAs and wins versus losses. This team really relies on Taeyun to be that carry. They need him to play well if they want to be able to win games. And he has been the big factor in the person that's really passing the eye test, even if Team WE is not. So excited to see if Taeyun can continue to do that tonight.
Yeah, and then there's, some moments from even in their losses where you can see that Taeyun is doing his damnedest to maximize damage safely. The problem is that, in a majority of these games, he is playing Ezreal, and as you talked about it before we got on to the show tonight, Cubby, in the current meta, Ezreal is definitely one of those champions where if you believe that your AD carry is the better carry, then you're hoping that they'll just be able to skill check the enemy. And in this particular game, the win against EDG, you see moments where Taeyun is actually able to put the fear of God into On in these moments.
Yeah, I mean, this is a champion where it really feels like right now you get to. Everyone talks about the 2-item Ezreal spike, right? Triforce Miramano, like you're on board. But for me, 3 items, when you get the Spear of Shojin in with how strong that item is right now, Ezreal really abuses that. And the good Ezreal players are really making use of it. So nice to see Taeyun again. This is a champion where sometimes just being left to your own devices can still do some work, and that's something that Taeyun has been doing for sure. So a lot of eyes on Ezreal in this best of 3 just to see how heavily not only Team WE prioritizes it, but also LGD, as it's something that Xiaoye has only played once. But you got to believe against Team WE, it might be worth denying with Taeyun really being the one player that is consistently playing well. And also just how important this champion is, and at times how dysfunctional Team WE looks when Taeyun is not able to function.
Yeah, and there's going to be obviously moments where even if Taeyun is given the Ezreal, his team is not able to provide him with the front line that he needs to survive and actually optimize damage. So this is kind of the 1v9 state that we indicate. Like, if you are familiar with the LeBron James meme, no help, that is literally Taeyun in a majority of these games. And That is the most polite way I can put it for Team WE. Now, there's a couple players on this roster that have been able to step up and clutch up in certain moments. You know, Monkey coming in to replace Tianjin ever since his trial over in Split 1 and being able to at least net one game off of AL with the Viego Super carry. That's like the second potential carry for this roster that has been able to at least been the person that WE can kind of rely on as the second person is Taeyun, but even then, it's nowhere near as consistent as what Taeyun is able to output.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest too with Team WE. For me, out of the three teams that are still have a chance to make it to Group Ascend, I feel like WE is the least likely, and still a team for me that is likely to be knocked out in Group Nirvana. Like this is a team that we may not even see for Split 3 again. The teams today, they're playing for the opportunity to be able to qualify for Worlds. If you're in Team Ascend, you're safe, right? You're pretty much safe, right? You aren't knocked out. Whoever loses Group Nirvana, sayonara till 2026. That is
Yeah.
ballistic to me that is the case for the LPL schedule. So again, if you're at home, do we have the greatest teams the LPL playing tonight? No. But are these stakes really damn high for these teams? Absolutely. As that Group Nirvana, I mean, they don't play a lot of games either. That's a really scary spot to be in for the next phase of the tournament.
Yeah, and it makes it so that we're potentially going to see really high clutch moments from one of these two teams. And in fact, moving forward into our second best of three, when the winner of this series will then play Ultra Prime for that last spot in Group Ascend. Now, when we look on the flip side, back over to LGD's quarters, obviously, me and Matt, as we've already alluded to, we're pretty high on this squad just based off of some of the results that we got in Split 1. Obviously, not really matching to what we're getting in Split 2, but still, just some of the eye test alone and some of the actual results that we did get through Split 1 gives us enough faith that there's plenty of threats that can step up and creativity in the draft phase, especially since it's going to be a fearless best of three tonight, that can actually give LGD the advantage they need to clutch up.
Yeah, and for me, the biggest difference with LGD this split, it really has been XQW. Again, Split 1, this wasn't a team that made playoffs, but it was a team that I remember, people like Molecule and Kelsey before the split were excited about what this team could do after the split. Molecule was like, hey, I think this team could have been in top 8, or we'll see if they make any pushes in Split 2. It has been a bit of a bummer, and for me, XQW was someone that in Split 1, with the lane swap meta, he was actually able to make some really nice TPs and answers to plays. I thought that he moved around mid lane very well. Split 2 has not been moving around the lane as well and has not found anything close to the same sort of individual leads or some of the things that he was able to do as a mid laner. It feels like he has really not been playing quite as well, and I can somewhat say the same about Xiaoxi in the mid lane too. But we're going to have to see if they can really level up today against two solo laners on Team WE that have also struggled in Cube and Karis. And again, this is the day for LGD to step up, and these guys haven't won yet at the LPL level, but they have won in LDL. They're proven they can play in pressure environments, and for me, this is a high-pressure environment for these teams to be playing tonight. So I just want to see if they can step up and deliver.
Yeah, and if we even look back at their best of one against FPX yesterday, I think it's a decent indicator of how this could have gone much differently, how we could have been seeing LGD in a different spot, that they could have been potentially competing against Ultra Prime last night instead of FPX. The fact that the format is just so brutal and so unforgiving if you in this particular scenario, we cannot state enough, guys, that LGD being here was just not on our bingo card
It's a
for
big surprise.
the qualifier scenario. So, but I think it just goes to show that in best of ones, LGD can get a little exposed if the draft is just a little bit poor and the way that the early game plays out. But best of three, you have two chances, to not mess up. If you mess up in the first game, I think there's a lot of things that we can look forward to just pulling up some of the champion picks that not just the solo laners, but the creativity extends even into the bot lane where YCX, one of the few supports, if not the only support that is locked in as Seraphine this
Yeah.
year. and it's looked really good. And I think, especially against someone like Vampire, who's probably one of the weakest performers, not just on WE,
Yeah,
in the entire.
Vampire's also struggled.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that is a big opportunity to take advantage of. But something that we completely forgot about, Matt, is that because this is a fearless best of 3, we have side select 1v1s back, baby. So Karis is going to be taking on XQW for the chance to compete for who gets blue side or red side.
This does matter too. I mean, if you lose this, then you pretty much have to, win 2 red side games if you want a 2-0, right? Blue side just being very favored.
Yeah.
So if it does go to 3, you're going to get 1 extra game of blue side pretty much is what we're saying. So there's some real stakes here for the 1v1. As I got to say, Karis, I know it's a mid laner. We have the mid lane 1v1 going on, but banning out some Renekton counters. So I know it's been very popular in the 1v1 scenarios, Ralph. I'm so curious if we end up seeing anything like that from Karis. I know Rumble's also been a big pick, and a couple of interesting rules, different map. Of course, the cannon minions are yoked. It's like triple gold if you want to play any of those. So definitely something to look out for.
Not entirely too sure, but I like where XQW's head is at. Just knowing that ever since
Strongest
Gwen
pick on
changes,
patch.
she's been insane in the laning phase. Like just her ability to skirmish and like control and go for like really strong trades is way better than it was before. But Karis going for Volibear is that actually works against Gwen, and you can like match by out sustaining her through your W, or if this is only good in theory but not so good in actual execution.
I mean, your first few levels are really, really strong as the bear, and of course the frenzy does give you some sustain, but this is something where we haven't really seen Volibear picked in these 1v1s, so we'll definitely be curious to see if he's able to find a win off it. But yeah, again, the rules, it's 100 CS, first brick, or first to 2 kills,
Yes.
1 if the Ring of Fire is active. So first blood doesn't necessarily mean that things are over. I got to say, from the Gwen perspective, I think time's your friend with this one. So I wouldn't be surprised to see XQW play this one a little bit slower.
Yeah. In most normal circumstances, I think you would feel favored to take stronger trades, right? But you don't have the on-demand sustain that Volibear does in extended scenarios. You're kind of hoping to rank up or rack up the stacks on your Conqueror, right? But then Volibear can just hit you with W, walk away, wait for W to come back off cooldown, and then just, yoink some HP back.
Yeah, well, let's get into it. Looks like we got Flash, Ignite, and a Grasp for Karis. Meanwhile, XQW going with the Barrier, Ignite, Tech. Ignite going to be really important for each, especially if it ends up being an early Rift Maker for XQW, which I think is probably going to be the call.
Ooh, the first move. It's Karis just being able to get a Frenzy Maul. Not the repeat stack. And then some decent damage with the Sky Splitter, but XQW is going to lose the push. Just thanks to the power of Volibear passive plus that E. Just being able to shove the wave in. I'm not sure how much that actually favors him in the long run if you want to just keep shoving. You're gonna have to fill in the blanks for me, because this is where, direct 1v1s, this is outside of my expertise.
Yeah, I mean, this one's a little bit new for me, too. Again, with most of Volibear matchups, I just assume that he's going to be stronger early on. But we will see. XQW not getting the sweet spot there on the Gwen Qs. That does matter. Of course, Gwen. So a lot of changes on this patch. It's pretty much become pick banned. For me, this champ should be banned. But has never been known for an early game champion. That is where they put a lot of the power of Gwen. Riot in their blurb, they said, we're going to try and kind of even out the power level of Gwen. Remove some late power and put it in early. And they just kind of made Gwen a little bit too OP this patch. So hopefully we see some nerfs on Gwen soon.
I think they're loaded up on next patch already.
They better be.
Yeah, I think Gwen is getting some number nerfs. I think the Fury is definitely also getting some
she got hotfixed.
nerfs as well.
Yeah.
And it's not enough, dude.
It's no.
Yeah.
And that is definitely a talking point for later on, as Nefiri has been big here for each of the junglers that we have in this first series tonight, especially for Climber, who has played it 3 times.
Yeah. Riot has definitely succeeded in letting the dogs out on this patch.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, no Warwick. The train for the Warwick has passed and gone, at least for the jungle side. We're seeing in top lane in some tier 2 regions. Shout out to NACL for any of our NA viewers who watched Luminosity play in their first series against New York Airport. But
yeah, the meatballs plus Yordle combo with the Tristana went pretty well in that game. That was fun.
that was electric.
There was some Warwick top. It was. Speaking of electric, we got a return of the bear here. As Karis, so far, higher HP value, but with the farm, and again, not really surprised to see this one being taken a little bit slower given the stakes. I think blue side very important in this scenario. Just a little bit surprised we haven't seen Karis play this one a little bit more aggressive, because, as I said, I think time is in favor of XQW.
I like how XQW is spacing anytime Karis is approaching him, whether just walking up or as soon as he pops the Q for the movement speed boost. It's just immediate, not only E-dash away, but also getting the center of that snip. So he's getting decent chunks in onto Karis, and he's not really giving him an opportunity to look for that sustain.
Oh,
that's an early ignite. Oh, he did that because he was stepping into the heal zone. Nicely played there.
Oh, not quite able to connect with the prime ult. Of course, that one
could have been the first kill.
Packs the most punch. I don't think it would have been the first kill, but you have to see Karis recall, and I feel like he has to. He is quite low, and XQW manages to get at least a little bit of an early lead here.
Oh,
why is he staying?
Gonna stay? I guess he wants to get the shove in.
Oh my!
That's,
all right.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Depends on how much he's missed.
Yeah.
Looks like Gwen. I mean, Gwen's gonna get the cannon minions, so you really only missed one. As big replay.
They're showing why. Wait, did he miss every single needlework?
Yeah.
I think he did. Damn.
It's not beautiful, you know. And it matters. Riftmaker is done for Volibear, so actually matching the build here. Interesting, as often Volibear we've seen the Cosmic Drive. I know up top you can play the old Roa Flicker Blades, but of course you're not going to build Roa. We need to be strong now. See, Riftmaker Mash is quite curious.
You're also getting even more sustain when you go for the extended trades.
True. That Ignite's almost back up.
This has been so fascinating.
Really? I'm bored out of my mind.
Well, I mean, like, fascinating in terms of the choices they're making. I don't think the execution's been great, which is the part where it's getting a little numbing. if I could be polite, but that will happen when you miss all 3 needleworks. But Karis has also not really been able to put that much pressure down on the XQW. Okay, decent stun up. There's the ignite. Takes a turret shot. Okay, he lands 1 needlework, and immediately Karis is like, I gotta throw out the ulti. I'm getting the hell out of there.
Hey, if we're ulting backwards, I don't think that's the best sign there for Volibear, as it's missed damage and missed opportunity. Oh, shield got in, though.
Yeah, he missed the first snip, and he's forced to E away. The flash! Oh my god! Frenzied Maul gets it, and Karis does not drop one to the turret aggro, so now he's up a kill. We'll see if that can actually be snowballed into something, maybe a more significant item advantage, or he's going to get some decent damage down onto this turret.
I mean, he's ripping that turret. That's one plate that drops at least. Gold diff, yeah, up 1.2k. Of course, barrier was popped there by the Gwen, too. Harris was able to rip through that one, so XQW 1 kill away from giving up that coveted blue side here in the best of 3.
And staring down a whole Haunting Guy's advantage.
He's double masked up. Yeah, that's nice. That's going to be tough. That's a really strong one-off item for XQW to get through. I think he's got to base again just to have any hope of matching.
Yeah. Dude, he even has a Sork pot, too, with the purple elixir. Man, this is going to be really tough for XQW.
Yeah. Speaking of pots bought, elixir of strength being used, so a little bit more tenacity, health for the Gwen. Meanwhile, Karis going to wait to pop this for more damage, as XQW pretty much bought as much as he could, and guess what? Rings of Fire, it's active. Next kill wins.
Damn.
So even XQW, you can bounce back here.
Yeah. He's down a whole level, so the odds are not in his favor. Karis has pretty much everything going for him in his favor. A whole minion wave stacked up as well.
He
XQW
guessed
trying to
wrong.
fish for that snip. He guessed wrong, as you called it. The needlework now coming up. Maybe with the Conqueror. Nope, not gonna do it. Karis on the bear will reign supreme in this Thunderdome. And that should mean that WE will get their choice of blue side for game 1.
Most likely, yes. They get choice of side. Everyone's pretty much chosen blue side here in the LPL. And hey, gotta say, chance to let the dogs out, as Gwen, Nefiri have really emerged as these high-value champions throughout. Nefiri seems... I've only really seen one draft deal with Nefiri well, and it featured a Zillion. So
Yeah.
that was... you're not going to find a lot of scenarios where that's going to be the case.
Dude, the Cillian pick was so awesome, man.
It was
I loved
very
seeing
based.
that.
Yes,
Super
we were talking NICL. You know, we're gonna continue to talk a little bit more LPL, but I will say, that giant slow, pretty nice going up against the untargetable. You know, you just drop the slow, can't really go untargetable around that. You're still stuck in place, even during that. So, it was very creative, but definitely a new champ and a new role that everyone has been forced to pick up, just given the raw strength of it. So teams for sure figuring out how to play around it still.
Yep. Shout out to Junhao, who was the first player to bring out Nefiri Jungle into LPL before the masses started pouring in and everyone started playing it. Kanavi, Tarzan, Monkey, myself as well. Unfortunately, I'm not an LPL caliber jungler. I don't even know if I'm in the same bracket, you know?
Shame on you, Rafa. You can't play at the same level as these pro players getting paid to do this professionally. 14 plus hours a day to grind out this game, and you aren't as good as them.
Hey man, there's a reason why I talk about the game professionally. And
yeah, I know.
Never
I'm
aspired for a pro career. You see my hands?
Actually...
They look fine, but they're actually crippled inside. So you know.
Actually, quick aside, I had a really awkward encounter today. I met Pobelter for the first time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I told him that I solo killed him back in season 5, which is true. But probably not. It was very awkward. He's like, "Oh, you got me once," and I was like, "Yeah, you won the game. It's fine." It's like it was definitely a little bit of an awkward conversation. Dude, Eugene was very nice. It was very nice to like meet him and talk to him. He was very nice, but I probably shouldn't have let off with that one. You know, I definitely am still thinking about it being an awkward conversation now.
That is legitimately the definition of weird flex, but okay, bro. Like,
yeah. I said, like, hey, man, like, you're a part of, like, one of my better league memories. Like, you're one of the few pros I've actually killed. It's like, you know, I remember the game, and you were, like, streaming. Like, my friend clipped it.
That sounds nicer than just, like, hey, I solo killed you
I got you once. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, like, him meeting randoms, it's like, you know, I'm a random. So I'm sure that he gets that every once in a while. Anyway, let's please get me out of this awkward conversation that I opted in the relive for myself and get into this as bans coming down targeted at the LGD solo laners so far. Of course, Jax has been a big pick for Sase in the top lane. And Talia, really big for XQW too. And my God, Gwen, Nefiri, they're both up, Rafa. You gotta imagine the one's going to be chosen. Also, gambit. Ezreal's on the board. Really big pick for Taeyun, as we were teasing so far.
I actually like this from LGD because you're willing to take the gambit, and you're going to get 2 power picks for the price of 1. So WE contemplating which one would they rather have on their side. And I think given who has been performing better in those moments, I think you can have more faith in Monkey within the Fury than having faith in Cube on the Gwen. But for LGD, I think Sasa having Gwen in his hands is just a really strong way to open up this game 1 for LGD.
It is. I'm kind of down for trading the Fury and Gwen. I will say, like, with all the power picks that are available, I don't think you can necessarily play Rumble into Gwen. So very much dissuaded from taking that. But of course, Jax off the board. That is one of the picks available into Gwen. The only other one that's really popular is Ambessa. That being said, Rumble just going to be snagged, which I find quite interesting. And then also a Ryze being snagged. One of the better pairings. I do like this one with the Fury. That makes a lot of sense to me. So, yeah, I'm just interested about the Rumble versus Gwen matchup. Is Gwen, of course, was given a lot more strength early in the last patch. And once she gets ahead in that matchup, it's pretty over for Rumble. So I'm curious if Monkey makes any visits to help Cube out early.
I'm still not sold on Vi being picked into Nefiri, because if the Nefiri is patient enough and the Vi
Yeah.
wants to focus the Nefiri, you can just cancel the ultimate with your W. So I've actually been more of a fan of junglers picking Poppy into Nefiri, because you're not
Yeah.
waiting for Nefiri to go untargetable. You're waiting for her to click ult on someone. You walk over to them, you press W, and you stop Nefiri in her tracks. And if you're in terrain or in the jungle, you can guarantee like a CC chain on top of Nefiri. But you know what? LGD, obviously, we know that Vi, regardless of Nefiri, has been, a powerful and reliable execution tool for a lot of these teams, especially the ones that are not performing at the top of the table, like our other group Ascend teams that have already qualified so far. And, there's going to be other threats that you can lock down with the Vi. It's not just Nefiri, but looking through, I like that LGD have already pointed out, hey, Taeyun, we noticed that you really like Ezreal. Sorry, dude, you're not getting him in this first game.
Yeah, and I will say the Ash ban surprised me a little bit, because for me, if I'm LGD, I don't want to pick Varus, and I feel like WE really wants to take Varus and potentially a poke Varus here. Kalista definitely opening up that Varus pick for Taeyun, as I would not be surprised if that's locked in immediately. Kalista, though, really going to enable whatever support that YCX goes for, and does bring a bit of defense for a Rumble, too. So I actually don't mind this from Xiaoye.
And we talked a lot about the creativity and the champion def that YCX can flex. Even going through his LDL games, there's been some, crazy options that this guy has busted out. Obviously, the most crazy one that we've seen in his tier 1 play so far is that Seraphine. You don't really have frontline on LGD so far. You have a bunch of diving threats. So I imagine that YCX will, more than likely for LGD's sake, want to pick something that can provide some primary engage. It doesn't necessarily have to be a tank, though. I mean, maybe
I like
maybe,
Alistar a lot here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like you're kind of forced to grab banning cage, and I don't think you want to run something. I mean, if you want to get crazy, you go Taric. I think that it has to be Nico or Renata, though.
Yeah.
But I mean, Taric, I will say, playable in the Alistar, and the Cosmic Radiance actually has some value against Rumble if you want to get really weird. But yeah, it's going to be Renata. Just take Kalista Renata. You have... I will say the one thing for me, Renata doesn't get a ton of value this game, just with the hostile takeover. Like Ryze, Rumble don't necessarily want to play into that range, and I might have preferred the Nico here, Rafa, is pretty much what I'm getting at. I feel like the Wombo to help out could have been quite nice, whereas Renata, we'll see if you're able to empower the Kalista throughout the fight, what happens, but yeah, I feel like Nico would kind of would have had the same lane dominance and a little bit more value out of your R key compared to this hostile takeover that I don't see getting a ton of value this game.
Yeah, it almost seems like it's a knee-jerk to just dealing with a Nefiri, but even then, like, I mean, I've never seen a Nefiri W actually evade a hostile takeover before. I think the range is a little too wide during the duration, or the short duration of her Call of the Pack, but who knows? Maybe they test it out. It's like, hey, if Nefiri ever gets on top of you, I'm just going to ult, and Nefiri can no longer hurt you. Otherwise, yeah, I'm in the same boat with you. I think I would have loved to see Nico. Hell, I would have liked to see Poppy support. I think Poppy has been, in terms of pro level execution, the most reliable champion. Yeah. I mean, just like, because Nefiri's, even though Nefiri is in a BS state right now and overtuned on her numbers, and too many tools to evade certain things, double reset
Steadfast
the
presence.
shield. Yeah. Boom. Like, where Nefiri wants to go. Like, she channels and then she's zeroing in on one target. It's super easy for Poppy to counter that, but
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think if that like Ryze Rumble though, they really abuse it, so I might have been scared of that. But I mean, the value of that champion, I think that LCK teams like and Delight really showed at the first stand and have throughout. But hey, again, high stakes matches tonight, Rafa, as we're hitting the Rift. Of course, the 3 teams we're going to see competing tonight, competing for the chance to make it into Group Ascend, play some bonus matches, and not have to play for your Split 3 and World Opportunity lives right off the bat. So, again, the strongest teams we have in LPL? No, that's why they're here. But some of the biggest matches that we have had so far in the LPL, I think for sure being played tonight.
Yeah, and some of the most entertaining matches.
Let's see, Rafa. I don't know what your definition of entertainment is either, but we might find out later.
Listen, if my entertainment, it's got diversity, Matt. You know, I'm here for I'm here for both the super high level gameplay between our number 1 seeds and number 2 seeds, and I'm also here for the chaos and just complete insanity between the lower level teams, you know? Because sometimes you're just so baffled by what you're seeing that you just can't help but laugh, you know?
I'm so baffled by your explanation that I can't help but laugh.
Listen, man, I'm jumping through a lot of hoops to provide some defense for our lower level teams. It's okay. LGD already trying to establish lane control in the spot lane against Taeyun and Vampire, and
Yeah, this hasn't been played out super well, as YCX did hit the double, or only a single E, and it was actually defended pretty well by Taeyun and Vampire, who are off to a decent start in this lane. Taeyun just going to be forced again. It is double range versus an Alistar. It was pretty useless level 1, so Taeyun relegated to picking up what he can, but so far so good for him. Meanwhile, Nefiri and Vi both going to be working their way up towards the top side, Rafa, so a lane that I really feel like Cube is going to have to make a dent in early, and of course, after the Gwen changes, I got to say, a lot of the strength was given to her early game kit. I'm curious to see if it ends up shining in this 1v1, as Sase did end up going for the exhaust, so game plan there. When Cube overheats, drop that exhaust and make sure that you dodge out of that big burst damage that Rumble can deal.
Yep. And so far, just based on the overall games we've seen from both of these top laners, Sasa has had many more high-level moments and standout games. I think he has been able to net himself a couple pogs throughout this year alone. Well-deserved. I don't think it was on the Gwen, if I remember correctly, but Sasa... Was Sasa our top laner that blind picked Gnar, and we were all like, are you sure about that? And then he was like, yeah, I'm sure about that. And he kind of pump stomped the team that was playing at. I could
potentially in split 1, not in split 2. He's yet to play the Gnar, but yeah, I'm curious to see how this Gwen goes.
I might be thinking about another top laner. I think.
Yeah.
Darn.
We did see some sneaky Gnars come back, especially against the blind Cassantes. Of course, Gnar definitely champion that was hurt by the lane swap meta. He wants the 1v1s back, which he does have, and right now, Sasa winning the 1v1 against Rumble. At the moment, Rumble, got that bounce back, so things a little bit closer to even. Full clears off the bat to get a benefit Nefiri a little bit more. And quiet map state. Kick this one off, Rafa. So, kind of curious where we get the first bit of action. Got to assume it's going to be Grubs, or maybe it's just the top lane, as that is an overheat, and that's a low Gwen.
Sheesh. I mean, thankfully for Sasa, Monkey is nowhere near the top side of the map. I don't think Karis would take a chance to look topside and try and really put Sasa under pressure and force him to back off the wave. So even though Sasa forced to use the exhaust, will be able to catch the last scraps of that wave and get a chance to TP back.
Yeah, will be first base advantage here for Cube, who also might be able to walk back. Again, Grubs, I actually really like the fight. I think it's very favored for Karis and Team WE. Rise really strong in this early game. XQW will potentially have access to that ultimate, but I think going up against a Rise Rumble combo doesn't sound very appealing to me if I'm LGD.
Yeah, not ideal.
Oh,
I'm curious to see. Oh my goodness, this is a really proactive rotation.
I do like this from WE. Of course, Rumble was able to save the TP, so now Sasa is kind of stuck. The bummer is that you give away the first dragon, but frankly, against the Kalista Monado lane, this is kind of like quite frankly the game plan. So, trading resources and trying to set behind this Gwen, Rumble going to be a lot happier in this 1v2 scenario than the Gwen herself. So, I like this from WE.
Yeah. I mean, they already know that there's no point in trying to contest a Kalista lane for setup on Dragon, so they're proactively trying to get the jump start for the first Grub rotation, and because Sasa is not necessarily jailed, but it is pretty hard for him to move, LGD is trying to find a way that they can actually leverage support back over to Sasa in this top lane, so that they can actually set up and contest for the first round of Grubs.
Climber's going to get some nice info here as the Varus Alistar have rotated into mid, which gives Sasa free access to that top wave, despite being down numbers on this side of the map. It's kind of a Kind of a weird one right now is both mid and top are being shoved in, but oh boy, TP coming in. Big fight.
That TP advantage from Cube is going to pay big dividends here for WE. That forces LGD's hand to run the heck away, and YCX, without Callista not being level 6, no way to get out of this one alive. That's first blood going over to Taeyun's Varus.
It is. The one issue I have is so much is being invested into these first 3 grubs. I mean, Taeyun's kind of been running around the map. The WE are not picking up waves. Look at this lead that Callista has. A lot of it was before this, but like there was a wave top that died in order to pull the play off, and then you're seeing that wave bot die. So yes, 3 grubs are secured. Yes, a kill is secured, but a lot invested by Team WE, and something that LGD might be able to punish is really only YCX actually burned summoner spells for that fight.
And take a look back at the replay as soon as the TP comes in. I mean, it's a nice setup. And Vampire, Pulverized Flash, it actually lands at YCX. Let's go, WE!
Yeah, again, though, like, look at that wave top that's dying to the turret right now. That's what I was talking about. And then look at Callista bot. So, it's not like LGD got nothing for this. Like, I think experience-wise, the fact that Xiaoye is up a full level over Taeyun is, I think, very concerning for WE. Poke Varus really matters if you are able to pick up levels. I mean, you're using abilities, right? Putting a bonus points in that matters a lot if you are Varus. So,
Matt, I appreciate
we'll see what they can do with 3 grubs. I'm coping very hard. I know.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you're also like grounding me because you did just hear me compliment Vampire after.
It was nice.
I didn't believe my own self saying it, but the fact that Vampire was able to find a nice look there, I was just, listen guys, if you've seen the WE games, we don't need to say anymore. So this is already like a massive boon for WE in game 1.
Damn, we're just going in on Vampire. Frankly, rightfully so. It's been a little bit tough for Vampire this split, but still, opportunity to bounce back here, I will say, as we have gotten back out onto the map. WE has leveled some of these lanes, and there is a little bit of lead for Monkey, so not all bad. Just think that WE, again, they burned a lot for the first 3 grubs, didn't really get a lot back. And I do like the scaling of LGD throughout this game.
Decent look from Cube with the equalizer. Only tags Sasa just a hair on the bottom end of that play. Oh, I don't know if Sasa wanted to go back in. Was trying to greed for the minion wave, but realizes that Monkey is here for the play. Using the last needlework cast to catch any straggling minions, but Monkey wants to see if they can actually force this dive. And because you have your W untargetable, it is possible. You tank it first, and then as soon as you can tank no longer, you drop the aggro with the W.
Yeah, do you want to say while all this is going on, oh, we're going to have a TP out from Sasa. No way to stop this. Nice. Guess what? There was a kill that went down on the Taeyun in the top side while all this was going on. So Taeyun goes down. Look at that. Down a level and a half now to Xiaoye. And yes, they deny this wave. They get a couple plates for themselves on the bot side. But that lead in the bot lane that are up top right now is getting a little bit concerning for Team WE.
Yeah, as you alluded to, this is the kill setup that we get. It's actually just started by Xiaoye in a 1v2, just putting the pain down with these spears, but because he's an overall level up on Taeyun, the base stats does matter. And poor Vampire just said, "Yeah, you're dead, bro. I can't save you."
That was an every man for himself scenario as Vampire. I mean, he has no flash. He just got access to 6. But he said, "Good luck, Chuck. Taeyun, we'll see you at the gray screen."
I'm pretty sure I've seen you do that to Mazel in some of our games.
Well, that's a little bit different. You know. Anyway.
Wow, what a bizarre way for that play to play out, but that was low-key kind of awesome.
That play just went down for free. XQW was not able to secure dinner down bot lane. Meanwhile, our bot lanes keep on shifting around. They find themselves mid, still advantage for Xiaoye. And Climber and Monkey both hovering here, as you might see. Some horizontal, it's a vertical jungling, never mind. Raptor's going to be taken. Climber going to take the second dragon. Alright, that was fun. Never mind. Raptor goes to Xiaoye. Big win.
Yeah. Did he cast Fate's Call? Is that what I saw?
Yes, it was a Fate's Call, and then he queued the Raptors. Also, Rafa, I just want to say, nothing's happened to this game, yet it already feels drunk. 6 grubs, give it over, baby.
I feel like, you know, one of us needs to call in and remind us, like, hey guys, this is a chance to get into Group Ascend and escape Nirvana. You know, just man, you know, obviously we're memeing, you know, but
this game already kind of feels awkward. I'm not. That said, Salsa, no, exhaust escape this one.
Okay, well, at least Vampire can lead the charge with turret aggro, and the ultimate will ensure that he does not go down while doing so. It was essentially 4 men committed to the play on the top side, and we're going to see, once again, the retributions of how much is too much for WE committing to some of these side lane plays.
Yeah, but, I mean, this time around, it's 5 grubs, right? So this turret's going to melt. I do like this play because you have such a big grub advantage that you can just melt the turret and try and play for first brick, which would nearly secure them feats. So,
okay.
Team WE continue to play with direction.
Doesn't let them first brick. Where are they on feats? They've got 2 kills for themselves, so 1 more kill.
They need that last grub. If they get the last grub, they've got it. Oh, wait, no, I lied. They just need 1 more kill.
Yep.
Yeah, that's on me. Last grub gets them another step to the feet, though. As, yep, they're pointing that one out. I guess that, was that grub just mean?
Maybe. I'm curious why WE have not actually gone for this last grub.
They could get 2 void mines with that one.
Yeah. Are they just
I mean, they made the play top.
Yeah.
It was the dive and first brick. That's okay. That's good. It's all fine and dandy. On the exit, though, I think they definitely could have taken that one for themselves.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? They're getting it now. You know what? Monkey got
Return
a chance
to the scene of the crime, baby.
And he's like, you know what? Has anyone taken the grub? No? All right, I've got some time now. You know, I can make it work. Feels
Spawn
like
more pets. Woo!
it's like the opening scene in Mr. Incredible when he's driving in his, you know, fancy car and he's just like checking the report, and then he's like, yeah, I got time, you know, and he's like doing everything else, and then he eventually, you know, shows up to the one thing that he actually had planned for that day a little late, but you know what? Better late than never. They get the 6 grubs.
Was not expecting an intro to the Incredibles reference here, Rafa.
Me neither, but you know what? This is the level of references we're gonna get on WE and LGD, baby. So, oh, XQW might be in a bad spot here. It's gonna pop the ultimate and shift over to the other side. All right, Between the Worlds is gone for the time being.
Meanwhile, Climber, yeah, is fishing around with the red buff. I still think the point of power here has got to be Xiaoye. So LGD, for me, kind of looking at the Callista to bridge them to the later stages of the game where Gwen is going to be much stronger. Of course, Gwen pretty far behind right now against this Rumble Cube with the help of Monkey on the Nefiri and some ganks thrown at the Gwen. They have kept this Gwen down. But when we've seen Gwen on this patch, we've seen Gwen just... She's always gotten to the point where she feels gross in the game. I've yet to see a Gwen really be taken out of the game. Again, this champion is just... It feels overtuned, right? Kind of like the likes of the Fury. So, for sure, trading some OPs here in this game 1. And I really expect Salsa to bounce back in this one.
Yeah, I think the only times when we see a Gwen not look completely overtuned is just pilot error, right? Like if the person playing it is not playing it well. Now, Cube might be caught out here in rotation, trying to catch mid lane, and he's forced to flash away from the Goon Squad.
Yeah, Climber going to trade all for flash. Meanwhile, though, Karis was able to pick up the bot outer. Again, this is a 6 grub game, and I got to say, still, I feel like the highest level of pro, when 6 grubs are secured, it's pretty hard to win the game. If you are the other team. So LGD going to be fighting an uphill battle. I was quite surprised that they opted into dropping the second grubs for free. I thought that we would see a potential fight there, but really going to try and lean on the scaling that their team has, which really is in the hands of this Gwen for Sauce.
Yeah, definitely seems like the more patient and the less action that happens on the Rift for LGD, the more they are benefited, which is not normally something I expect to hear out of a team that's running Callista. But as you already pointed out, Callista is serving the purpose of being a bridge from early game to late game, right? For the other carries to come online.
I mean, hopefully that's the goal. I'm kind of concerned, though, for LGD. Like, they have some scaling aspects. Like, I think Gwen and Aurora are okay. And then if Callista's able to fight, if you stack up those Rens, I mean, you can drain tank, I think, through what Team WE is packing. I just think that it's going to take a really long time for LGD to get online. I don't know if all the scaling they have is like necessarily worth it or enough to break what's going on. It just kind of exists, right? It's not like it's scaling where it's going to like just be guaranteed that, okay, like if this goes way late, like they're going to break him, like for sure, right? So that said, LGD gonna try and poke out Vampire. This Dragon is likely to go down to Team WE, but we'll see if they fight afterwards.
Realm Warp. Oh, nice flash to close the distance and stop the Realm Warp from happening. That means Karis and Vampire got nowhere else to go. Looks like Monkey was able to escape over the wall, but just really quick thinking by Climber.
Nice flash commit from Climber. I gotta say, though, that one for WE felt a little bit disjointed. Also, their comp doesn't really have great DPS for these monster objectives, just with this poke Varus, right? Rumble wasn't exactly there, so LGD, they do drop the Dragon. Soul Point is prevented as the first Infernal Dragon of the game does go over to Team WE.
That's a really clean equalizer. A lot of damage onto Shaoya. It's going to force him to...
Okay, that's Rift Herald.
More than likely take a base here, and Rift Herald is acquired for WE.
All right, well played, Cube. Also, worth noting that with that Dragon, feats were secured by Team WE too, so that one also off the tables. Of course, LGD, they were first 3 kills, but doesn't matter. Team WE got feats off the board, and guess what? Because of that chunk that just happened onto Xiaoye, Insta Rift Herald going to be dropped. 6 grubs again secured, so there's no wave, but still brought quite low by WE. I did not like that Herald drop at all. No one else was on the map to punish it. Bit of a waste, but, you know, we got the dopamine off. Meanwhile, for the replay, I mean, Cube and Taeyun are both still rotating to this. Karis thinks that they can Realm Warp him out, but you know what? NECC that connects on the rise. Realm Warp gets canceled. Finds Karis and makes sure that he's taken out, and that's 2 easy kills going over Xiaoye, who gets even bigger, and again, someone can really try and break WE as this game goes on, so Callista very far ahead.
Yeah, and even though Cube did tag Xiaoye with the equalizer in a one-off play towards that topside river, no summoner spells burned. Still has flash, still has barrier, and now is a 2-item Callista. I think if LGD really want to try and make a window to break open the game and just get the snowball securely under their belt, it's going to happen in the next couple of minutes. You got Otacon spawning in 1:15. You want to try to make a play where you have this clear item advantage while Taeyun is still working on his second. However, top laner for LGD is under fire as Monkey and the rest of the WE squad is able to make a nice collapse. But Cube is also here, and the rest of LGD now want to take a fight, trying to punish afterwards. Monkey turns right onto Climber. The fight is breaking out on both sides of the fight right now. Good hostile takeover for YCX, able to assist on the right flank as they now turn tail. It's a trade of jungler for mid laner, but maybe Xiaoye can turn up the heat here, but he gets caught out. Taeyun arrives to the party once again, and WE are steamrolling in the mid game.
I mean, LGD, they opted into taking a fight down numbers at rough terrain. It looked okay as Xiaoye was kind of, you know, train tanking his way through the fight, but Taeyun, the flash chains the corruption over the wall, connects onto Xiaoye, takes him down. Any hope for a winning fight goes to the wayside for LGD. They get wiped as a team, and Team WE take full control.
And just take a look back at the replay. I mean, initially, the play is good for WE, and it almost seems like that the collapse from LGD is going to be able to get revenge, but it's just still an overall numbers advantage for WE.
That's a good initial play from WE, and again, like, LGD taking this, they're able to at least isolate Nefiri. I don't think Cube had a very good ultimate. Xiaoye was able to sneak over the wall. Yes, the hostile takeover was nice in the assist, but look at this from Taeyun. He enters the fight late, but makes it fully worth it. Flash over the wall, buffer the chains of corruption, so it's a bit of an R flash. Catches out the Callista. Xiaoye didn't react to it, wasn't able to get out. He melts any hope of winning the fight, goes away with him when he falls for LGD. And again, WE wipe and now take full control of this game.
It's a solid 4,000 gold advantage as well for WE. The Nefiri in Monkey's hands has really gone out of control, almost a full item ahead of Climber's Vi, respectively, working towards, I guess it's going to be a Serelda's Grudge. That's a new one for me. I've been more of a fan of just stacking, you know, health CDR items.
Yeah, the
and
Cleaver.
just gives you Cleaver. Obviously, he got the Shojin second one. Maw would have not been terrible this game either, but you know what? We'll see if the Serelda's Grudge is... Yeah, maybe. WE trying to snowball the game as fast as possible by trying to rip this out of Khan and force LGD's hand while they have the gold advantage. And I think it's going down without really a fight. XQW is looking at it, gets vision, but now they turn right onto LGD. The hustle takeover might buy some time, but Xiaoya has to really work overtime to rip these spears out, but he does not get a chance to, as he is just eliminated by the dog pack under the reins of Monkey. WE are leaving no room to breathe for LGD, and they have taken over this game.
It just feels like absolutely no chance for LGD to operate within this game. In WE, these 6 grubs, this Fed and the Fury, again, you kind of highlighted it, Rafa. The Vine of the Fury answer is not the best one because the Fury has ways to get out of the Q and the R from Climber. It really doesn't feel like this pick worked at all. LGD, they gave up 6 grubs, they fell behind, and this game is quickly falling out of control for them. Taking another look, the angles here on the Xiaoye really nice. Yes, Vampire gets stuck on the Climber, but this Realm Warp coming in needs to be canceled by the hostile takeover. Does so successfully, but still, just everyone being, really Xiaoye being separated from the team. Couldn't give Kalista the space support that she needed to actually get through this one. Yeah,
I mean, like we said, who can reliably stop Nefiri in Mr. Combo here? It's just, it's such a hard execution thing to do. You basically have to wait as Climber, winding up Q when you think Monkey's about to go in with ulti, and you can, like, snag her on the entrance. Or, you know, if you're really good on the Renata, you catch her midair with Handshake. But, I mean, to ask of that reliably is just really tough, you know? It's definitely now WE's ball game, and the gold advantage has not budged since the top lane fight, but at this point, they've been able to prevent the Dragon Soul stacking for LGD. They have now 2 Infernal Dragons to their name, and with a Nefiri this fed, I find it very hard for LGD to come back at this point.
Yeah, the Infernal Dragon's really nice roll for WE. Of course, everyone's building damage, so kind of nice to get full benefit off that. Now, Otacon, GAs are up, so they might play this very aggressively.
A lot of ultimates being expended right now. XQW threw the whole kitchen sink and didn't seem like he got much other than being able to kill the minion wave, but at least WE are able to withstand the defense from LGD. Going to be able to walk away with an inhibitor turret. Probably not the inhibitor itself. And as you called out, LGD were trying to push on the top side of the map. Got a tier 2 for themselves. So at least they're trading of an overall map objective.
Gwen got 2 turrets, and South is up a level now on the Rumble. Still down a level to Karis, who is the furthest ahead in the game. So I will say that could matter if this game does go late. But it does feel like Team WE are going to be able to successfully snowball this one through. Again, 6 grubs, double Infernal, now a Realm Warp on the face of XQW. Xiaoye, goodbye, no cleanse.
No flash available either. Yeah, that Kalista is a sitting duck for WE to be able to punish during this time window. 12-7 overall. The gold lead has extended officially to 6,000 for WE. And yeah, window is closing for LGD. You know, there's still technically a chance, but I think it is less in the hands of LGD and more so in the hands of WE throwing the lead at this point in the game.
Really like this play. YCX separated from Xiaoye, and he has the Mikhails, which is also on cooldown. So that setup from WE, all it took was just seeing that Kalista for one inkling of a second. Good call from Karis to send the Realm Warp, get in there, and take down that Kalista.
Mana completed by Taeyun, fully stacked. This Varus is pretty much a poking machine. You give him a chance to walk up and start sieging onto the towers of LGD, and if they are not able to immediately start engaging onto this guy, he's going to rip many health bars apart, especially considering there's not much armor being built on a majority of the carries here for LGD. So the poke from Varus is going to be really, really damaging.
Yeah, actually, do kind of respect Nefiri and Varus being played in the game with 2 magic damage solo laners. Like that, these guys really like it when, especially with poke Varus, when you can't build armor. And definitely puts LGD in a tough spot. So I do like that aspect of the drafts here from WE.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Climber was looking for an opportunistic flank, but Cube sniffs
Oh,
it out,
boy.
and now, oh, Vampire, another pulverized flash. What is it today? WE is playing on full form tonight. They knew what the stakes were, and they were not going to let game one go away so easily. It's in their hands, and LGD are on the run as Vampire sends him back to the fountain. WE taking 4 off the board, and I don't think Shasta is going to be enough to defend against WE.
Look, there's not much to say. This front line just couldn't support Callista at all. And Xiaoye with no cleanse, the way that he was attacked later on by WE, by Karis, by Taeyun was legitimately really nice. Well played, Team WE, and making this game one look quite clean.
Well, Matt, this changes my expectations. I don't know about you, but I think this changes how we perceive the rest of the series going. If it at this state, I don't know. I mean, maybe, you know, LGD have the mental fortitude to be able to shake off game one. They don't have to deal with Nefiri anymore. They don't have to deal with even being concerned that Gwen is going to be contested because this is Fearless. Those champions will be off the ban table. But I'm just much more convinced by WE's play right now than LGD. And even though we had a lot of hype for LGD going into this series, it's hard to defend. It's hard to defend.
Yeah, I don't like that draft. Like the Vi, I don't know what you do as Vi there, and the Gwen Aurora combo, like where's the CC setup to actually create a long fight where champs like Gwen, like Callista really benefit?
Yeah.
I just didn't see it there at all from the draft from LGD, and the play wasn't too inspiring either. As again, those were a pretty uncontested 6 grubs that went over to the Rise Rumble, and a relatively uncontested game as well.
Yeah. I mean, even some of our solo laner performances in Shasha and XQW, 2 I would normally just have pinned as, yeah, these guys should be playing better than their solo lane counterparts. You know, I don't think necessarily XQW played worse than Karis in particular, but you saw that Shasha was getting the business from Cube's Rumble early on, was kind of already losing pressure, forced to TP away. And even though you pointed out both the benefits and the disadvantages of the TP advantage play they made with Cube for the first round of grubs, I just appreciated that WE seemed to have a really solid game plan and really strong direction for the game. Whether it was the correct thing to do, maybe in a different universe, LGD is able to punish that with the amount of waves they actually picked up for Xiaoye, right? But for me, it looks like WE knew what they wanted and were proactive with it. And I think if you're doing that as a team, you're already a step ahead of the other team that is kind of playing more passive and reactive to the map.
Yeah, I really like the realm warps from Karis. I feel like he really wrapped up the game quickly with some of those, and the focus they had on the Xiaoye. Again, this Callista pick, it did get really big, but look at that damage chart. Just the inability for Xiaoye to really auto just because of the Rise, the Alistar, the Varus, and the no cleanse too from Xiaoye. It felt like YCX wasn't really in position. We saw him get yoinked in by the Fate's Call, which was needed appeal, but then was never able to actually get a Mikhail's off onto the Callista because he was stuck, a couple awkward moments there from the bot lane, and frankly, a pretty uninspiring game there from LGD, and what continues to be a bit of a struggle for the split. I still don't. I did not like the Renata there. Even the hostile takeovers that were kind of impactful, Rafa. It just felt like Renata wasn't able to buy any sort of space for Xiaoye whatsoever.
Yeah, we alluded to it, right? I mean, it seemed like the hostile takeover doesn't take advantage of any of the champions that get afflicted by it, because Rise auto attacks, okay, cool. Yeah, that's gonna hurt me. If you happen to catch Rumble while he's overheated, then yeah, maybe the auto attacks will be, damning. But
even that, it's just like one use, right? That's one chance to buy space. Whereas Alistar, like every time your combo's up, right, you can make an impactful play. And again, LGD, like when you have Vi Renata, that combo, and then no CC really from your solo laners, is just not enough. And when they get behind like that, it made it pretty easy for WE to run them.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you who was a big benefactor this game. Monkey just not only being given one of the 2 broken over 2 champions on the patch right now between Gwen and the fact that Monkey was never contested, never challenged. It wasn't really a game drafted by LGD to actually, contest and hold down Monkey. So the question came down to how well could LGD snowball Shalia's Callista and then get him to a point where even if Neferi's jumping on you, you can, kite out the kind of the slipperiness of Neferi. The answer was no. Like, Monkey just got way too insanely fed.
Astronomically fed.
Yeah. And then there's just a certain item breakpoint where you can't kill Neferi fast enough before she kills you.
That dog was eating good. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, the dog was definitely eating good. And unfortunately for any Neferi enjoyers, which I might be the only one, here, we're not going to see it for the rest of the series. But player of the game graphic, I mean, this might sound.
It looks like Cube was the vote, by the way.
I think Cube is definitely going to be the big one, because I think that solo advantage that he got against the Gwen in the top lane pretty much opened the map and gave WE the direction they wanted to play for. And even though talking to some of the more historied LPL alumni on this broadcast crew, like Mazel, who has talked, a lot about, Cube loves his counter picks. Well, he got a counter pick in the Rumble. And, in one of the few times the split, he actually made strong use of that counter pick. It was a big boon for WE and the way they played the map.
Yeah, I know that we're still kind of teasing the Pog, and you're arguing Cube. I had to say, Rafa, I actually would vote for Vampire on that one.
Yeah, that was...
I really would.
I mean,
it's going to be the dog.
Too. Yeah.
It's fine. This champ's OP. It was played well by Monkey. We don't want to take away from him. Vampire had some nice plays. He did.
He did.
He did.
This is not the Vampire that was in the double round robin, bro.
He had some angles.
I don't know. Yeah, this is the Vampire that Taeyun wants to have in his game every single time when he logs in onto the Rift. So, WE are in prime spot now. One game away from being able to clinch another chance. Not the Ascend spot quite yet, but at least the series spot against Ultra Prime, where then if you win against Ultra Prime, then you move into Group Ascend. And at the very least, you are dodging on the immediate dismissal over to Group Nirvana. So, props to WE for a really strong showing, being able to take advantage of some of the big wins in the draft phase for them. We're going to see how well WE can continue this series, or if LGD will bounce back. Stay tuned, y'all. We'll be right back after this break. Boom. Riot Fist logo. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos between LGD and WE, where if you missed the first game, well, WE got in fury, and LGD did not have enough tools to punish it. That's the story. And no notes. Good night, y'all. We're going to get ready for game two. Obviously, there's some other notable things. Cube had a really strong game on the Rumble.
We discussed a vampire MVP. I feel like
Yeah.
that's the big thing for me. It wasn't,
guys-
and it wasn't for LGD. It was for his own team, Team WE.
Yeah. Like anyone that has been watching, the season with us knows how crazy of a thing for that to escape any of our mouths here. But you know what?
Yeah.
Vampire earned it. Vampire earned the nod. If he continues that performance here, WE just might clinch the series. Now, LGD are going to be returning to blue side, but before we get further into the draft and the theory crafting, we want to remind everyone that we're extremely grateful to our coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it actually pays on-air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our coffee, linked in chat to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews.
Usually, I would take a sip of coffee there, but I don't have coffee on me because I'm trying to be responsible. It's 3 a.m. So, there we go. See, you guys afforded me my water today. Shout out to all the coffee subscribers, especially Aaron Soup, our super special, awesome one. If you subscribe at that tier, we'll be shouting out more names than just Aaron Soup later on, too. So, definitely tune in, check it out. The support that everyone's given, whether it's just, coffee subs, Twitch subs, YouTube members, or just watching and supporting in the chat. It's made this project more than just a labor of love for us. So, really appreciate it from everyone. Excited to continue and excited to get back into this best of 3. Rafa, as Team WE continues to somewhat pleasantly surprise us with a nice game 1, and we'll see if it continues throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everyone across the board stepped up above what kind of our usual expectation for them has resulted based on what we've seen from both Split 2 and Split 1 from this squad so far. Whereas LGD definitely performing under expectations for us, and maybe the fact that they're on blue side, they'll have a better chance to contest for some power picks. A lot of the OP champions are now just gone from the rest of the series. No Gwen, no Nefiri. Big one to note, even though it's not necessarily a considered power pick in a lot of teams, for these two, especially Taeyun's hands, Ezreal is still available. I'm curious if that is something LGD want to prioritize in the first round.
Yeah, I think that's a great call. We spent so much time talking about how big Taeyun's Ezreal is, and it's really been a vocal pick for Team WE. So definitely expect to have both teams having their eye on that champion going into the next phase of draft.
I think we're just a couple minutes away from launching into the second draft phase between these two teams. Still a couple more champions that we can kind of talk about. LGD, because they're on blue side, they're not going to get counterpick for more than likely either top lane or support, as it usually plays out. I was really eager to see if YCX was going to dip into some champion pool creativity to punish what seems like a more limited champion pool from Vampire. Obviously, we didn't get that. Just kind of a standard Callista Renata pair, which you and I were both a little underwhelmed by, both in just the selection and then, as good of the execution YCX was able to hit the hostile takeovers, you could just tell that the result was not nearly as strong as LGD would have liked it to be.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just don't like that draft from LGD at all. I think that with Callista, you need something where you're able to make some space or support the Callista and create that longer fight that both a Gwen and Callista would thrive in. The Aurora Vi, that's such a shotgun fight, just doesn't really match, and the Renata wasn't super valuable in defending against full dive. There was the ability to get around the hostile takeovers or wait it out when you have things like the Rise, like the Rumble, and the Poke Pharaohs. So I just want to see a better approach this time around, and Rafa, I gotta say, taking away that Ezreal B3 ban by LGD against Team WE, that's frankly very warranted against WE and what Taeyun's been able to do on that champion. So, like that read from LGD.
Yeah, I mean, if you weren't here for our pre-show, we talked about that Taeyun actually has the highest damage share out of all 80 carries in his role this split so far. But good call, Matt. Ambessa
Hmm.
is open, and a lot of the normal counter picks that have emerged as an answer to Ambessa are now gone. No Gwen, obviously, from the first game, no Rumble, and no Renekton since LGD got rid of it in their table of bans.
No Jace either, so gotta believe that it's gonna be something creative with a Poppy or even just a Talia being grabbed. That's a bit of a deny from XQW as well as his most played in this split, and will be snagged by Karis, very highly contested champion between both of them, and Nautilus along with it. So Dredge Line depth charge, already a lot of combos you can prep with the rocks and the flick.
LGD could look to counterpick their support option here in the first round if they fear some options getting banned away by WE going into the second round of bans. XQW, though, going to go to an old reliable staple in the Azir. And Climber just going to go for the next best skirmishing AD jungler, which is a lot of teams consider Xin Zhao. There's some other options available as well, but WE might not get a chance to pick them up if they decide to lock in their counterpick choice in the Aatrox.
Yeah, of course, Aatrox is a win. Was a part of that comp that Cube played into EDG. And frankly, it's already somewhat set up decently well this game. As Xin, one-way direction, Aatrox can sometimes make it tricky on Azir to just sit in auto. Might be able to actually harass and pressure. So I think it's a decent look for Cube to grab the Aatrox. Of course, with top lane secured, all eyes going to be on the bot lane and also on the mid lane, or I should say the jungle, sorry, for Monkey. As you got to imagine that LGD is going to throw some bans to protect the Xin. I wouldn't mind a Sejuani ban, frankly. Just something that can kind of neutralize Xin, play off Aatrox a little bit. It is really stable in the jungle for Monkey. And then also, I mean, if they want to get really creative with it. Oh, wow. Actually banning out the Jax jungle. A little bit
Like it.
surprised to see that, Rafa.
Like it. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't see it in Monkey's match history. Definitely not this year, but I don't know.
Into
Maybe in
Zen.
the LDL, he might have played a Jax jungle into a Zen counterpick at some point, right?
Yeah.
So they just want to eliminate that option. I think the other junglers you're looking at to take away from Monkey would be either Wukong, or Viego, if you're concerned about Monkey being another damage threat.
I wouldn't mind a Viego ban here. I think that with the Nautilus Talia, Viego can just sometimes, be that, pop, get first reset and win the fight from there. It's a nice pop showing for Team WE. So yeah, that said, they are going to take away the Wukong. So another pick from Monkey. No Monkey for Monkey. And of course, Viego being looked at, Rafa. So I got to say, I think depending on the ADs, I will say I think Viego actually fits better. I would have rather seen that ban. That said, if Xiaoye wants to pick an AD that's especially vulnerable to Wukong, would understand that ban coming out. But at the moment, we'd love to see, honestly, an Ashe or any sort of supportive champion to try and shut down this Viego. I think picks could be really valuable for LGD going up against a Nautilus, and Aatrox, and a Viego.
Yeah, and it's not like you're pressed for damage on the side of LGD. You have plenty of threat
Yeah, like Ashe.
potential from Ambessa.
Ashe Braum, baby. Yep.
Yeah.
Good
CC, that's the Freljord combo right there. Now, how does Taeyun actually bring this composition together? Because they've left counterpick up to the very last choice here. And that's something that we don't see that often, but would it actually be Ziggs here for Taeyun? I guess it's going to be.
I gotta say, like, they don't win the DPS fights, so I think relying on poke and playing the map, not bad. That said, I don't like the draft for a few different aspects. I really don't like the fact that Ashe Braum was let through. I think that Braum, with the Xin Zhao into Aatrox, Viego, and then you have a Nautilus showing, could be really, really valuable this game. That said, the Ziggs Talia is a way to actually really nerf that. But I think the LGD's comp a little bit easier to execute. Team WE, they don't have that reliable DPS late game AD carry later on, so just really important that they're able to play another game where they're clean on the map early. If not, they will get outscaled by what LGD is showing.
There's a lot of faith being put into Monkey's Viego because from your mid lane and your AD carry, as you called it, no sustained damage, but it's a ton of burst damage. So if you can get the resets essentially jump started by a Mega Inferno Bomb or a Talia combo onto one target, that can guarantee you the numbers advantage. And as we've seen in multiple competitive games across multiple regions, if a Viego gets resets, then any game state can be made winning, no matter what the circumstances are. Once the Viego is just possessing and possessing and possessing in these team fights. I'm curious what you think about Aatrox in this position though, because is there a chance that like Cube could go absolutely ballistic into what they're setting up, or is there just too much utility, too much crowd control from the side of LGD?
I think the Ashe Braum Zin makes it a little bit harder. That said, I mean, again, just going to be really important that whatever shotgun engage comes out from Team WE, they just have to get a reset on the Monkey.
Yeah.
And of course, if that doesn't work, then Cube maybe in the long fight would be a little bit better later on. But I just think that at the moment, like everything just relies on a Viego reset, because that's the one chance that you have to actually win a long fight.
Well,
All
if
right,
we
so
have
Team WE just doesn't win this draft, I guess, you know?
I mean, if WE are putting their faith anywhere, it's in the fact that Monkey was able to pretty much win his spot for WE after at least picking up one game win over anyone's legend during the Split 1 group stage. And it was on the Viego. It was a insane carry performance. Monkey being able to get the official promotion and call-up from Tier 2 and going now trying to play and help bring WE at least into one more chance, one step closer into playing for Group Ascend. We've got a level 2 or level 1 all in, but Monkey and Karis are here first, and I think they realize that Xiaoya is in trouble without the rest of Monkey and Karis needing to be there. That's a flash gone out of Xiaoya's Ashe, and Taeyun and Vampire are set up for success in this level 2-man duo here.
Somehow he held his pot throughout all that, as the Braum's gonna take some damage to try and be in range. The first 3 melees going down, but importantly, Xiaoya is not, so he is forced out of lane. And with the Ziggs not, I mean, you could maybe get this lane to the turret and actually really punish the Ashe. There could be a lot missing here. That said, with Monkey being spotted, we have a bit of a cheesy start from Climber. So he's going to go from blue to red and actually deny Viego a little bit of his top side. That's really going to hurt Monkey and set that Viego that we set so much importance on before this game started in the draft. It's going to set it behind pretty good.
Yeah, and he should be able to hit level 3 off of these Krugs too. And because he places a ward down and he does not touch the Raptors at all, Monkey is not going to know that his red buff and Krugs are gone until he completes the Raptors. So there's a huge window where Climber can actually do whatever he wants on the map. He can look for an easy gank on the cube, and Monkey is not going to have enough time to react and make an appropriate punishment.
He's just getting the bad news. Cube is too, and now he's walking into Climber.
Yep. Cube, more than likely, will have to flash, and that's now a summoner advantage guaranteed for Shasha in the top lane, as now Monkey is going to want to try and see if he can test the top side of the map against Climber, but his top laner just lost flash, so he's not going to have prio to help move in with him to make that invade possible.
He's got nothing to do. This is actually really tough here. If you are the Viego, he's going to cross through mid and just go fight for this bot crab and see what he can take away from Climber. Climber, I think, intelligently actually skipped over his Gromp. He's going to do the Wolves, so he might actually be able to get in here and contest. But with how far behind his bot lane was and still is from the start.
Oh, no. You should know that Vampire's moving. Ah, Climber. I don't know if he's not talking to his bot lane, but they had the shove in, and maybe he just figured that YCX was going to be able to match the roam time from Vampire, but Nautilus is there first, and it's first blood for WE.
What happened to the LGD I loved from Split 1, man? That was... We saw that one coming from a mile away, Rafa. You can obviously be nice to get in there and contest, but just how your bot lane went, I think making the map vertical early on was probably the right call.
Yeah.
And the fact that Climber didn't want to give that up, it really hurts now, because guess what? He hasn't even secured a crab yet, and that really nice start opener that he had in the Monkey, we're like, bot lane got chunked, but it's fine. You set Viego behind, it's great. All that's gone to the wayside, and Monkey's up after the first clear.
Yeah, Monkey's like, cool, man. You took my red buff, you took my Krugs. I just got first blood, and I just took the red buff that you stole from me, as well as your own red buff that you didn't take early on in the opener. So, yeah, Monkey is eating good. Now, it's only 1,000 gold advantage for WE. It's from a jungle morale standpoint, it can feel pretty condemning, especially in Xin Zhao's position, but you still have ways to play out the game from LGD's side. Like, Shasha still has a summoner spell advantage on the top side. XQW is doing fine.
You have a
play out
DPS marksman versus no DPS marksman. And the
Mhm.
little, like, graph before that the LPL flies that shows, game win rate throughout time duration of the game, it showed that LGD actually never lose, It's always a flip. So that's how you confirm that they won draft, huh? And now they're losing, so the graph lied. And it must be player diff. Or graph diff,
Uh-oh.
I'm really getting out there with this one, Rafa.
Yeah. It's
That's
okay.
fine.
Yeah. You know what?
We're vibing.
I'm with you on that one. I would also like to look for many ways to get my daily intake of copium. when
Yes,
things don't go
I
my
mean,
way.
I also think it's player diff, because considering that Climber just walked into 2, and
You know what's actually strange? I don't know how Climber lost his flash, because he lost his flash super early on. I guess we weren't paying attention. Meanwhile,
I think he
XQW
flashed over the wall to do red buff.
Oh, you know what? That makes sense.
Yeah, I think he got around a ward, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Which I like.
oh,
I do
wait. Okay. YCX is there to block it, but he's gonna take a lot of damage from Karis and Vampire on the re-entry. XQW is under a lot of pain right now, and the fact that Karis and Vampire are able to guarantee first move, this is gonna set up WE nicely to get pretty much all of these grubs. No way that Climber can get in, no way that the rest of the ensemble can help assist for at least one smite steal away. Never mind, I lied. Looks like LGD were able to at least snag one at the beginning before the rest of WE rotated in to take out the final two. But WE so far playing a decent map game.
Yeah, I mean, the siege is on, and look at this. Because of the bot pressure that Taeyun's putting down, the Ziggs into the Ash Braum. Vampire coming up here to help support and invade from Monkey. We're going to flip over the Raptors.
Hold
Karis.
the wall. They're all caught, and the flick is good, but not enough damage because YCX throws up that big door and is able to block a lot of crucial damage that WE were looking for to get the resets going on Monkey's Viego.
Yeah, and I do like the Ziggs pick. I know that, like, pretty much you're signing up as Team WE that you couldn't win a DPS war against what LGD had, so you're going to try and play for something different. But this Braum pick is going to be so valuable this game, regardless, because that damage mitigation and just playing off the winner's might, playing defensively with this draft, is exactly what LGD wants and needs with this Ashe Azir. If they just kind of turtle up, play with Braum and let WE come into them and don't get blown up by anything initial, it should be okay, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be the game plan. If you are LGD, that said, still behind early, big goal deficit, and it's going to snowball into more neutral objectives as Monkey going to take this dragon. And frankly, with the comp that LGD has and where the game's at right now with both jungle and AD being so far behind, you got to get both. We'll see what happens with the second Grubs and what LGD is going to be able to get, but I think you're kind of waiting to even think about second Drake here. It's going to be a lot of game time before LGD can come online.
Yeah, LGD are just hoping that WE are merciful and only just taking objectives and not actually trying to starve them out with resources, which, given previous expectations of WE, I think would be a safe say that you could reliably get that. But I don't know. The WE that showed up in game 1 today has been the most confident we've ever seen.
It's going to go over 2 control wards. 1, 2.
Does it
cube.
hit?
Oh.
Dude, he dashed forward and saw the arrow just pass right in front of him. My pants would be brown now, but you know what? Solid
Brown.
cubed to be able to really be able to dodge out of what could have been bad scenario there.
I mean, I feel like that'd be worth yellow, not brown, but I'm gonna move on from this point. As Xiaoye still catching the back half of some Taeyun bombs.
I'm glad.
No
you
Vamp
remembered
yet
me.
on the Ashe. Looks like it's going to be a Kraken start. Of course, we have seen the Yuntals a bit from Ashes as well. I got to be honest, I don't know what makes you decide between Yuntals and Kraken yet. I think the Yuntal is definitely stronger later on once you get that evolved. And Saucy's going to pretend that Monkey's not here. As Mbessa I will say Ambessa is pretty good at absorbing ganks at the top. I know we're still learning a lot about Ambessa as a champion, but having all those mini dashes, the slow and a shield, as well as that ultimate that goes unstoppable. A lot of potential to get out there for Ambessa, so definitely a slippery target in the top side. Oh.
That was cold from Taeyun. Just waiting until the very end, trying to see if he would have enough burst to actually kill Xiaoya, but he exchanges his barrier to make sure that he is not under critical condition. However, oh my god, Vampire, just send it. Just send it. Damn.
You know, if he had a Hex Flash, I think he might have and should have.
Yeah,
well,
he's going to tank up the entrance.
Here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just buying space for
Oh,
Taeyun. Oh,
wait.
no, he's got reinforcements, the Avengers! Really nice shuffle, though, from XQW. Pushes WE on the other side of that wall. And now here comes the rest of the on-squad from LGD. They're pushing on through. Monkey was not able to get the resets, and that means this composition just completely falls apart. XQW flashing forward to help proc the concussive blows procced by YCX. And Taeyun will fall to the backstab of XQW. LGD just need one moment and rip a hole in WE.
It's a 3v4 win for LGD, and it's off the back of that defensive identity that we were talking about with the Braum. But man, the disengage there from XQW. A huge Emperor's Device. We're going to catch the replay. Here comes the opener. I was a bit surprised that WE actually took this one. Vampire burns his Aftershock early, tanks up a lot, but that's a nice two-man depth charge. Sets up for Karis. But Monkey, he can't get any combo off because it was denied by the Emperor's Divide. And that creates a front to back where Monkey, Vampire were already chunked. Taeyun burned stuff to get Xiaoye out. And they just get ran down by the Braum.
3v4, by the way. The arrow didn't even connect because XQW pushed them away from the arrow's trajectory, but it didn't matter. The battle lines were set for success. And even an Azir with, I don't even know if he had an Ashes Tooth at this point, but just an Azir this early was able to pump out that kind of damage against WE squad. I think that's just a sign of things to come the later this game goes.
Yeah, that's devastating for Team WE and what they want to do with this draft. Because keep in mind, they do not want to take DPS fights, right? They need to have the Talia combos be big. They need to have Monkey find these resets. And again, it's going up against such a defensive identity that LGD were showing with the Azir. I mean, potentially, obviously, Azir can be flexible, but again, that's kind of why I just didn't like the fact they left up Ashe Braum. Like, if you're playing into Leona or Rel, that champion, you know, wants to go in, and Braum just has so many defensive pros in his kit. Really saw it there, paired up with XQW, who was really the stud of that fight. I mean, every LGD member, I feel like, involved there. You just went out of 3v4. They all played that one pretty damn well, but you can really see the issues that Team WE is going to face if that shotgun, that first use of spells, doesn't ring true.
Yeah. I'm not sure at what point LGD were able to get the second round of grubs, but I almost want to say that as soon as
right
they
out of there,
yeah, right after the play on the bot side of the map, they just sped right on over to the grubs, got 4 for themselves total. XQW gonna punish now Karis, who does not have a flash from the previous engage. YCX being able to tank up the counterattack from WE to guarantee that at least XQW takes out Karis. He might be in trouble. The arrow goes wide once again, but XQW still pumping out damage before he eventually does go down, but Monkey traded out with him, and LGD still have a spot, or a chance, I should say, to actually stop WE from looking for a dragon, since they'll have smite advantage.
I mean, first the Emperor wins a 3v4, and then he walks out with 2, and what, a 2v4? It's a huge game for XQW, who I really feel like has been the one on LGD that struggled the most as an individual compared to what we saw from Split 1, but backs up against the wall, the LDL champion for LGD that was promoted with this team, stepping up big in this game. As it will be a trade, of course. First brick does go over to Team WE in the bot side, but it is a 4-grub push for Sase in the top side on this Ambessa. Gonna get at least kind of close to wrapping up this turret. Mid's also close to fall, so only one substantial turret falls in terms of WE, but down numbers yet again. XQW comes up big as this Emperor's Divide helps delete Karis with the help of YCX, and then just standing true and firing on a Monkey, who again, with this Braum, so much CC coming in, that's so easy to proc from these auto attackers around this champion. So LGD again getting a lot of mileage out of this pick. Now Karis
And Karis still doesn't have flash, so Shasha tries to go for the punish with the public execution climber, almost in range. Looking for the wind becomes lightning, lands it true, but the unraveled earth, it would be unwise to dash through it and get stunned under the turret, so climber does not opt in to continue the dive.
Yeah, they are giving up the dragon, and because bot outer fell, they did have one timer to at least, you know, opt into sacking that wave to look for something up top that will lead to the turret falling. That said, I actually don't really like this play from LGD because you're going to see Climber. He had no camps to take on the top side against Monkey. All of his camps are on this bot side, Rafa, and Monkey's just going to be able to get in here and take them all.
He is massively ahead in terms of the jungle CS. I don't think YCX yoinked the red buff away with that Winter's Bite.
Nope.
Yeah. But LGD continue the siege on the top side, net themselves a tier 1 in that lane, and for the, at least for the time being, LGD will have the pressure advantage to at least set up vision control for this upcoming Rift Herald. Could be a big win.
I'd say I was expecting it to be the Kraken on Ashe. Could it be the Shiv to try and match some of the wave clear from the Ziggs? Obviously, a lot more utility and power outside of the fights instead of in on that first item from Xiaoye, but he is getting peppered by the Ziggs. Can't understand wanting to have the Shiv to not be on the wave for quite as much time against this champion.
Yeah.
But for sure sacking some late game power as they're going to try and bait Vampire in.
Vampire holds his cool, does not blindly queue into darkness, and is able to at least get intel that there were a lot of people waiting in that line brush. Monkey's able to slip on through the upper lip. And they have vision now of the Rift Herald, knowing that it's below 7,000 HP. Good arrow by Xiaoye. And here comes the CC train. Karis tries to flash away, and he is dead again anyway. WE now working without a man, 4v5. But good damage, but Taeyun almost looks for it, but XQW gets exposed as the simple flash on the Ziggs is able to get away from the engage. And Shasha tries to bail it out or salvage the play, but it just goes worse, and WE benefit off of a couple fumbles from LGD.
Rafa, my palms have hit my face as I'm not exactly sure what XQW was thinking there with that engage. Just so split by LGD. Climber was on the objective / wanted to take it. Xiaoye is pretty low, and then he just kind of goes in solo, trades a flash for the flash of Ziggs, and ends up going down, baits in Sase too to try and help him out, and the objective falls. Again, I think they keep things kind of neutral. It's okay, as we're going to see a nice CC chain onto Karis. Karis, of course, did have flash up. This is chained up beautifully by YCX, and Winter's Bite was on the Talia. Flash hits, doesn't flash away. But this is the next part of the fight I'm kind of curious about. It's good peppering coming in from Taeyun, but I don't know what compelled XQW to go for a play like this. Just lines up perfectly for Vampire's depth charge. Sase goes in to try and help or save him, but ends up getting knocked around by Cube on the Aatrox, and a pretty uninspiring play from an LGD that wasn't inspiring earlier, but kind of fall on their own laurels there.
Yeah. Well, once again, the game is even between these two teams. It definitely seemed like off of the two bot plays involving XQW that LGD were starting to make way with a building snowball, and that the Zero was going to be completely untouched. And then, yeah, it happens. So now we're kind of on even parity in terms of win conditions. It's still the same story as okay. Nice attempt from XQW, was trying to clip Karis in his Weaver's Wall, but now teleports are coming in from the rest of WE, seeing if they can actually collapse. And yeah, because XQW went for the pick on the Karis, he was in Super Narnia, and no way for LGD to bail him out of that one. So now WE, 5-man to 4-man advantage on the map. There's no immediate objectives that they can go for, since Dragon and Otacon still don't spawn for another 50 seconds, but maybe they can get something in the mid lane with this Rift Herald.
I feel like XQW is trying to do so much where, again, as a Zero, we saw the fights going well earlier on because he was absorbing, right? People were coming into him. It's not him trying to go make plays. And now, of course, Ziggs plus a Rift Herald, that means that one of your turrets falls. Don't care how many grubs you have, it's going to go down. As, again, I will say a 3K gold lead at this point for Team WE. That's about what this comp needs. I'd say this is somewhat on pace. They still need to keep the pace up. It's LGD keeping the pace up. XQW.
Speaking of Super Narnia, XQW teleported in, but just a simple flash from Cube is able to get away, and he's got Taeyu and a Vampire in his back pocket just in case they wanted to overextend for it.
Dragon is spawning. I think that's what compelled XQW to actually TP in, because it does force Cube out. There's no TP, so this should be Dragon going over to LGD.
Yeah, Cube does not have teleport. They're burning it down super quickly. Monkey is nowhere to be seen since he was taking camps on the other side of the map, which I would have done the same thing, to be honest. But WE now trying to force the fight. Death Charge goes right onto XQW, stops the damage output for now. Shasha forced to flash backwards into the safety of his team. YCX trying to stand behind or in front of the rest of the squad. YCX tries to go in, but he got stunned on the entrance to the Unraveled Earth. Karis being able to put a stop to the LDL Champions' aspirations and fighting for a spot into the Ascend group. And WE are just running away with the fight. The flash forward from Monkey gets another reset. Shasha does not get a chance to escape with the TP. This just might be game over for LGD.
I know that you want to deny the soul point, deny the Dragon, but Team WE did such a nice job on that setup, just corralling LGD. They cut off the exit to mid, forced them down on the map, and that fight, again, it was XQW trying to go in, make a difference with the Shurima Shuffle, gets caught out by Karis in the Unraveled Earth. And this Azir that was so big early on, Rafa, he was 3-1-1 after that 3v4 where they wiped. He's died 3 times pretty much in a row on the map and is now so far behind Karis as XQW just wasn't able to step up and be the carry this game, was trying to do too much with too little. Again, we're taking another look. It's key that they're able to at least try and be defensive here. As Shosa going in, doesn't find anything. Again, that was over Unraveled Earth itself, and then the second Unraveled Earth is going to stop the Azir as XQW was not quite able to get away from that one. The Shurima Shuffle was able to be followed up on because Taeyun had such a brilliant angle on the Ziggs over the wall, just peppering the rest of LGD, which got them so low in the first place.
I think the best part for me that rubs the salt in the wound is just the TP not able to fully channel off in time, the last auto attack. And now WE find themselves with a 5,000 gold advantage against LGD. Just what seems like 10 minutes after what could have been a massive snowball from LGD being able to, through the hands of XQW, pull off 2 back-to-back massive fights down numbers. But WE now find themselves in position to be able to secure the next big objectives on the map without strong contest from LGD. Because now you have to fight through choke points with Ziggs E, Talia E. And it's just so damn hard for the side of LGD to be able to walk up.
Yeah, and this is where the identity of having the Ziggs, having the Talia can be so oppressive for LGD. As you can see, WE grouped up. They have the GA from Otacon available to them if they want to use it. And Monkey actually on an angle. He's 2 levels up on QW, by the way. Monkey has been just power farm. He's the highest level in the game right now, Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, this is 2 games where it seems like Monkey has been able to get everything that he ever wanted in a carry jungle position, which a lot of teams throughout Split 2 did a successful job in denying Monkey those kind of reigns, but not the case in this series from LGD. Their priorities were elsewhere in trying to get other things done, and we're now a minute and a half away. 3rd dragon spawning. Yes, LGD did stop Dragon Soul from basically being contestable at this point.
Yeah.
But I don't know how LGD are going to be able to actually stop them from taking this one.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say this is a Hextech Soul, another great draw for WE. You're telling me that they get Hextech Soul on the game where it's the poke comp, they have to get away from the Ashe Azir later on. Having those extra slows, that utility could be massive if the game does go that late. As WE, again, really impressed with them today, Rafa. I feel like LGD is, you know, at points definitely beaten themselves, but I mean, this is a bold strategy to play. You have to play fast, and losing a 3v4, tripping up on yourself like that, that's, to bounce back like this, XQW, you know, definitely had a few helping moments. as he dashed in, but still, nice. The WE, we're asking to see who steps up with the stakes being quite high. Again, you are playing for your World's Opportunity life here in a way, right? If you make it to Group Ascend, you ensure that you will be able to compete for Worlds.
Yeah, and we've already given a little bit of praise to Monkey and Vampire for their performances in both Game 1 and in a little bit of Game 2. But I really have to single out Cube and Karis for, even if Karis in particular, his KDA doesn't look the prettiest, he's been so useful. He's been so crucial in just stopping and punishing a lot of LGD's plays that they've been setting up. Granted, were they the smartest? Probably not. Definitely bold choices by XQW to go in, but the walls have been pretty damn good in stifling what LGD wanted to do. The Unraveled Earth has been placed well to stop any threats trying to close the distance and get onto Taeyun in the back line. And Cube, I mean, he's been remarkably solid. This is, again, a game where he had flash burned early on. Shasha made no use of that advantage whatsoever. He still went up in CS anyway. And now he's 4-0-2 on this Aatrox as the arrow, unfortunately for LGD, going to go wide. Taeyun can just sidestep it.
No, and I mean, even going into the series, Ralph, I was saying, like, hey, I think that Cube and... Oh, hold on, pause. Engage, Climber.
XQW tries to step forward. Vampire forced to flash away. Climber steps on forward. YCX tries to double down with the Glacial Fissure, but here comes the wall, and it cuts off the backline from being able to get in. Shasha now finds Karis, but he pops the Golden Stasis, and now Monkey has the reset. He's looking. Climber. Oh, W flash to close the distance, and now he's the Braum. He's going to aid the fight with the concussive blows. When walking up with Cube, there is the Darkened Blade as he sails right into the hearts of LGD. Any hopes that may have been dashed away and broken by Monkey and the rest of WE. This squad is on a roll.
Gonna turn their heads to the Baron. Will be a slower take as two. I think Taeyun's got to go with system, but he's gonna clean up the turret first. W continues to cruise, and again, this fight, like the terrain they're taking in, they're the ones that have access to the river. Most of the fight actually ended up taking place in that choke where you see that red team ward. As we're gonna take a second look, so much was used on the Vampire. He's just a Nautilus, right, Rafa? And I gotta say, Karis, this wall from him was beautiful. It really took away Xiaoye from actually joining this fight, and also trapped XQW on the other side of it. So now everyone's kind of stuck in this choke. Ashe, Azir can't do much. Monkey gets one reset, and then Monkey runs away with it with the help of Cube in the front line. Really like the re-engage that Cube took here on the top side. Get a little bit of a reset from the Aatrox. Finds a really nice Q1 to the Q2. Found two members with each. Helped make sure that Monkey had the space to get back in. Cube going down, well worth his life as W cleaned up the rest of the fight.
Yeah. Just a small note of appreciation, too, for Monkey. He had prepped the Braum shield, and then because he goes back into Viego with Heartbreaker, the shield stays up, so he's, like, blocking even more damage, just optimizing his use of each possession. Obviously, did he really need the shield to win that fight? Probably not, but just these are the small things that I appreciate about, you know, high peak Viego gameplay. As WE now 8,000 gold ahead against LGD. GA on Monkey with Baron buff on his side.
Level 17.
God, I mean, this
He's
is
3 levels up on everyone but Xiaose.
Dude, like,
should have been the
what
Viego,
else to
man.
say.
Wukong bad? That looks good right now.
You know, Neferi and Viego. Monkey basically got the dream carry junglers to put WE in a position to get one step closer to fighting their way into Group Ascend. They still have to close out this game, though, but I imagine that they are just one more good fight from putting the last nail in the coffin for LGD and banishing them to the Nirvana realm.
I will say, if WE were to, you know, play it chill to make sure they get Hextech Soul, I'd actually appreciate that. At the moment, though, gonna get
this is not very chill. This is not chill. This is not chill. Climber pops the ultimate. Super bomb from Taeyun as it damages the backline. YCX forced to retreat. Inhibitor tower has been felled, but they can't quite step up and finish off the inhibitor. They're going to take bases now as we're about a minute away from Soul Point being available for the taking.
I would really like this. I do like this from WE. Again, there is a scaling issue when you go up against a marksman when you do not have one. You don't win a raw DPS fight. You have to be very disciplined about how you control space, control terrain. What better soul to spawn than Hex Soul to help you do that? It is a great draw yet again from Team WE, and a good opportunity to get a clean reset, overtake this bot side jungle, and make sure this Hex Soul goes over to their pockets cleanly.
And look at the boldness that WE get to be able to walk into the jungle freely. They know they have the wall of differences. It's almost 10,000. It is actually 10,000 gold advantage for WE. They own the space. There's no way that LGD should ever be able to walk in freely into the jungle quadrant. They have to play through mid lane, of course, with the wave pushing in. WE have now full control of the bot side, where someone will have to answer Cube, and WE can play this as patiently as possible. They're not in a rush to burn down this dragon. They can keep LGD occupied as long as possible, and Cube, instead of going for the open base, he is going for the long flank. Xiaoya, massive damage from the Mega Inferno Ball as they all try to turn on to the Aatrox and see if they can take out the World Ender before he ends their world. But Karis, flying into the backline, completes absolute pandemonium, and the monkey resets are pouring in once again as Xiaoya falls. LGD will also fall. WE have dashed their hopes into group ascension. They have been banished to Nirvana, and WE will have one more chance to join the ranks of the top squads in LPL.
And odds we get a second series where Monkey gets both the Fury and Viego. I'm going to put those at less than 10%. I feel like if Up's doing their homework, not going to happen again. But congrats to Team WE as they continue to, again, be a team that we had in Group Nirvana. We figured that they'd just be the 4 seed that get placed there. To top of LGD like that, a team that, frankly, I had pretty high hopes for. I was saying they were likely to be a team that maybe could sneak through their group or be a 3 seed that I wouldn't want to face. Really bummed to see LGD just fall so flat right off the bat in this one and be that Group Nirvana team. This was a team that we had some expectations for after Split 1. We're hoping to really see them scale as a lot of rookies that were coming from LDL. Rookies that won LDL as a core as well, but it just feels like the swaps being gone hurt them. And I mean, regardless of the state that the game's in, they're not playing together on the same page and not taking great plays. It's really quite a bummer to see, but good to see WE at least punish that and have a couple drafts where I think they showed some nice creativity there with the Viego finding the Talia Ziggs to help out and enable Monkey to really pop off in the series.
Yeah, I mean, the benefit for us as not just casters, but really fans and spectators of this league, you know, we want to see good gameplay. And, you know, going into the series, we were like, well, we know we're not going to get, you know, the best levels out of both of these squads, but, you know, we had, you know, higher expectations for one squad. It didn't turn out that way, but you know what? The other squad that we had lower expectations for overperformed today. And now it has raised our benchmark of what we feel like this team can accomplish. And a lot of the hopes that were surrounding Monkey in particular when he first replaced Tianjin going into Split 2 were a little underwhelming based on the group stage play and the double round robin. But today showed up big time. Did he get, you know, ideal picks? Yes, he did. But did he waste those opportunities? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed by WE, and I gotta say, the next series, I just want to see if Ultra Prime puts more of a defense up against them, because it's, again, that wasn't really something that I was expecting coming into the day. I thought it would be LGD 2-0, 2-1, beating WE. I really had faith this team would be able to pull it together, but just not playing together as a squad, and even like at this level of LPL, we're fighting to see if you're in the bottom group or not. You don't bring your A game, you're gonna get punished. And that's exactly what happened today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm low-key stoked that we're in a timeline where Vampire's in form. Like, oh my god, you know,
he looked good. Yeah, he looked good.
Taeyun has a support. Let's go. Taeyun is not the LeBron James mean of no help. He doesn't have the 1v9. I mean, we didn't even point it out in the first game damage chart, but the fact that Taeyun wasn't in the 30% damage share, and Cube had the highest damage share in the first game on the Rumble, that's a good sign for WE. That is exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say a chance for them to really prove that they are exactly where they want to be in that group ascend with our second series later on today. going up against Ultra Prime. Excited for that one, Ralph. I know that we won't be on the cast for that, but excited to watch that one as a fan as we take a look at the match history. And Taeyun, he was gifted a pretty nice lead after that level 1, forced Xiaoye out, and he really ran with it in that game as it was a big one for Taeyun. I know that you'll like the fact that, he's boosting up that damage share, right?
Yeah.
That stat's going up. Number 1 of the league just keeps on going up.
Like 38%. I mean, there's a reason why, like, going into the series, we were talking so much about, like, Taeyun being the brightest star on this roster.
Yeah.
And, the way that this game played out, it almost seemed like those efforts were going to be all for naught, and we were on the way to a game 3, but the way they recovered, the way their, essentially their fortitude was tested, and they rose to the occasion, really impressive to see. And even though, Taeyun is dominating the damage profile charts in this game, I don't think it was, to a fault for WE. It was just...
No, he was playing Ziggs, it just happens. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I feel like he's really, the champs he's played this split, it's been Varus, Ezreal, Corki, Ziggs.
Corki.
It's like, I mean, he's might just be playing the league to boost that number up, Those are like some of the highest damage share champs you could have, especially in pro where, a little bit less action, but poke always matters because outrange people do damage. Why not? As we get to watch the beginning of the demise for LGD, is I still just cannot believe what XQW was doing. I can't believe that I said I felt like the solo lanes would be advantageous for LGD going into the series. And I just watched XQW and Shosa do that in that.
Yeah,
there's no bueno.
I mean, if you're LGD fans, I cannot imagine your disappointment. I just genuinely, and I'm not trying to be harsh.
I am disappointed. Yeah. I had hopes for this team. I really did. I had them. I wouldn't say I fully believed them to get out of the group, but I know I put in my predictions for the groups that they would get out, right? Have some fun with it. I really felt like LGD had a chance, enough where I was kind of, I usually pick what I think, but that was definitely a hard pick. And they have now officially broken my heart in Group Nirvana. Well, actually, they will break my heart if I don't see them in summer.
I mean,
still sad about that, but they are not playing like they deserve to play in summer right now, if I'm going to be honest.
They broke your heart. Monkey broke their hearts on the Viego, and it's all part of the cycle.
Oh, well played. Yeah, heartbreak. Okay, yeah. Nice.
I'm here every Wednesday. Actually, I don't know what our schedule is like for once we get into the...
I'm here a lot this next week.
I know you are. I took a look at your schedule. I was like, damn, Cubby's working.
Kelsey Pingbeach,
you are really embracing the
yeah, Kelsey Pingbeach is like, look, I know you put yourself at like 1 or 2 a week. I need you this week. And I was like, all right, looks like my schedule is just going to be doomed. It's fine. We'll cast some LPL games and have fun.
Just letting you know, chatters, if you're a Cubby fan, you're getting to eat good. And if you are not a Cubby fan, well, too bad.
I'll work on it, guys.
Yeah. we are, I guess we're awaiting the player of the game at this point. You know what?
It's Monkey.
Yeah. I mean,
we thought it could have been Vampire. We almost, if we had votes, I would have voted for Vampire.
Oh, okay, low key.
In the last one.
I would put Karis low key. It's probably gonna be Monkey, but I would put Karis.
It's Monkey. Yeah. It's Monkey.
Okay.
I would have put Taeyun before Karis.
Sure.
I thought Taeyun played really well actually that game.
I was just really impressed with the timings of the Unraveled Earth from Karis because it stopped a lot of engages and the walls were good. So
Tui strong, man. It's a pick where I feel like people don't like to play it in solo queue because it's kind of clunky to lane with. It's like different skills. You got to be really good in your movement. But by God, that Unraveled Earth and that Weaver's Wall at a high level, if you get any sort of setup off with that, it is an OP champion. That is for sure. Speaking of OP champs, how about Viego with a reset?
Yeah.
You a fan, Rafa?
Oh, I mean,
I know you're a fan.
I love seeing good Viego gameplay, man. That's just... yeah. No other thoughts. Honestly, you know what? Before we close out the series and start swapping over to our next caster pair for our next series between WE and Ultra Prime, I had something queued up, but we never got to see an Ezreal, and I don't care. We're still sending it because check this out. I mean, before then, Ezreal had a 20% win rate. And at some point during the broadcast, when Slayer was casting it, he mentioned, guys, I think Ezreal needs buffs. So that I clearly graphic design is my passion, as you can see. I put my heart and soul into this. If you hate it, screw you. Art is art, and this should be in the Louvre.
I just like, okay, we need to kill that phrase first off. Second off, I just like this because I feel like Slayer's face is actually something of a like delivery guy. It's like, here's your food, man. It's fine. he put the fries in the bag.
Well.
The face actually fits really well, yeah.
You know what this face also would fit well with? The template for the most interesting man meme from back in the day.
Really? Because for me, it's like the James Franco one where, like he's in the guillotine like first time. And I feel like that's me as an LGD fan now singing the lower bracket. It's like,
Well, if you guys are Slayer enthusiasts, lucky for you all, Slayer is actually casting next. And so we just wanted to get some playful banter because this is how much we adore and love Slayer. Just being able to really shine and adapt well to the pace of LPL and the nocturnal schedule along with the rest of us. But again, thank you all for tuning in. We still got one more series. It's another best of 3 between WE and Ultra Prime. And update the bracket actually. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's I want to see the updated bracket. Show it to me, producer Mickey. Bam! Look at that.
Red over blue.
Nope. Yep. Red versus blue, or blue versus red. And actually, it works in that order too. But yeah, y'all.
So far, Red's been owning.
Dude, Red has been owning.
It doesn't fit the narrative of Blue side,
No, it does not. But you know what? It does fit the season of Noxus because Noxus has red colors, and that's what we're going with.
We cracked the scripts.
Woo! Yeah, we did it. Anyway, we're gonna see you next time, whenever that next time will be. For now, give some love over to our boys Slayer and Alk as they'll be taking over for next series. See you after the break.
Stay Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Running, Lord, keep running.
Welcome, everybody, back to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as the second shift caster duo is here to bring you guys the final match to decide Group Ascent and Group Nirvana here. It's going to be myself, fresh off of apparently packing up fries in some bags. I've been hearing stuff about that before I got here. And
Show me the pog, bro. Show me the pog.
Show me the pog. We're going to get some pogs today, but I'm going to be joined by the one, the only Hulk Battery here. So we're going to jump right into things because this is not a normal pre-show. We obviously have the final series of this first start to Split 2, but let's introduce the challengers already, Ultra Prime, who are sitting pretty, waiting on the victor of our last map. Let's go look at that very roster here. Throw it up on the screen here. It is Q. Oh, this is WE. Well, you guys already saw them, but we'll run right through them real quickly. Cube in the top lane, Monkey in the jungle, Karis in the mid lane, Taeyu in AD carry, and Vampire at support.
We have to introduce this to all the Ultra Prime fans who specifically just woke up within the last 15 minutes because they thought the last series was going to take a little bit longer. Yeah,
Yep.
WE, obviously, some big question marks coming into this last chance qualifier. I know that Cubby said it there at the very end. We did not kind of think that WE would actually make this run, but similar to FPX, it seems like they're really starting to rally on this second day of the qualifier. So exciting to see what we get from them. Again, big question marks again, whether or not they're going to be able to pull it up against Ultra Prime here.
And Ultra Prime, we can now introduce to the table. Here we go. The squad that was waiting on that matchup we just talked about. Wanzhong in the top lane, Junhao at jungle, Saber in the mid lane, Wako to complete the AD carry spot, and Xiaosha, the newly minted support for Ultra Prime going forward here.
Super exciting stuff from Ultra Prime. I'll be completely honest. This team, I had very similarly coming into Split 2 to a team like WE. I thought this was going to be a bottom of the table, probably going forth, immediately qualifying into Group Nirvana. But so far, I think we've actually seen, not only with the addition of Xiaoxia into the roster in support, but also Junhao actually, I think, finding a little bit of his voice here on the squad. This team is starting to make waves. They are starting to improve. I think, yes, last night's series up against FPX, unfortunately, we saw some of the Ultra Prime of old, but hopefully, I think the solo laners of UP can maybe bring it to a WE who is starting to roll in momentum.
Maybe they can get a bit of a bonus from the fact that they will finally be playing their first best of 3 of Split 2 here, right? They've been locked into those BO1s where you can gamble a lot, you can grief some drafts. I still have Wako's Mel AP carry burned into my head. Can't believe I
don't
want
want to remember that game.
I'm not here to remember it either, but that's the unfortunate reality of the stats. So we'll see what Ultra Prime decide to cook up in this very draft. But it is important to remember that coming into this, did you expect this to be the final matchup for one of these promo spots? Did you expect FPX to be already in Group Ascend? Like, I want to get your vibe before we start this 1v1.
Yeah, well, obviously someone has to make it, and like we've been talking about for our promotion bracket, like, there are 4 teams, you play double elim. To answer it shortly, I didn't really expect FPX. I think we were really looking at like LGD and potentially Ultra Prime to make it on through with kind of the surge that UP were having at the end of placements. So to already see that FPX has qualified is cool, and kind of like what we've been talking about, there is only one last spot. To play in that Group Ascend, you're going to be playing double elim, double round, sorry, not double elim, you're going to be playing double round robin against the other 10 best teams here in the LPL versus that Group Nirvana where not only is it single round robin, but it's also going to be a potential for some of our teams to just be done here in the LPL for half of the year, basically, in June.
Yeah, if we have some time, Mickey, before this 1v1 starts, I really want to illustrate the point that Alt just made on screen. So if we could show the back half of the promotion. Oh, actually.
It's okay. Show the Ultra Prime clips. I'm okay with this, too. I love Ultra Prime.
Let's just put some gameplay out to the words the wise Alk is talking about right now on how Ultra Prime have really been able to find this new form that you're talking about here. And hey, they're going to done up against a Gwen. You know what? I see the Nefiri, but that's the Gwen right now. That's the Giga Gwen they just shut down.
Yeah, this is also a rematch. As you can kind of see, this is one of our matches that we got to see at the end here of our groups. It was actually the best of one coming into the qualifiers. And even if we look back at the actual placements, Team WE obviously were on different groups, so it was kind of exciting to see what we were going to get from them. Obviously, Junhao with this Nefiri has been doing work. And what I want to note here is, in between Split and Split 2 here, not only did they make a change in support, but for Ultra Prime in particular, I think we really got to see the solo laners, in particular Jung in the top lane, make a really big change in not only his champion pool and what he's been prioritizing, but from what we see from Ultra Prime. Even in this game, right, we have Rumble and Zed for our two solo laners. So far, Ultra Prime have really started to shore up some of their early game woes in the laning phase by merely just playing more lane dominant, a little bit some champions that have some agency very early on, and I think that has at least shored up some of the weaknesses, especially with changes in the meta like the lane swaps going away.
And what really, compounds that idea further is the fact that for a lot of these teams that we've been seeing, basically all the teams in the Pro Tournament, some of the other squads, that end up finishing third, fourth, after a disappointing split one, the conversation was always, all right, we're looking for some consistency and gel between the team and confidence, right? And I think, like you talked about, the Saber Zed pick, these more lane-dominant plays for Ultra Prime really shows that they have found some fluidity as a squad and some confidence as a squad that's all really going to come down a lot of their season to this one best of 3 up against WE.
Yeah, this is the part where kind of all of that work that they had done during Split 2 is going to potentially come at the head. And for WE, what we're going to be looking at for this squad is not only kind of rolling with the momentum of 2-0ing an LGD just a couple minutes ago, but can this team actually work? There were so many questions coming into Split 2 because they made, a single change in the jungle, but we haven't really seen some of the carries. Very early on in the year, we were looking at both Karis and Taeyun, but Taeyun, unfortunately, in the back half of Split 1 has kind of just tapered off almost completely, and even his ability in-game. So we're really reliant in looking at Taeyun. It was a graphic that we had earlier on the show, but Taeyun actually has the highest damage share on any in particular team for any one role just by himself. It says 32.8. It has changed in between last night's game, that best of one that he played, and then the best of 3 FPX. He has the highest individual damage share of any player in the league. It's not just his role. 33.1% is the highest on any individual team in the LPL, which is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, and imagine what he'd be doing if Ezreal was not weak. I'm kidding. I want to get that one out first.
Show the graphic, bro. Just want to show the graphic, bro. You just want to get humiliated.
Sometimes it's fun. As long as we're all having fun, I will willingly be the butt of the joke here. We talked a lot about how the changes from Split 1 to Split 2 have come. One thing that I like that hasn't changed about Ultra Prime, we see the walkouts. Still got that flashy royal purple, man. Every time I cast this team, I want to bring up how nice that purple looks. Even if they did get rid of the full one piece. But I don't know if anyone noticed. They're wearing the black pants now. It's not the full jumpsuit vibe anymore.
He's got the Lloyd fit from Spy Family. Our announcer, whoever was on stage, had the Lloyd fit. He just needed to rock some blonde hair. I saw the vision. Speaking a little bit less about fashion off the Rift and getting a little bit more into this game, for people who are just joining us, this is going to be our last best of series. It's going to be who is going to be moving on forward to Group Ascend, and obviously loser will end up going down into Group Nirvana. But to decide before we get there, we do have to play some of our 1v1s, which are making a return now that we're no longer playing best of ones double round robin. So interested to see what both of these teams, who exactly they're going to be sending up. I know we saw Karis in the last one.
Yeah, it was a mid laner battle. It was XQW versus Cars.
Yes.
It was very funny though because they both ended up picking totally over-torqued top lane champions. I always love when that happens. It's like, yes, mid laners. Maybe we'll get some cool picks. Nah, I'm just going to slam this AP volley.
It was Volibear and
Volibear
Gwen,
Gwen.
right?
Yeah, it was Volibear Gwen.
Yeah.
Just like two completely broken champions right now. So, hey.
That matchup is really not fun to play top lane, for what it's worth. As someone who played a little bit of Gwen before the changes, Volibear does all the wrong things to your champion. Like, before, obviously, they made her a bit stronger in the laning phase by taking away some of her power, but the fact that, like, this champion could literally just permatrade on you as Gwen, and you're just like, oh, cool, now there's a Volibear, and he's like, he gets to clear the minion wave if I'm ever fighting him because of his passive. Oh, we're not doing the 1v1. Okay. I guess
okay,
Ultra
wait,
Prime.
wait.
I guess Ultra Prime as a
they have
benefit
side
from coming
selection?
from the upper bracket.
Yeah.
Maybe. All right. Well, Ultra Prime. Okay, cool. We don't even have to do any stupid talk about a 1v1. Getting right into draft here of game 1 here in this series. Big changes, obviously. Nefiri, we're expecting to see a Gwen here on red side, but obviously things like the Jax have been available.
Yeah. So those are the big proud champions. Ultra Prime on that blue side. They see the Nefiri taking away the Sejuani.
Okay.
So it's a ton of the top jungle picks. You just lock in the Vi here for Junhao. So that's pretty safe. I'm curious what the mid lane pairing is going to be. I know there's still a lot of options, but the Aurora is definitely the most common Vi pairing with mid jungle. We'll have to see where Ultra Prime goes on that side. As WE had a lot of really good, they have a lot of good AD carry options left up here. Taeyun's Ezreal does not get banned this time. Curious to see if they'll prioritize that.
Yeah, WE have put a large focus, mostly, especially in Split 2, when we look at Taeyun's champion pool. It's 5 games of Ezreal, 2 Varus, and a Corki. So, insane. 8 games, 5 of them on a single champion here, as WE
like
picking
me,
up
for real.
Rise here for Karis. I wonder if on the back end, if we're going to still see a Gwen as the answer. Particularly, we have seen this increase in level of performance from a player like Jung. He's had a little bit more gold intake. He's really ramped up his damage share, and I think that reflects mostly in his champion pool, moving away from Cassante and Jax, and really kind of more moving into our Mbessas and Gwen and Rumbles, like we see here. So Ultra Prime playing a little bit of a, like, play fast composition. You have this Rumble with this Vi ultimate to kind of set up for a whole lot of damage, and then you have this Talia Vi as a pair, which are going to be very dangerous in fighting picks.
There's just, I love the aggressiveness you're talking about with the jungle pick behind the territory you could set up with this, you called it out, Rumble and Talia ultimate. But the Gwen was not going to make it through the first phase, as it rarely has when left up. Cube is going to gobble that one up. So we'll see the Gwen versus Rumble matchup, which I do think is a very intriguing one, as the LPL still tries to discover what can kind of punish a blind or into a counter pick route, or a Gwen in general.
Yeah, Gwen usually opting to run Exhaust a lot in these matchups, so Rumble typically very good into melees. We'll see how that ends up shaking on out. Second half of the bans, though, we noted there were no AD carries picked up quite early, and I think this really might hurt WE, as they've had, again, such a large focus on making sure that Taeyun has the tools to be able to stay safe, as he is the biggest win condition for this team every single game.
So Ezreal was the most obvious ban. Curious
Varus
if Varus
next,
is
probably.
Yeah, I feel that's how we're on the same page, right? So Varus, Ezreal. It wouldn't be a good game for him to go Ziggs, obviously, now with 2 AP solo lanes. So this would force Taeyun to already dip into his limited champion pool, like we've talked about, as one of the highest damage members of the LPL currently. We'll have to see. I feel like this is just an obvious Varus ban. No, they're going to leave the Varus up, so is this just an immediate, okay,
wow.
So not
All
the
right.
Varus.
They want to make sure that he gets comfort, recognizing what he wants to play. It can still play into Varus. I think Varus into this composition can be fine. Also still opts for stuff like an Edge of Night or even a Zonia's if he starts to tech into some of that AP that we were talking about. But here for Ultra Prime, a couple of answers. We could still see the Ashe Braum like we saw from LGD in the last game. Or if, we're kind of looking at what they would want, they kind of a similar overlap, especially in terms of AD carries. The ability to just sit in mid and give your AD carry kind of free lane pressure, as well as being able to clear mid when we kind of park them in that lane, is very important. So here for Wako, he's been someone who's been a little bit adventurous, for better or for worse, like we were kind of noting with some of his champion picks, and especially how he plays in some of these fights.
He does have to be a pretty happy camper to end up with a B5 Varus. That's a rarity in the LPL. And the Corki for Taeyun. So I know all because we were watching the previous series. A couple of times you thought a Corki angle would be a good move here for Taeyun, but what do you think about this Corki angle now that we're actually getting it in the series up against Ultra Prime?
I think WE have such a robust composition. You think of how strong these champions are going to be later into the game, especially on 2 and 3 items, and then you look at how much HP pools they're going to have. I feel like Ultra Prime are going to, again, like we said early on, I feel like the Varus and the Rel still accentuate these kind of makings of a pick composition. You want to be able to play at range, let them get poked out by stuff like the Rumble Ultimate and the Varus, and then you just have Vi and Talia be able to kind of knock over the rest of those pins. So as long as this game goes late, we are going to be favoring Team WE, but Ultra Prime have shown that they really want to play in those first 15 minutes and try to take an advantage. So my eyes in particular are looking at some early grubs. When you have something like a Gwen, I feel like you cannot be giving over this these objectives.
And what even further emphasizes what you're saying, Alk, is I think not to discredit WE's 2 over LGD, but the LGD were making mistake after mistake in that critical 15-minute window right off the bat in the game. So if Ultra Prime come in playing with that same style they've adopted since going to Split 2, but do it with in a pretty clean sense, I think they are my favorite to come out of this game like you're talking about, and are definitely going to be threatening for WE compared to what we might have just seen from LGD. But who knows what happens once you go on to the Rift. We've seen crazier already today, I would argue, already since the promotion tournament started. And we'll see if Ultra Prime are up to the task to clear themselves a bit better than the competition, as, like you mentioned, not even necessarily expected to potentially even be down here when people went into that FPX game. But all that's in the past. We are in the present. We are deciding the final 2 spots. Group Nirvana, Group Ascend. These 2 teams are going opposite ways after the end of this best of 3. Who can start out with the best foot forward?
All right, 40 seconds, you know. Still making a 5-point here, just getting a little bit of early vision. I think that Monkey on this Xin Sao has so much added utility. I think having the ultimate to suddenly make a lot of Ultra Prime's damage nullified does actually end up kind of adding more to that theme that I was talking about earlier of how deceptively tanky I think some of Team WE can be. So early vision onto Monkey is obviously going to be very important. Oh, he's just going straight on in. Okay, I mean, it's good for the mid lane matchup, but Monkey is going to take a little bit of a chunk there, and still that ward is going to be available for Ultra Prime.
We got to remember Monkey's coming off a Nefiri game and a Viego game, and those 2 champions are all about 1v1s and going all in. So maybe, you know, still feels the vibe of that even on the Xin Zhao. We'll have to see.
A little bit of respect check on the Saber. He was like, if no one else is here, I'm walking at you, dog. Like, you can't stop me.
We got a lot of people walking at each other right now as Vampire's already looking to get early trades into Xiaoxia. We do see it's going to be the lethal tempo Varus here from Wako. What's the 4-1-1 on that, Hulk?
I feel like this is going to be better, but how many times is Wako actually going to be allowed to auto-attack in this fight, right?
Question, right?
You imagine there might be a Nautilus constantly disrupting you, and we'll have to see how this early lane phase goes, because Corki and Nautilus level 2 spike is a lot more powerful than Ultra Prime. You already see they're forcing the issue.
This guy's predicting the future right now. Xiaoxia gets the Ignite thrown over his head and will definitely have to take a quick reset. So Vampire and Taeyun. Rafa, after they got off of the first W series, talked about, hey, does Taeyun finally have the support of Vampire to be a real threat in this promotion tournament? Through the early 2.5 minutes we've seen of this series, I definitely would back that sentiment for now.
Man, well, I thought we weren't going to do the glazing.
Hey.
It's not even 3 minutes into the game. We're already giving this guy props.
I'm giving him secondary props. I'm giving the boy Rafa primary props. It just, unfortunately, that does also give Vampire props. It's like props distributed. Flashes distributed in the mid lane. All right, Saber and Karis are going to be flashless. Let's see if our junglers can tune into that going forward.
Yeah, both junglers are on the top side, but obviously Monkey taking a bit of a disruptive
Oh
path.
my lord.
Oh my god. Why didn't we just wait? Karis was going to walk up anyway with the stun, or with the root, sorry. So why not just go for it? And now Monkey has completely ruined his game at this point, because he did 4 camps, went mid, was looking for an invade on top side, but Jinhao has already finished 5 of his camps. So he has a pretty large experience lead for right now. And now Monkey's not even going to go for red buff, so he's going to be down, I think, in terms of combat prowess. We are TPing on this.
for blue buff.
Okay.
We were TPing,
And he still gets
it. And he's out.
Get me out.
Oh my god, that is the most valuable blue buff I've ever seen in the first 4 minutes of a League of Legends game.
I mean, Jinhao's now just going to be able to recall. He'll have, a couple of answers into bottom lane wave. We'll see what this actually ends up looking like. I don't think it matches. Oh, the fact they actually canceled Saber's recall is a bit back-breaking right there. He's going to do it again. So another 8 seconds. Also still has to teleport back into mid. But I do want to see Jinhao potentially look for a dive onto this bottom lane wave. Maybe apply some pressure. Let's try to leverage the fact that we still have the Ignite over them. Maybe get some summoner spells here from the side of Team WE's bottom lane.
Ooh, he does Faultbreaker over the wall to avoid that. Raptor Pit Ward, also an option. Karis is flashless without Realm Warp, right? Still level 4. The wave is crashing against him, though. I forgot about that hugely stacked wave. So bottom lane could be the play. Junhao looking just to see where the camp timers are for Monkey. He's not going to find anything to steal away, except this Gromp that just spawned up. But not going to have to worry about Grubs coming online just yet. So Junhao could have had the space to create for that, but Vampire is going to deny.
I think that's actually really smart. Good job from Team WE calling over their bottom lane. It does mean that Junhao, obviously,
Vampire,
he
right?
still has a bit of it. Yeah, I think he still has a. Oh, this could be a very easy solo kill. Junk does have to be careful. Again, keep having the exhaust. It's always going to be playable. But for Jinhao now, he has a lot of options. There's still, like you were saying, no flash here for Karis. There are those grubs spawning in 50 seconds, so I think we're already starting to see that Ultra Prime are going to make that move and eventually start to move Xiaoxia up into the top lane.
I could just tell Cube is waiting for Needlework to come around to try and force this, and it is that one minion. Yeah, that minion will give Needlework. Wonder if he just goes for the all-in on this next wave coming up, or at least try and deny Zhang off of it. Nothing really manifesting for now, as we do see out of base, Xiaoxia is going to move himself over towards the mid lane. Both supports looking to fight for this Grub, so our first Bane skirmish might come 4v4 style at the Grub pit here.
And there will be a small period of time as Wako is catching this bottom lane wave that Taeyun will have an advantage. See, already almost halfway out through the base, Wako just now channeling the recall. So I wonder if there will be enough time here for Team WE, but it looks like instead they're mostly just jockeying for position to control mid-wave, reinforce the fact that Saber does not have this flash, as is Talia, can be very dangerous to walk up. You already see they're going to try and walk together.
Yeah, he's going to face check it. Crashdown does comes across. Vampire's losing HP rapidly. Both supports, who's going to fall first? It's going to be a trade, but on the top side, it looks like Cube gets the win with the help of Monkey. So across the map, an early win for WE in the gold, right where they want it, on their Corki and on their Gwen.
And that was a couple of summoner spells traded, but now it's going to be the 3 grubs on top of that. Team WE come out really far ahead in this trade. As again, we saw Taeyun end up making that move into mid, ends up being there before the Varus, and we get to see what exactly happened. Top side, not much for Zhang to do. Again, that exhaust is so dangerous. And we get to take a look again at this play. Look at where the Varus is. I mean, look at how much damage and I think the utility that Vampire was able to get down. Karis is obviously doing his best on this Rise. And I love this Realm Warp, really creative use to be able to secure their AD carry's position in this fight. What I want to see now from Ultra Prime is you're going to have level 6 on Vi. Can we set up on a bot lane dive? He just knew he's under so much pressure here in this mid lane. Saber.
Oh, here's the second flash. Monkey nearly finds the kill, but that's a huge seismic shove, and Saber's going to limp away. Definitely walking the tightrope that is known as a gray screen.
They're going to try and go for something on mid, waiting for Xiaoxia and the rest of Wako. Wako does have ultimate. They do have 2 of them available, getting them some movement speed. Junk cannot move.
Okay, he's going to flash for it onto Monkey. Does not have the Crescent Guard. Remember, just used it on the play to Saber. Another flash comes across, so they really want Wako to get this kill. And they committed a whole lot of summoners for it, but they might get a double up here, depending on how sneaky Karis is going to be able to get.
You can just TP out of here.
Yep, he's out. Vaultbreaker can't get close enough. But still a win there for Ultra Prime, getting a big kill back to Wako. So both of our marksmans now get an early gold boost.
Yeah, but look at how many summoner spells were traded out of that. Obviously, Monkey using his first to grab that kill onto Saber. Saber losing his preemptively. Same with now Wako and Junhao to get those ultimates. And now it's going to be plates here for Team WE. this game feels really wonky. I'm
with you.
I'm kind of getting this like urge from both teams where they're like, we need to go for every kill. We need to just keep this game accelerated because they don't
Bird
want
flashes.
like a second of like hesitancy from either team, because that suddenly might just be the mind killer.
You know, I'm with you when I'm watching two mid laners burn their flash twice in a row off cooldown.
It makes sense for Karis at least.
It does.
In this matchup, like when you're playing Ryze, I think a lot of people are like so focused on just like EQ, trying to get the Doinby combo as fast as possible. But Flash EW is just like really unplayable. Like there's like very rare counterplay up against it because it's quite literally a point and click route. That's as good a setup as you're going to get from a mid lane, especially from Ryze very early on. So I like the attempt, just I don't know how many times we're actually going to be able to punish a Ryze without Flash with the composition we're getting from Ultra Prime, who honestly don't even have that much of a gold lead. It's only 700 in favor of Team WE, but you know, we're looking at them already having some of those grubs, which were again another objective we were looking for Ultra Prime to take.
He's going to drift back towards that grub pit in about a minute 20. We'll see if any of these players can get that first big item break point. Not going to likely be either of our marksmen. Maybe looking towards a Sundered Sky finish for Junhao by that point. But definitely going to be the hot topic on the Rift is going to be Ultra Prime needing to deny those grubs because, I mean, how much of a death sentence Hulk is it for a Ryze and a Gwen to have 6 grubs behind them?
It's going to be so disgusting. I mean, who on the side of Ultra Prime is really going to be able to deal with them individually, even without having the grubs? And then you obviously add that factor in it, it makes it very unplayable. So already Vampire is here, at least around mid lane. Xiaoxia helping his bottom lane partner to be able to clear this wave. You see that Team WE taking a really strong stance around the mid lane so that they can choose which option, which objective that they want to play for. Seems like they want to try to help Taeyun connect into this play and then move into top side. So while they're doing all this, Ultra Prime, even if they want to walk into that river, they're going to walk over Vision. They're going to have to clear out this if they want to try to contest properly. So I like what Team WE are playing for right now. Maybe even looking for a dive and willing to give this up.
Not a bad trade, right? Because you already got the 3 in your kit and caboodle, and why not just use the vision wards that you have? Monkey going into Xiaoxia, maybe not recognizing that Saber was also on the roam over there. So that is the Crescent Guard down for Monkey, and I know Alki pointed out how valuable that is into Ultra Prime's comp. Will not be available. Neither will the grubs at all, as Junhao, quick on the trigger, jumps right onto that camp, and shouldn't really be contested at all. So despite how much momentum 6 grubs or even just 1 might could have been for a Gwen Ryze solo lane comp, we're just going to split them.
Yeah, I think this is perfectly fine. They wanted to make sure they get gold, which has kind of been the game plan for Team WE the entire split long. Even when you look back in split 1, we saw the makings of a Taeyun and 4 wards, and that has not been any different here in split 2, even going into the last chance qualifier. We talked about it. He has the highest damage share out of any individual player on any team when Zhang is here with the 1v1.
He doesn't even need to use the exhaust. Maybe he does now, and probably should have burned it earlier. Zhang's going to be able to get out with Flash burned, but that is Cube still building up a gold lead that's minuscule now, but will only scale in power.
Yep, and it's funny to see, right, because Zhang has been kind of the solo lane guy. He was, we like colloquially like called him 1v1 Zhang, and it seems like he's not getting the better of that right now. Maybe later. We haven't still seen Ultra Prime really set up as a 5-man unit, which is really where I think this composition does lie. Saber can move on over, and we'll see if the Weaver's Wall ends up being more impactful, but around this dragon, I have to imagine that WE feel really strong. Look at the item spikes that they have right now. Rod of Ages already completed here for Karis. You have a Trinity Force here for Taeyun. Even the Sundered Sky coming in for Monkey. So many items that make it very difficult for your opponents to play.
But Xiaoxia wants to go for the engage. There's the Weaver's Wall. They're using the map very, very well. Finally, it's Ultra Prime teaming up with their Vi Talia combination, and they're going to pick off a Monkey who was played for Dragon, all on his lone side.
Wow. Slight improper timing there on the Crescent Guard for Monkey. We'll probably catch it in the replay, but really good way of canceling the crowd control coming out from Junhao with the ultimate. So grabbing themselves 2 Dragon. Maybe that's one way that we can kind of see them continue to pivot in this game. Maybe go towards some of those souls. It is going to be an Infernal Soul, so quite powerful for some of the damage that we're going to be seeing out from this team. And right now, Team WE, despite losing this, are really heavily prioritizing just getting gold on their carries and getting them onto some of these champions so that they can hit their item breakpoints rather quickly.
In case anybody is watching on a mobile device, it's hard to zoom in on the map state, and they're wondering why WE have a big gold advantage right now. I want to make sure it's known that up to this point, Ultra Prime have not taken a single plate off of any 3 of these turrets. That's what's the difference. And it's going to stay that way as plates drop off at the 14-minute mark. So that is, along with that first turn in the bottom lane, what is really bringing a lot of the gold over top for WE.
There are also some minor CS advantages as well in the top side here. Cube, Monkey, and Cars having over their opponents. So what I want to see now coming into this, around that 14-minute mark now, we do have the Herald spawning in 2 minutes. What I'm looking at from WE is how they're going to be able to play the map. I think one of the problem points that I've had with Karis, especially here in Split 2, has been, I think some of his map play does look weak, but I think part of that can be attributed to being, unfortunately, part of one of the losingest rosters in the league right now. This is why we had such low expectations for this Team WE roster, was them coming in at 4th, barely winning any games the entirety of 2025.
Now they're in pretty good position to take a lead, playing for a Group Ascend spot, and playing at a different level, it seems, ever since the promotion tournament came around. I know a lot of people have given valid credit to Taeyun, but just focusing in on today, and I liked how it was brought up from Rafa and Cubby. Yes, Monkey did get to play Viego Nefiri, one of the very busted champions right now, but I don't really want to dock him too much for playing overpowered champions because you still need to pilot them well. And
yes,
Monkey,
that's true.
Monkey looked like the player WE wanted to bring in that series against LGD. Maybe one mistake at that Dragon Pit is marring him a bit here up against Ultra Prime, but these guys clicking together, like we've talked about since we got on here, finding cohesion, finding confidence, is what's going to get you a Group Ascend spot between these 2 squads. And right now, so far, for the most part, it's been WE on the Rift.
It's so funny how these 2 organizations took kind of similar paths but diverging routes as to how they got here to this moment. When you look at their roster construction for Ultra Prime, it was bringing over 2 players from the LCP, or previously the PCS, in Wako and Jung. But then for WE, they brought over 2 players from the LCK, or the LCK Challengers League, with Karis and Taeyun. So kind of interesting to see, what the better of the 2 in terms of which kind of roster dynamics exactly were, more successful here. As now we're seeing Ultra Prime losing access to the Herald, but you still have this Talia wall and potentially caging them in with a Rumble.
Vampire,
oh my god.
He's going to hit the dredge line. The rest of the team is going to try to burn through Xiaoxia. He does get a crash down before falling. There's the cease and desist as they single out Monkey off to the side. But the Crescent Guard buying so much space for this Xin Zhao. Rift Herald in the middle of it all, down to about 3K. Junhao's going to take the blast cone over. And I smell a 50-50 for good old Shelly here. They're going to try not to let Junhao in. He's going to vault break over, steal the Herald away, and Monkey does not have the Crescent Guard to protect him this time round. Zhang is running wild with the Flame Spinner, going to hit the Fade away W as well. The solo lanes saving Ultra Prime, and it's Saber to hit the Seismic Shove to send it home. That's the UP we want to see tonight.
Why are we giving over space? Good job coming in from Ultra Prime. Really strong fight, and I love how they were able to set up with the solo lanes here. My eyes immediately go on to how Saber, not only with this Talia wall, kind of cuts off one of the ways they could play, but then this equalizer on top of the Varus ultimate, getting so many members and cutting open this fight. Taeyun's doing no damage this entire time, and slowly they get to play out the rest of this fight. I think what's going to really hurt WE coming out of this play is not only did they lose the objective, but how many summoner spells they ended up losing afterwards. Taeyun, no flash, no cleanse, and even losing this Herald. I mean, it's fine, right? You're making the flip, but all of these flashes now gone is just going to hurt, and I love what we got from Jung.
I think we're seeing the shortcoming that you kind of highlighted a bit all in draft with this Corki pick, right? Such a strong marksman right now in the meta in so many facets, but that low range really going to hurt Taeyun, and all the damage percentage truthers might see a stark drop-off, but maybe W will look to fight as close as possible. That seismic
Vampire?
shove again from Saber just eliminates Vampire. Crashdown going to come across, but it's the cease and desist to lock Monkey in place, and the Crescent Guard will not save him when the rest of Ultra Prime are on top of him. The Equalizer piercing arrow to bring it home. Ultra Prime have awoken out of that slumber of an early game and exploded onto the Rift.
This is an amazing start to this game. A bit slow, right at 18 minutes. We only have just gotten a lot of action recently, but now they're going to be able to grab the Rift Herald. Now they grab the third to Dragon as well, putting them on Soul Point. Ultra Prime came to play. They knew when their items were going to be able to spike, when their champions are going to be at a pretty good apex here. 10-4 is now the lead, but they only have 1,000 gold in their pocket. Some of this... We get to see exactly what happened here. Oh, it was only him by himself here. Karis wanted to really overload on one side, but I don't know what to say here, Slayer. I'm now looking at a Varus with 2 items, has even upgraded boots, is going to have that on-hit Varus with 3 items coming up soon afterwards. That's a very tough pill to swallow if you're Team WE.
And I think it's only going to get worse, and we're going to see in this replay. I want to highlight...
I'm not glazing Vampire for this, dog.
No. I'm glazing Xiaoxia, because I think Saber and Xiaoxia are creating enough space for Wako to just min-max on this lethality Varus. Look how many autos and piercing arrows this guy gets off untouched. Wako never gets hit in this fight at any point. The turret is the only one doing damage to him.
I love what we've gotten from Ultra Prime in terms of an evolution. In the first split of LPL this year, Ultra Prime looked like a team that couldn't even really operate at a laning phase. We saw specifically Saber really have a hard time playing here in the LPL up against players like Xiaohu. But so far in Split 2, I feel like they've started to massage some of that, make it a little bit better here. And obviously Team WE are not going up against, or not the likes of a Weibo or the like, but so far Ultra Prime have definitely started to bring it together. And now they're in a position where in 3.5 minutes, every 5 minutes anyway for Team WE, they're going to have to answer for a soul.
Right now, they're going to have to really contend with how Voracious Otacon is going to stretch the map when talking about those dragons. Definitely doesn't help that neither top lane tier 1 turret is down, so the wave state battle is going to be even more exacerbated. But Ultra Prime are looking for one deadly flank here. Vampire does not know what's awaiting him over that wall. It's going to be Xiaoxia that uses his Hex Flash to get over, but Ultra Prime are a little bit wary of committing towards such a big flank until Junhao steps up.
Okay, how fast can they make this play? Cube still has to teleport for this.
Weaver's Wall, not going to cut really anybody off for WE. The equalizer needs to be huge, but Taeyu does get out of it. Vampire goes in with the dredge line, but it's on to Junhao. And once again, Vampire a little far up on his lonesome. Dies before Cube can even teleport in for the flank, but doesn't even really want the flank because he's getting a cease and desist over the top of his face. The exhaust doing a ton for Zhang to not get the damage out he needs. And Cube is able to trade out Junhao for now. Monkey's Crescent Guard buys him enough space, and now we have a very, very big 4v4. But Ultra Prime not holding on to the jungler, but maybe they don't need it with Saber finding the seismic shove of destiny. Now Karis has to flash out. Saber's still firing stone after stone, but he just won his squad a narrow fight win right in front of Otacon.
I think that Ultra Prime were very lucky to come out of that with at least a small advantage there, because Team WE, they wanted to overforce, overload onto one side of the map, grab themselves a turret, and then look for a recall, potentially go for a contest on the Otacon maybe a little bit afterwards, maybe get some items. But here in the replay, from this point on, I feel like this should have been WE really in a good spot. The equalizer barely getting damage here onto Taeyun, but that Corki is dealing no damage during all of this. They're waiting for Cube to get into the back line.
Yeah, just the desync for the starts of these fights here. I mean, what does this look like if Vampire's Dredge Line goes in as Cube teleports in, right? And it's those small cohesion mistakes that I've really marred a lot, really every team in the promotion tournament for why they're here, and it's coming up at the worst time for WE.
I love that we're getting these picks from Sabres, although now we're here at 22.5 minutes. We're getting the TPs. We're fighting again around the Otacon.
How many teams have thrown their leads in the LPL around Voracious Otacon? That's a huge wall, though, coming across from Saber. Wako and Vampire are on the wrong side of it.
They've leashed it now.
Yeah, free leash. The Monkey, are you really just going to give this Otacon here? He's going to look for the fight into Xiaoxia, but Xiaoxia's going to flash, get a huge crash down. He's locking up both of the carries on his own, so the Ultra Prime can step up as a squad. Cease and desist down onto Karis Junhao. Don't know if you win this 1v1, buddy. Vampire's going to swing over next. Saber's going to get a ton of damage done by the
This
Otacon.
Otacon is winning.
Otacon is MVP right now in this fight. Round more from Karis. Used to get back towards his team. Otacon is still yet to reset at nearly under 3k damage, but it's Ultra Prime. They can't stay for it anymore. They've taken too much damage. The reset bails them out from releashing Otacon over to WE. This is getting wacky, Hulk. I don't know who's going to end up with this one. 50-50s.
Oh,
Who
Wako,
knows?
Wako!
But Karis into Wako. The barrier saves
got
it.
it!
And the Voracious Otacon is secured by Junhao. Boy, was that anything but clean. Still a win for Ultra Prime after it all.
At that point, look, we're playing in the last chance qualifier. These are the third place teams from all of our groups, and they are just getting right down into the mud. They do not care as to how cleanly it needs to be. They just want to be able to say that they made it into Group Ascend over their opponents. As we look at this replay, so much to go over. I like the idea of a flank here from Vampire. This crash down, like you had noted during the call between the top and support of Ultra Prime, opens up this play. Wonjong living is great. He invests his own flash, but he doesn't have teleport. So this entire next portion of play is going to have to be between these 8 players. As Karis is again the only one. He escapes, but why are we still contesting? Why are we still here? We've now spent like 5+ minutes in the Otacon top brush for so long.
I see a Weaver's Wall.
Picture.
Has caught Vampire out of his dredge line. Xiaoxia silencing any doubt that he may be the more powerful support in this matchup. And yeah, that is Infernal Soul. Man, what Voracious Otacon can do for a team is wondrous on the Rift.
And you look at the gold leads individually, it's not that much except for our 80 carries. This was not the matchup that we thought coming into this day that necessarily we were going to be able to see. A lot of gold has gone over to the side of Wako. Observer showing us the potential for a flank teleport. Karis already getting set up, trying to stay in Fog of War. But Taeyun has been big man on campus for Team WE. And Wako, fair share of criticism, has had some games where he just goes a little too far, tries to sacrifice and get a little too much into the face of the opponents and jeopardizes some of the games of Ultra Prime. Not here in this game.
And again, when we talked about how Ultra Prime had started leveling up, you mentioned the old moniker for Zhang of the 1v1 Zhang, right? The guy that can win the solo lane. Saber picking Zed in a game to try and run away and win. It is pretty cool to see Ultra Prime now, you know, going with a Talia for Saber, a supportive setup Vi, that they're once again leaning on Wako to really bring a ton of the damage. And awesome for Ultra Prime fans to see him not disappoint in the slightest in this game, like you mentioned.
Yeah, think about the experience differential between some of these players. Not just in the game, but out externally. Saber, this is his first year playing in Tier 1. He was on Ultra Prime's youth team in the Ultra Prime Academy. Zhang playing over in LCP. He only had 1 year of playing in the PCS.
All right, let's see how powerful this Gwen is. Oh, I was getting a little scared there. Junhao should be able to pick up the kill through the healing, and Karis has teleported in. Thinks he has a 1v1. Doesn't have a 1v2. He has himself a 1 versus 3. The whole squad pulled up, but Karis put on some fancy footwork here to buy some time. Monkey is here. Seraph's still getting a ton of value. Equalizer down. Flash forward from Monkey. Wants one. Gets Zhang. Does find that kill. Trades himself out and valiantly saves Karis, who does burn both summoners in the exchange.
So did Monkey, though. Monkey tried to flash W and I guess try to find a play. I feel like WE are starting to reach, and that gold is starting to climb now. It's been pretty even for most of the game, but now with an Infernal Soul, I feel like WE are kind of just throwing themselves at the wall and trying to see anything will stick here. The point I was trying to make beforehand is that solo lanes here for Ultra Prime, very raw, and Wako is a player who, coming from the PCS, has so much experience playing in multiple different worlds coming through, and obviously also a role swap from some other lanes in previous years, so trying to hopefully build around this player here as they start up the Baron.
Yeah, this Baron, start up, this thing's gone.
It
is in the hands of Ultra Prime. Vampire in the middle of everybody on Ultra Prime once more, but Wako's damage is ludicrous. Cube is going to find the shutdown, but it's a fleeting hope. I don't care how overtuned this Gwen is. 1 versus 4 means squat. Shutdown from Wako, but another huge win for Ultra Prime. This game feels done and dusted.
Yeah, they have 5. They don't have all the grubs, but I mean, you have so much damage, and now with this Baron buff, Monkey's the last one. If anything, he's probably just saving his team right now from losing the game outright, because those two are not hitting on mid turrets.
Oh my god. Saber's damage with Infernal Soul is big. But yeah, I think that's a good point to make. Maybe could have threatened the end there. It does help the Nexus starts to respawn. That's really slowed teams down from pushing too ham into the base. So they'll play it respectfully. Ultra Prime grab themselves the inhibitor, break open the base, and now can reset as we get another look at this Baron fight that was kind of over when it started.
Yeah, so one, Taeyun comes into this fight with very little mana, especially as a Corki, one of the resources you really have to try to balance around. Monkey is nowhere near this play. Why are we going for this? At least let's link up with our Rise so that we can Realm Warp everybody in afterwards. If we chase them out of the pit, WE are just kind of running in and slowly, if not surely, making sure this game ends within the next 3 minutes.
I don't know what Mark and I don't know what Rafa and Cubby were talking about with this Vampire guy. That's the 4th fight in a row. I'm sorry, I'm going to do it. That was the 4th fight in a row where Vampire is just in the middle of Ultra Prime, like 5 seconds before his team is actually ready to fight.
Yeah, maybe Vampire just has a crush on Mark. Maybe Mark has been, sending love letters over, kind of trying to court Vampire. He's like, look, Cubby's not doing it for me at home. He hasn't been playing duo queue with me. Why not? I get it.
You know what I have to say to that? Okay, I'll hold the point here, as we might have Monkey just.
I think you could say WE are losing this game.
Yeah, Cyber gets another great seismic shove, sets up the cease and desist. Judao's going flying in for Karis, who does pop the stasis, but it is a short-lived trip out of it, as another kill is picked up, and this should be Ultra Prime putting the finishing touches on not the cleanest game, but once we came out to 5v5s, once we got out of lanes, Ultra Prime just looked like the more cohesive, polished, and better team to kick off this best of 3 that will decide which one of our 2 squads we're watching now goes to Group Ascend and goes to Group Nirvana. And if this keeps up the way Ultra Prime has started, we will be out of here with that answer as quick as possible.
Yep. Here we go. 26-7, 30-minute game coming in from Ultra Prime. I love this. I don't know if maybe it's because Kelsey has just been out of the office for a little bit. She's been hanging out with some of the Boise kids to kind of help out the students. But ever since she has not been here, Ultra Prime started to perform. Yeah, I think we need to keep her away from the boys. She was a big Ultra Prime fan for the past couple of years, so I get it. But maybe the less involved she is, the better. It's a painful relationship there.
Yeah, and I think this is no better time than now, because I know we didn't get to do it with the fact there was no 1v1. We jumped right into draft.
Yeah.
Just after this game 1 win for Ultra Prime, Mickey, our producer, if you could throw up the second half of the format graphic, because I really want to just nail home what the winner and loser of this series looks like, right? Because if you, Ultra Prime, right now, if you are up 1-0, you go to Group Ascend, and that allows you to play for Worlds contention just by being in that group.
Again, big caveats there. Double round robin. Top 4 teams immediately qualify for playoffs. And bottom 6 do have to play a play-in stage. So there would still need to be a lot of work done here for Ultra Prime to start contesting for some of those spots. But yes, there is a possibility that this team is able to make a pretty deep run. And like you were saying, the other half of that is going into Group Nirvana, where you have the potential to get knocked out and eliminated for the rest of the year sometime in June. So very cutthroat format, especially. And here for Ultra Prime, we kind of talked about it a little bit from draft. There wasn't much in that game, but we come out of this now. Gwen already on the table here in Fearless, taken away. Corki now and Varus away from Taeyun. We saw the Ezreal ban already, so some of the big carries, some of the champions that I think WE has been really reliant on to make sure that Taeyun is such a big factor in their victories is now gone.
Is it important to mention, though, on the flip side of that, while it's a little bit more minimal, right? You do get Zhang off the Rumble that he's been very powerful on by this point. You take away the vibe for Junhao. Just like some small fleeting wins here for WE. Like, Fearless always starts to kneecap both teams, right? But I'm glad you pointed out, Og, this is definitely going to be a tougher thing for WE to solve. At the very least, we expect them to take advantage of the very popular blue side. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves for now. Let's make sure to appreciate the damage graph. And for the first time in a while, I don't see Taeyun having nearly 40% of his damage share.
No. That's I mean, it's sad. I feel like he wasn't really connected with a lot of the fights. We didn't really get to pull in our hopefully strong enough AD carry. Didn't even really get to finish Muramana until the very end of that
No.
game. And I know we were kind of talking about it. Some of that early game was a bit hectic. We had a lot of stuff go on in the first 10 minutes. But I really want to credit the improvement that we have gotten from the solo lanes here of Ultra Prime. Jong,
Yes.
in particular, has done a lot better job of being more contributing to team fights. And Saber, I think, finding his kind of angles here. Sometimes, obviously, we've seen him on these melee carries, like the Trendamir that we got from him all the way back in Split 1, or the
Yep.
Zed that we've been getting more recently. But I think the new look here for Ultra Prime has really started to help and bring this team together and kind of hopefully round them out to be a much stronger team than we expected.
And you got to be as strong as you can, even looking forward if you want to go toe-to-toe with the best of the best in the LPL, if they accomplish their goal and reach Group Ascend. But I think this is the greatest fight. I want to transition into some of these. It's actually, I forgot how many fights we had at Octagon. We had like 3, so it's the later fight. My point being here, all transitioning into MVP talk, I think Saber's a really good pick, but
For
Xiaosha
sure.
on this rel was really a sleeper for some of these engages. And that big Octagon fight, there was the whole flip. How different does it look if he doesn't section off 2 of the carries with a full crash down? I think he deserves at least a look from this one.
Yeah,
There
I
it
could
is.
definitely agree with that. This is definitely a lot better. I just think that Saber, for someone who got so hard focused in lane versus the Rise, which fair
That's a good
enough, you're
point.
playing Talia, you typically don't have a lot of agency very early on, especially without your summoner spells. But Saber actually, I think, had a really good rebuttal coming into this game, and we got to see that Talia really work in spades against some of the immobile members here of Team WE.
Once again, I'm all on the Saber player of the game track, but I just want to throw some Xiaosha's way, especially when we've talked about how Rafa and Cubby left the bot lane conversation with WE like, is Vampire Teu finally clicking? We got to give some credit to the fact that Wako, like you talked about, has been a veteran of the game for a while at Tier 1, has really found a way to just gel pretty fantastically with Xiaosha, who, you remember, had to come in for Split 2. There was, we didn't know. I remember the first time we saw Ultra Prime, we didn't know if,
Yeah.
he'd be splitting time with Rosie Love. Ever since they got on the Rift together, they've really clicked. And it's good to see him get rewarded with that starting spot and continuing to show that edge in this game with Wako.
Ultra Prime social media admin, if you are watching this, why'd you ghost me, man? I wanted to ask. This is about the Xiaosha and Rosie Love stuff, because
That's
like
true.
we were
You did
saying,
get ghosted.
the first day of groups when Ultra Prime was playing, we got the announcement like maybe an hour before the games, and
Yeah.
obviously this is a fan-made broadcast. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. There's a ton of volunteers that are just giving their time with very little in terms of compensation. I'm scrambling to make a roster graphic for us to show on the broadcast. Okay, I was like, are we splitting time? Do I have to make 2 different graphics? Is Rosie Love gone? Obviously, with time, we now know that Rosie Love has departed the team, and now with Xiaosha, it seems like this has been a much better project so far. It sucks that it comes at the cost of another player, but obviously, at the end of the day, teams are built to try to at least gain some amount of success. We get to see
All right.
Saber here take his first MVP count, which is really impressive for a player who is so new to playing professional here in Tier 1.
We have highlighted right since the start of Split 2, especially since we got into this promotion tournament, that there are a ton of young guns looking to make their mark. I think of like Jachi's RNG to start off Split 2, right? Now you have guys like Saber, as you mentioned, claiming his first MVP. So congratulations to Saber, maybe giving Ultra Prime enough of an edge to bring this one home. But as we talked about a little bit ago, WE will have blue side very likely in their hands, side selection in general, and they'll have to find a way to battle back here with their backs totally against the wall, staring down the gate to Group Nirvana. We're going to take ourselves a short break, and once we return, it will be Draft 2 between Ultra Prime and WE, with spots on Group Ascend and Group Nirvana all in tow. We'll see you guys in a few. Welcome, everybody, back to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we get set to potentially go into our final game of the first quarter of Split 2 here. I'm not good with fractions. Fractions, geometry.
End of Split 1 placements. That's it, or Split 2 placements. I messed
Split
that
2
up.
placements. Okay, yeah. All right.
There
End
you
of
go.
Split 2 placements. It's important to remember, no matter if we get a third game here between Ultra Prime and WE, we are going to take a bit of a break once those groups start up on the 5th of April. So it might be your last look at the LPL for a little bit longer if Ultra Prime didn't have anything to say about it. But WE do get that blue side as we hop right into the Game 2 draft. Where are you looking with these bans to see adjustments from both these teams, knowing the Fearless bans as well?
Well, particularly I want to see maybe a focus on Takaris, as he has been, in my opinion, one of the members that can potentially be exploited or potentially weakened as a player. So already we're seeing the Akali get rid of. And what I want to see from our two mid laners here in particular is how deep and how many unique champions can we really get out of them. I don't think we've gotten to see Karis really experiment out of very many champions, and I feel from what Ultra Prime have shown, Saber at least is willing to show a little bit of that personal flair, especially with that Zed we've been getting in recent games.
It's also important to reinforce, you talk about Karis' champ pool, but also Taeyun, right? We are not going to have his Varus or his Corki, which are two of his go-tos. I wonder if this would be an Ezreal ban from Ultra Prime. It would be pretty aggressive, but you don't have to worry about Gwen. They'll instead take away the Aurora. My question becomes, are WE, they're not going to slam Ezreal over a Skarner left up. So Monkey going to get another pretty powerful jungler on the current patch here. You got a Fury game up against in the last matchup. Now he gets a Skarner game with their group fate on the line.
And this is going to be an interesting thing because we've talked so much about like how for Taeyun in particular, there's no Corki, there's no Varus, but I look now for the side of Jung, particularly here in Split 2. There's no Gwen, there's no Rumble, two of his most played champions by far, and kind of, for me anyway, really incentivizes needing to have strong AP solo laners, or maybe you're finding an AP answer from the jungle. Galio is an immediate pickup here.
Interesting.
Does make me a little bit worried, especially for someone like Saber, who we just saw have so much impact when he is the first one to be able to commit to a play instead of necessarily on the receiving end. So they're going to pair it up with the Viego, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah, so Saber's still willing to play pretty supportive in this series, it seems, but it's always risky to blind Galio not knowing AP options. Luckily for him, Saber, with Karis' limited champion pool, is going to have Azir picked into him. Still not a fun matchup, but at least you get that AP check that you always want with the Galio. It is cool to see Ultra Prime after, kind of leaning into maybe another person being their main damage carry, right? We talked about Waka's Varus, the Zhang Rumble. Now they're giving Junhao, and maybe still Zhang, all the aggressiveness or eagerness.
I feel so sad. Jung has been kind of hyped up to be like this huge Riven player coming over from the LCP, and to not see him, to see him hovered here makes me sad. I wish he would have, this could have been an angle, right? There's an Mbessa. I was maybe thinking there's a Renekton, but I feel like with a Renekton, you're maybe a little too short range, so Camille definitely does give them that flexibility. So as we get into the second phase of bans, in terms of AD carries here, Ezreal still has to be really high priority. And on the opposite side, I feel like Team WE might have to be worried about things like that Ashe Braum that we had seen earlier. I feel when you have already a Skarner here, and now with the Azir, the Ashe and Braum combo in particular becomes very, very potent.
I wonder if that's the handshake here because of that Kalista ban. I wonder if this is going to be an Ashe for Wako locked in, and they're going to trade Taeyun as Ezreal. I am fully convinced Taeyun's locking in Ezreal, by the way. Like, the stakes of this game, knowing how much success damage-wise he's had on this character, they've already got a pretty potent front line to give him enough space. I think this is the biggest Ezreal angle of all of them. Oh.
Okay. Up to Taeyun, though. Hands on his keyboard. We'll see what he
Ashe
picks
Braum
here.
is still up, right, if they want it, right?
Yeah, Team WE, I think, need a really robust front line if they want to be able to allow for the Azir and Ezreal to front hit. So things like Leona are going to gain a lot of value. Rakan in particular is also another champion that they can try to go for. Here from Ultra Prime, though, they can play in two different modes. They can try to go for the dive. I feel like they're more so going to be very receptive to allowing Ultra Prime to find access. I think when I'm looking at this game, I am really focusing on how Wako and Junhao are able to get into the backline and try to disrupt this Ezreal and Azir.
Okay, so they have the Ashe option up. They still always wanted Vampire's Braum, but I don't hate leaning into Comfort, right? And they just get Taeyun on his Ezreal. Still works very well. You still get the value out of the Braum. Please do not lock in Misfortune into a Skarner.
Please
Azir.
don't lock into Misfortune
Into Skarner,
guys.
Azir, Mbessa? Like, are we just going game 3? I mean, I hate to I hate to be that guy, but
Game 3 coming to your
Okay, we're on the
screens
same-
in about an hour and a half from now. Because this...
Misfortune won't be in it because of Fearless.
Well, okay. So, in theory, this is a massive Wombo comp, right? You have
Right.
circles upon circles upon circles upon
Hexagon.
a weird, like pyramid vague shape.
I said I
kinda work
sucked
this
at
out
geometry
later.
already. I already said I sucked at
Yeah.
geometry.
Yeah, I was gonna let you hold that one, but here for Ultra Prime, you have so many ways of being able to have a very easy to execute team fight composition. But when you look on the opposite side, Braum gets so much additional value, not only in the laning phase, but you think of being able to block this Misfortune. You have additional range with this Ezreal Azir. I think that the front line is good enough. You also have enough disruption, not only from the Braum, but also having this Mbessa who can just dive straight into the back line. I feel like unless there are massive throws, unless there is a, we saw how chaotic the first 15 minutes of that last game was. If that's going to be the case, then sure, Ultra Prime can play, but I feel like it gets very dicey as the game goes on, and it is so much easier to win with on Team WE's side.
I'm with you. I think the bottom lane is going to be kind of moot with the fact that both these supports are like Braum Alistar into each other is kind of just double denial. We'll see how much use Wako is going to get out of the fact that Misfortune just perma plays in the wave into an Ezreal. The kryptonite of any Ezreal player is not being able to Q your opponent, and the double taps are going to be pretty potent. I emphasize all this because I think if Wako's going to find that success, you talked about the setup, but you also need to find a bit of a lead on this Misfortune to get the most value out of it as quickly as possible. But to remind the stakes for everybody at home, Ultra Prime find this win. They are in Group Ascend. They qualify themselves for Split 3. WE need to find back-to-back wins for that same reality. If Ultra Prime win, it is Group Nirvana and a potential early exit to the LPL looming over WE. So let's see what they've got with the most pressure on them all year long so far in the LPL.
I just can't believe there's a format in competitive League of Legends, specifically in the highest leagues in the world, that you're just done halfway through the year. That is an insane format to have.
Vicious.
And
Vicious.
yeah, for sure. So going to be interesting to kind of watch as Team WE have to string together 2 wins back-to-back if they want to kind of keep their hopes alive, and going to kind of be watching how this Ultra Prime bottom lane does work, because while Wako and Saucia are a fairly new duo, some of the criticisms we have had about Wako is some of the decision-making that he makes throughout a game, and Saucia has been able to be punished. Also, you're playing Alistar level 1, like you're just gonna get McGowned all day long.
Especially into a Braum. You're just asking to get stunned. So,
Yep.
surrender the wave. Both junglers going to be starting on their top sides clearing down. So we'll see if Junhao will... Well, actually, Junhao is looking to do nothing with the bottom lane. He is looking to invade onto Monkey. Wow, this is a call, and he's gonna smite away the Gromp.
He got it.
Monkey! You really thought that he had no intention to believe that Viego would show up and smite your Gromp. That's gotta be top 5 most tilting things for jungler players. Jungler players in chat, let us know.
Oh, wait, super genius. I know we were talking about bottom lane, and the focus obviously from our observers was showing that, but Juno actually flashed over the Herald pit, the Baron pit here, so he wouldn't get spotted on the ward. Really intelligent stuff. We get the
Here it is.
picture, yeah. Oh my god, he gets there just in time. That's literally split second. The time in which it took him to be able to flash over and to be able to walk around that entire wall would have been the difference between him showing up late and him even stealing it. So now he's set back on his camps for the side of Monkey. He's going to finish his camps and even try to cross into the river and realize that Junhao is now a full camp up, and I mean, I don't know how much it's going to change, but specifically for Junhao, it's going to make him potentially hit level 4 just that much sooner. It's going to hit him like potentially a camp sooner than he expects.
I like this from Monkey. He knows that his bottom lane has Giga Prio right now. Bringing a wave in, mid lane is also the same, so he's looking for a gank angle. Gonna spot out Junhao on his blue buff, and
They both
Revenge
have
of the
smites this
Skarner.
time.
Yeah, Revenge of the Skarner's inbound with no
Now
smites.
starts walking.
We'll see who gets it first. There was the
Oh, he
smite.
got it again!
Completely boop, but Junhao does grab the blue buff. Xiaosha's here first, but Karis and Vampire swing over just at the same time. Still another mental warfare win for Junhao in the jungle.
He has now won 2 smite battles, and where there's no dragon. We're literally before 4 minutes, and Junhao's already outsmited Monkey twice, so he's a full level up over his opponent. Still has Krugs that he can take. He'll know the respawn timer of the Gromp as well on the opposite side. So for right now, Ultra Prime are working with a lot of information, specifically from the jungle. And we're talking about some of these lanes. Azir, Ezreal are going to be nice in the laning phase to deal with. We'll see if Ultra Prime can get anything done on the top side here.
This guy's a demon. Now he's just claiming flashes too. Smite fights, flashes, still up in camps. What is Junhao not doing in this early game?
For right now, losing. We'll see how
Yeah.
that looks.
Yeah.
We did say that we were going to have some problems with the schemeless opposition, but this is kind of the style that we needed to see from Ultra Prime. Play aggressive, play in their face, disorient the opponent as well. Maybe get a little bit of some discombobulation there if you're a Sherlock Holmes fan. So,
Good job.
Ultra Prime, we're going to see how many camps Junhao can kind of steal and get away and sneak under from Monkey here.
That is
I got a very
the hot,
angry glare from Kai for that one. I'm sorry.
that is the hot topic item for now, but the tides will shift soon with that first set of grubs coming up in just about a minute. An Ocean Dragon spawning on the bot side of the river. Do like to see the patience from, like you talked about, some of these fresher faces to the LPL solo lanes for Ultra Prime right now, recognizing that, you know, Zhang and Saber, they can afford to play slow here, knowing their jungler is winning these small advantages because of how much their comp hinges on these wombos. So they don't need to get leads in those solo lanes. Maybe the Camille would like it, yes, but it's important playing for the bigger goal that'll come up once these teams are able to start coagulating together more.
Yeah. So, probably not going to see anything for the time being, as both bottom lanes did decide to continue fighting here down in the bottom lane. Junhao has cleared so many camps, literally did 11 of his camps. Recalls gets a tunneler, so nice amount of HP that he's going to have as well. Thing for me that I'm looking at is, if we walk up towards these grubs, it's going to be a level 6 Viego. And that is, in my opinion, such a massive game changer. As we look at Monkey now, only just now cresting level 5. He's going to soak some experience from his mid laner. And maybe now, Cube doesn't have the flash, but does have this public execution to be able to get around some of the crowd control.
Oh, but the Hextech Ultimatum for Zhang is just going to come down, right? They're sectioning Cube off here. There's the public execution, but he is trapped in the geometry we talked about from draft. Can Junhao find the kill, though? That's a big-time slam for Monkey, but the flash commit comes across. Junhao has first blood as he's looking to take over this game and send his squad to Group Ascent.
But you knew that he started on the top side because obviously he went and invaded on you. So for Monkey to put so much emphasis on this top side play, you knew that your top lane does not have any summoner spells. Feel like a bit of a risky maneuver, and it ends up being that Team W actually come out on top with this trade while they give over the first blood. Doesn't really matter, obviously, now with the change of feats of strength. They'll still grab two grubs here on the trade.
Good point to make, but it is obviously pivotal in any Viego comp to get some gold on to said Viego. So kind of a handshake of a trade, right? The grubs over here for a bit of extra gold on this Viego, because Junhao will likely be the first person to that initial item at the pace he's currently at here. We'll see if he is able to swing down for that dragon trade as we get a replay on that well set up pick from Zhang.
Why do we need to say well set up? It's just him missing the hook shot. I don't know why
got
our
close
observer
enough
did
for
that
the
to he did it for the kid, I guess. Feel like we may have overshot the trigger here. You know, pulled it a little too soon with the Gallia ultimate, but I understand wanting to make sure that we guarantee grabbing ourselves that kill and that punish onto Cube. first item here for our two top laners is going to be so important, as I think it is kind of game warping. Mbessa gets so dangerous when she has access to the Eclipse, and similarly said for someone like Camille once they have access to Trinity Force. A dive going to be on the cards here, but I mean, yeah, Jung still has flash, is able to hook shot out. So how many plates can we see from Team WE? How much gold can we get Cube under these circumstances? And it's going to be a dragon going over to Junhao.
Yeah, that's the cross map, right? Is that Wako and Xiaosha have the cover of their jungler, who is spotted taking this dragon, but it will be the trade here for what looks to be about 2 plates, as Zhang is going to have to walk and hookshot himself back towards this lane. So we're going to fall into a bit of a lull here, with it really still being hard for both these teams to create a lot of action on their own without the help of Skarner or Viego.
So there are a few things in this game every couple of patches when they start adding some fun stuff. Oh, Wako gets hit. Nice cleanse. Captain Jack cleanse Wako. Damn. Okay. Whew. The thing I wanted to nerd out about, Symbiotic Souls here for Saber. I think that these are, by and far away, the most OP boots probably in the game. There's a reason why they're getting nerfed this patch, this next upcoming patch. Any champion that has a bunch of movement abilities contributes to the distance required for it to upgrade. And I think just the ability to, especially as Saber here, just say, look, you're as Azir, you're probably gonna have the range over me. I'm not gonna be able to wave clear as fast as you. I'm gonna take a bunch of damage, be able to very quickly recall thanks to having access to the empowered recall on the boots, and then I'll just come back to lane incredibly fast because I basically have mobility boots on steroids. So I love this as a pick, as a potential option here. He's already gonna be tanky with the Aegis on his W, so I like this. I like this piece of tech, and we'll see how much use Saber is able to get out of it.
I'm still enjoying so much is okay, Monkey, that is. Are we really using
this is
Impale
reminding
for
me
one
of
Galio?
Monkey Skarner from the tiebreakers. This is the monkey that somehow won versus EDG. I'm still mad about that. I'm still pissed.
Well, now he's trying to fight Junhao without his Impale in a 1v1, and that's no for Xiaosha. Hero's Entrance comes across, and Monkey goes from whiffing ultimate to getting absolutely caught as the second kill rings through for Ultra Prime.
And guess what? There are some camps for us to take. Maybe even go for a dive. Yeah, you have Xiaosha here. No summoner spells on this Alistar. Bro, we don't.
He's got ult.
Just show it to us.
Oh! Okay, they sidestep the Poe Execution and get Cube to flash.
Yeah.
So, still a win.
Okay, how much damage can Jung get out of this? And we still have the grub spawning in 12. Don't think there's going to be much of a timer here for Ultra Prime. However, they've spent a lot of it already here. Jung walking forward. He's like, nah, I'm just taking this kit. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know about this because you knew the grubs were coming up. You knew Cube was going to teleport back to lane. He's able to hookshot himself out to safety, but you called it out, Monkey.
Give it a teleport.
Yeah. But, I mean, for 3 grubs, right? For 5 grubs? It's a pretty big win here for WE.
Yeah, 3 grubs here already coming in. Oh, Taeyun does have to use the barrier, so small trade here.
Oh,
they're getting pushed out. Jung with the TP behind.
Monkey is, once again, 1 versus many and will fall. That is feats of warfare. And he only gets 1 of the grubs, so there's 0 mites for WE. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, they make the trade. They make the 3v3, and unfortunately for WE's jungler, his solo lanes had not been able to move on forward. Kars was hitting on the mid wave. He was pushing on the turret. We saw that Cube could have been able to make the shuffle, but it doesn't seem like all of WE were quite on the same page. I want to take a look at this again. Yeah, Vampire separates here. They have no idea. This ward should be getting pinged out. I feel like it's on the very edge of vision if it's not, but you can still see the teleport coming anyway. And look at where solo lanes are. In theory, this should be a perfect play. You have priority, but no one from WE is actually helping him here. So, rare instance where I think Monkey kind of let down by his team there.
Yeah, I'm with you, because we preached it from the minute we got into draft that we thought this Mbessa into the Camille would have some prio, and we definitely believed Karis as Azir would be able to shove waves down Saber's gullet. So, Monkey making the plays that is trying to cash the checks that his solo laners cannot clear at this point. And once again, gotta give credit over to Ultra Prime, especially those solo lanes. I didn't miss it. I didn't miss it. Because they're playing with...
It's okay, you didn't. Saber did, dog.
True. But Saber playing with his squad well. This is... We kind of heard it talked about with WE after their win over LGD, right? A new bar for them potentially. I think now Ultra Prime, especially this top side, is kind of raising the UP bar for the future.
Oh, for sure. And really exciting stuff, as this was a team that, you know, ended 4th in Split 1. They weren't able to get very many wins, and then similarly here, barely being able to squeak into seed number 3. It was a tough bout. I've been a huge Ultra Prime doubter, and maybe they might have to be the team that I'm looking out for, and fans at home are looking out for, kind of to finally be able to rally around, potentially as, you know, some, I guess, underdogs potentially here.
Without a doubt. Looking, though, forward to what's coming on the Rift here. We do see checking in on items. Team WE are getting pretty big spikes. You get the Eclipse done like you talked about for this Ambessa. The Trinity Force is completed for Taeyun. Not the biggest Israel item spike, but still a very expensive item to get done. We're still waiting on
the way, though.
Trying to create.
They're just giving up the dragon, though.
Yeah,
this play has to go really well, and even Wako can transition, sitting in Fog of War. Monkey hasn't quite spotted out Alistar here, so they are really trying to overload onto this play. Wako does show.
Yeah, but this is, remember, we're not diving like a marksman or a mage. This is a tanky Galio and Alistar with Unbreakable Will. I don't think you can even call for this. It's almost damn near suicide. And now the wave's gone. They're just stranded on this top side. What are they going to get? Some Krugs? Yeah, some Krugs.
And now, what is Junhao? I don't know if it's going to be all the Krugs. Okay, so he actually smites it this time. Okay. They're trying to get out of this play. That is I think, the value of this Alistar. I think what WE are just trying to do is overload, similar to what we saw in that last game, is put a bunch of members on one side of the map, push for that first turret, and then recall and look for an objective fight here.
Oh.
Ultra Prime are making their way on the bounce back, though.
Junhao has called that they have overstayed their welcome, but not willing to go in head first. Good call on that. Viego need that setup, but boy, are both these teams bloodthirsty in this top side. Nothing.
I get the idea of these plays. I feel like it is at a big disadvantage to Monkey, who is already falling behind.
Oh, Vampire,
Oh, no.
he's done it again. The Impale comes across, but the taunt is so well timed by Saber that nobody moves. Vampire trying to get a bunch of value on the shield. That's a huge Shuriken shovel from Karis. Down goes Junhao. Where's the rest of the damage now for Ultra Prime? It's got to be Zhang, but he teleports in late. And despite the potential catch onto Vampire, it's Karis making the difference, and now they're pushing for Zhang into the turret. Public Shooter comes down, turret drops down as well. Hextech Ultimatum thrown as everybody's trying to trade kills for kills, blows for blows, but it's Zhang that is coming out as the victor until Cube starts getting those dashes flying and picking up the kills. It's going to be a very, very murky trade at the end of the day, but the bullet time may separate it. Huge shield from Monkey. Wako can't finish his dinner, and now Xiaosha will end up falling. Very, very thin margins, but it's Team WE finding an avenue.
Vampire living there makes or breaks the fight, and Ultra Prime, I think, get a little too, caught up in some of the days that WE are trying to put them under. I am just so confused. I get the idea here, and Vampire being able to survive for so long, the Impale buying time, Xiaosha even using the Unstoppable Will to try to get out of that, but the fact that they're not able to get the reset allows for Karis to find a massive sweep here on the Azir, and this is just a numbers advantage. Just leave them. I don't even know why Wonjong is sitting under the turret. I feel like this should be an everybody in all points bulletin. Let's all walk together. But an extended play turns into a pretty big win, so they grab the turret. They're going to grab multiple summoner spells, including teleports here from the side of Ultra Prime. And what I was saying beforehand is that Monkey really needed this play to work for him, because he's already 30 down on his opponent, and look at the minimap right now. I know we're seeing this kill right now, but there are almost all of his camps up right now. As I'm not even play jungle, I would be like, guys, we have to farm some of these, please.
Whoa, we're back
picture,
and live,
picture.
and we are brawling once again. Everybody's layered on top of each other. Vampire's Braum Shield does go down here. Wako holding on to that bullet time, knowing he has no avenue to really go for it. Instead, he's taking shots after shots, and it's another Emperor's Divide from Karis to set Taeyun up for his first kill. Xiaosha gonna fall. Wako gonna go next as he can't flash out of the grub wall. WE cutting down this Wombo combo, and they're even winning on the sides here with Cube nearly finding himself a solo over Zhang. He's got Flash. I think he might hunt for it, and I speak too soon once more, but it's WE finding avenues again. They are back in front in the biggest game of their season so far.
I think Junhao might actually be playing for, I think Rafa might be playing on his account right now because he's just seeing Vampire and he's like, I gotta have this guy. I gotta have him right now. And every single time it is just not working. This Braum should not be a main target right now. We are trying to focus down this jungle. And this starts off with some good CC going down onto Monkey, but this Braum, we said from draft, was going to have so much value coming into this. And look at how much damage that he is blocking, how much utility. And I think, honestly, Ultra Prime getting a little bit lost in the sauce, trying to burst down. Just wait for some of these team fights, man. You're giving openings for W to get back into this game.
Yeah, they're just a team comp that cannot afford to fight without a misfortune. They're so hotly designed around the burst of this ultimate, setting up for those resets. Like, you are not going to get these any of these possessions for the Viego with a Galio and a Camille, maybe. But it's so much Wako Center. We talked about that from the draft until we see a valuable bullet time, which we haven't gotten this game. It's really WE's playground to hold supremacy over.
Beautiful.
They're starting to get even bigger ultimates off the table with Dragon up. That Xiaoxia's Unbreakable Will down, and that should stop the soul stacking for Ultra Prime, which was beginning to become a burgeoning win con.
Yeah, WE, by placing so much focus on some of the side lanes, they've unfortunately neglected some of these larger objectives, finally grabbing themselves their first dragon. Looking at Junhao, I would love for him to have started this Rift Herald, but because he doesn't have mid priority, it is a bit tough. And we're already seeing WE are actually moving members over. They're neglecting a large portion of farm in some of their lanes just so that they can fight immediately here, or at least pretend like they're going to start muscling in and reinforcing sides of the map. So bit strange here. It does mean that WE are at a 2,000 gold advantage, but you look at it, it is almost entirely Taeyun. Again, a big portion of so many of their wins in prior series, and we'll have to see that again on his kind of make or break pick into the Ezreal.
And he's cleared the first major milestone hurdle, right? Mormon is done with the Triforce. This is the first huge uptick in damage. I know Cubby was talking about how much he loves the Shojin Spike, which is like kind of completing the trifecta. But this is where, just from raw damage numbers, the Ezreal can really start pouring in punishment. So we'll see if Taeyun, like you called out, can get it done on his premier champion. With Otacon spawning, we get another Ruinous Otacon on this top side with two split-pushing top laners, and neither of them want to split-push. They are pulling up to this top river. Yeah. This Rift Herald already going down pretty low. There's a Glacial Fissure used. Xiaoxia does pop the Unbreakable Will. Impale gonna whiff from Monkey, though. Xiaoxia does flash out of it. Zhang trying to set up a pretty big flank, but it's WE controlling Temple back and turning their attention back towards Rift Herald.
They're looking for Zhang to fly in. They have Saber kind of sitting around. It's a lot of damage onto Xiaoxia, so they're going to be down their support's HP bar. I feel like we should just be giving this up. I don't think this is an objective we're going to be seeing from Ultra Prime Contest all that much. It is going to be the Rift Herald falling. Most likely what's going to happen here is Ultra Prime, since they do have two items on so many of their carries, in particular not only the Ezreal,
Wako!
but they find the pick! Wako!
Vampire picks him off. Wako's though able to walk back and get a huge bullet time. Knockup comes across on the hero's entrance, but where are the kills?
Cube
Where
down?
are the resets for Junhao? There goes Cube, but the reset can't come across for Junhao because he didn't assist on the kill, so it falls completely flat, and it's Taeyun that picks up another double kill to go 4-0 on his premier Ezreal.
Ultra Prime just don't have the damage of Zhang as well. Going back in there, we'll probably take a look at it in the replay. Some minor errors, and this lead, this has got to feel so vindicating for Monkey. He's like, you focused me in the early game. You won 2 smites. You were able to kind of get into my head, and you ended up winning a lot of them, but it does not matter. We keep our cool, and we said as this game goes on, we favor Team WE's chances here. This slow onto Wako, just literally make or break from Fog, finds that answer. Wako living for as long as he does is great, but I think for me, the big answer here is kind of how split this fight is. And again, Xiaoxia being so low at the beginning of this really harms them. If this was a much healthier Alistar, I think maybe there's a chance for them to play, but we were talking about this before. Look at the items coming in for them. Karis already finished with the Nashor's Tooth and Leandri, so we're getting to that point in the game where WE's carries are becoming more and more untenable to deal with.
And they have so much space afforded to them because they've got a Braum Skarner just perma-protecting, right? It's such an easy Skarner game for Monkey by this point because instead of being proactive with these ults and these flank angles, you can kind of in a lot of ways default into just playing full-on protect for Taeyun and Karis. So the job really gets easier for WE, and this is the fear we had from draft for Ultra Prime. We have yet to really click with that Wombo that now is really short in the damage department.
Right, starting up the Otacon here, and Bessa and Camille no longer around, but Jong does have the teleport available to them. Seems like Ultra Prime, are they going to try and force after this objective is gone? They've had vision on this the entire time.
Are we really just going to try and flip this? Great glacial vision for Vampire. Junhao can't get close enough. He tries to heartbreak and steal it, but instead he's impaled and cut down. Great spacing from Team W, and now they can start running rampant. No Viego to worry about, no resets to deal with. It's Ultra Prime finding nothing. WE, they want that do or die third place match to decide between Group Ascend and Group Nirvana.
It'll come down to that. Again, best of 3 here. After this, with WE winning this game, they'll put themselves in contention for a spot in Group Ascend. Biggest change in between the two of them, if you're able to get in that Group Ascend, you will be able to at least stay around until Split 3 of the LPL. Going down to that Group Nirvana, you have so few games to be able to prove yourself and hold your might as potentially being eliminated from the LPL in June. So, WE playing with, again, we talked about it, backs against the wall. And while Ultra Prime have had a lot of house money to play with this game, they're just running out of funds fast. And now we're looking at some of those items. The carries are so far ahead here for Team WE. Every objective just melts when you have an Azir and an Ezreal this far ahead.
Oh
7 HP! Oh my god.
Mystic shot for the win. Taeyun grabs it. But this
I thought Ezreal was weak.
I mean, hey, he is weak. 7 HP? He only does 7 damage to Otacon? That's weak, man. I don't know what else we're talking about. Wako maybe getting picked off is what we're talking about. Impale available. Flash up for Wako, but there's no point burning it there. Another kill over to Taeyun as he goes dominating on his Ezreal.
Yeah, Wako recognizing if he flashes, there's probably going to be a response here. Now Ultra Prime got to scatter to the winds immediately. Junhao's on their side of the map right now. Wait, we're TPing? We're trying to find Junhao? There's no minion wave. They're going to pull a Baron. Again, this Azir is so far ahead at this moment. Is this going to be where we see Ultra Prime stake their claim back into this game? Vampire doing a fantastic job putting down vision, trying to spot the Viego, and they're going to finally see him here.
Young first as well. Baron picked up. They still have Voracious Otacon for another 20 seconds, so why not just go for the belly-bursting fight here? Stuns galore from the Braum Fishers. No heroes entrance or exit for Saber. A clean response from Team WE, who continue to try and build off the momentum they had from their 2-0 sweep of LGD.
8,000 gold now, Baron in their back pockets. We have to assume this can be the end. There is an ultimate available for Wako, so at least one of these minion waves has the possibility of being deleted. But, I mean, they still have the Azir Shuffle. I imagine this is not going to be going on for much longer.
Feels like a formality fight is coming. There's the bullet time. There is Vampire's shield eating up every single ounce of it. And it's going to be Team WE taking a commanding Game 2 win. With so much of the season on the line, we are going the distance for Team WE and Ultra Prime to decide our group implications.
Beautiful stuff. And what a tough early game. We said that from the start. 15 minutes in, Ultra Prime really need to be able to make sure that they're discombobulating their opponents and making it very difficult for them to find their way around the map. But so many fights lost, man, in a row, and such weird kind of entrances. We never really got to see the proper setup for the Camille, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, Junhao, despite the early game, made a lot of really critical errors. We did not get to see him link up with this Galio in any meaningful way.
No, and we got zero value out of Wako's MF that just kind of side farmed on the weak side the entire time and then pulled up to fights and was like, hey guys, when do I get to click ult? And they're like, do you see the enemy comp? And he's like, yeah, and you got what you got out there. So that's what happens when you pick MF into Skarner, Azir, Braum, and into Bessa.
The Braum just like I feel like we get like further and further from God's light when I have to see Misfortune R5, not only into Braum, but then like you were saying, Azir. You're having to deal with Ezreal in the laning phase, which is not always going to be super pleasurable, especially with the support matchup being so influential. So very tough game. I know very early on we said we're going to game 3 in about an hour and a half. I was maybe a little bit wrong with how quick that game was, 26 minutes, but this was the Ultra Prime that we kind of saw earlier in the split. Not all working. Yep. Saber being a bit missing from some of these games, and Jong trying to make plays. Same with like Wako on the AD carry position, but not like ships in the night, honestly.
Yeah, I think they've just in some of those games as well, right? They've kind of handicapped themselves from draft with these interesting picks, especially in the marksman role. I'll keep bringing it up, right? That like we saw Mel AP carry in this this first split too, and it was an absolute travesty. There are the damage charts: Taeyun, Karis, Cube. All the damage that are showing up pretty big here, and leading to the MVP discussion. I feel like we're going back-to-back mid lane MVPs. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I could say that. I low-key would not be opposed as like a very spiteful pick. Just give it to Monkey.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, my logic is just thinking like that those first really game-opening fights.
Actual impact on the game, probably Karis still.
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
Karis on the Azir.
I just saw, by the way, that's Taeyun on Ezreal with less than 30% damage share, and it's a win. So, interesting. Just refuting those former stats, the lovely graphic.
Oh, nice. I didn't make the graphic, okay? I didn't even call for the graphic. So, you're the guy.
If this champion was, this champion was
Mickey, do the thing.
aptly
Pull the
torqued,
graphic.
If this
Not
champion
the
was
Taeyun
aptly
graphic.
created, then he would have done more than 30% damage share because Ezreal's weak, right?
Mickey, can we please get the Slayer graphic on the screen for us, please?
Wait, are you talking about this is hilarious, by the way. Which Slayer graphic are you referring to?
Well, it's not going to be
There's
the Thunder
multiple.
Talk one.
Yeah, I was like, I hope we're not calling for the Thunder Talk one.
Nope.
That'd be out of left field.
Nope.
But this
I
was
can't
the
believe
fight.
You're trying to refute Ezreal. Anyway, you were saying this is the fight where we get to see them turn the game.
Right. Yes. This was it. Right. And I think from here on out was Ultra Prime kind of just panicking on every other decision they had to make after this kind of blew up in their face.
Something that we saw from Xiaoxia when they first joined this team in some of their series for the best of ones was that kind of going a little bit too far up, taking too much damage. That was actually something that we saw throughout the game this time around. This Alistar, while mechanically I think there were some really, really creative plays coming out from him, as a tank, you need to know when you're allowed to take damage and when you're just, kind of walking back, walking with your team. Really good dodge coming out from Kars there. I missed that on the first time round. Mm-hmm. But, again, it just feels like I feel for every Ultra Prime player, we have something that we want them to be working on. For Wako, it's maybe don't hover your mouse over the Misfortune pick. Not necessarily his fault. This champion is... We have just been seeing it for, it's very strong in lane, but it is so hard to execute, and a lot of Misfortune players, a lot of the time, are they're like, I'm looking for the perfect MF ultimate. That is almost never going to appear for you in a lot of cases, especially with how much mobility is in the game now.
Yeah, Misfortune is the biggest bait pick in the marksman role. I really feel like it at this point, especially on a competitive level, and a competitive level as high as the LPL. And at this point, right, as we talked about game 1 where Team WE, had a lot of mistakes in that loss to give Ultra Prime such a big window. Now we see Ultra Prime make the same thing. It's important to remember for everybody at home, right? These two squads are still very much so a work in progress. We are looking for both these teams that have rosters of, young stars to just to show consistency so they can build around them as a team. But it is far from a product that is anything but consistent for either of these teams, which kind of hypes up what Game 3 could be if both these teams can kind of come to play a cleaner game of League of Legends. That's what I'm hoping for Game 3 because...
For sure. You could go finish and then...
Because I'm afraid that we're not going to get that, is what I'm trying to say.
I think that that's okay. I think for what it's worth, these two teams did not play a ton of games at the beginning of the season, right? Like
Yeah.
they took a very early exit. They played their 3 best of 5s in split 1 and said, "Cool, we're waiting till split 2 anyway." And coming in, they had to play a bunch of best of 1s. I think they're still finding their form. It's gonna be Taeyun. I mean, I get it. He played Ezreal. He was pretty bulletproof for the most part. We saw their laning phase, how strong that was. Maybe not, showing off in terms of the impact on the game. I feel like the game kind of happened around him. But either way, congratulations to Taeyun.
Congratulations to Taeyun for grabbing a player of the game on a very, very weak champion. All right, I'm done. That's enough. We don't have to see Ezreal anymore, right? So you won't have to hear these silly rants. Congratulations to Taeyun, who grabs that one. All of the Ezreal and the rest of the champions you're seeing on your screen now will be fearless out. But here are the stakes, folks, to give it to you before we throw you all to intermission. Game 3 draft coming up. Ultra Prime will have side selection, but both teams are playing for one of 2 realities. The happier one, getting to Group Ascend, confirming a spot in Split 3. The darker, less traveled path is Group Nirvana and potentially an early end to your LPL calendar. All of that will be decided as we fill out the rest of Group Ascend and Group Nirvana with Game 3 Ultra Prime. Welcome everybody back for a final time tonight on the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we will cement your groups for the future of Split 2 in the LPL. By the time we get done with this game, Ultra Prime and Team W playing for the Group Ascend spot. Alk, it has been 2 games, of convincing wins, but a lot of mistakes. And we're kind of just coming into this one hoping for the cleanest game for both these two teams so we can see them both compete on a pretty level playing field with 20 champions taken off the board, of course.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest. As much as I would love to see some really clean games from them, I think with the fact that, we've had so many best of ones previously, kind of back to back. There was a couple days in between some of the groups with the fact that teams like WE and Ultra Prime had to play like tiebreaker games is really important. And as much as I would love, again, to see them play cleanly, I'm kind of down for like a super clown fiesta. We get a level 1 fight, and then we're fighting on level like 4 or 5 around Dragon, and then maybe we get some silence in between that moment, and we get like a huge Herald fight or something. I kind of want to see them leave everything out on the Rift for teams that are potentially on the verge of, which group they're going to land on. Are they going to be playing against the top dogs, or are they going to be fighting at the kids' table to not get knocked out and go home early?
Yeah, they're going to be fighting at the kids' table for the scraps of mashed potatoes and all the vegetables people leave on your Thanksgiving table. Shout out for all the NA people that are still tuning in on that one as we approach 6 a.m. on the PST side. So I want to give love to NA, as I know a lot of you guys are watching in chat from that side. But yeah, I'm with you. I think clean League of Legends is always fun, but let's throw everything. Let's throw everything out there. Let's get a Saber. Saber, let's find an angle to lock Zed in again, man. I want to see that Zed. Let's get some fancy champion picks. Taeyu's got to play something new.
Let's get the Riven from Jong, please.
Yeah. Taeyu has to play something new because Corki, Ezreal, and Varus are all off the table by this point. So Taeyu's got to play something cool. Yeah.
It's gonna be Jhin.
Or it's Ashe duty, or it's an Ashe duty angle because
that's true. We'll see how the pick ban has kind of oriented itself, because champions that have been staying on the ban table, like Jace. I know that in the first game we actually got like a Galio Akali ban. The Aurora, like you were noting, has been. I'll be honest, Aurora has been kind of hit or miss. I feel like Karis gets a little bit lost as to what exactly he needs to do on this champion, and we haven't really seen Saber move towards the Aurora all that often. I feel like, specifically in Split 2, Ultra Prime have looked a lot better when they have put more agency on the side of Saber in their solo lane. So maybe, again, looking towards that Akali.
We're keeping the bans pretty similar. So Yone ban that takes away a lot of the Sejuani prioritization. The dogs are staying in the cage for this series. No howling coming out. The Fury ban stays up. Jace ban stays up. So knowing these bans, where do you think Ultra Prime's head's at for this B1?
So there's no Vi. I'm trying to take a look. There's no Vi. There's no Corki available. Gwen and Mbessa, as well as Rumble, are gone. Skarner's gone. In my mind, you're starting to think about some of those AD junglers in particular. Maybe we even get an AD carry first pick with how the pool is starting to constrict. Ashe first pick is still a little questionable to me, but
Wukong is still available for Monkey if he can get to it on the turn, or does not. Junhao denies it, takes it away from Monkey. So that is another member of WE where we feel like their champ pool is getting pretty heavily pitched for this game 3.
So Renekton Blind would be interesting here for Cube. I feel like Jong has so far played a lot of interesting different picks. Still has some of the champions that we saw from him in Split 1. So wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Jax come out in the top side here for Jong, just giving him that ability to play a little bit early. Third pick or second pick here for WE. I mean, Sejuani's not bad in my opinion. Kind of suffers into the Wukong, but if you just need some kind of tank, I think it's fine.
Did we future speak it? Prophesize it? Yeah, all right. Oh, no, we didn't. All right, so Taeyun is going to blind the Kai'Sa with Ashe available. Kalista was banned away in a game this series as well. Low range AD carries if these two come through.
Ooh. Just wanting to play really aggressive I don't know if I really want to go for Callista here. It's Callista into Renekton sounds a little bit tough to play, and
Renata's
we've
up,
already
though.
Renata is up and available.
Nico.
So if they're
And
going to go for
Nico.
that pair, I have been less favorable of the Nico. I think especially for Xiaoxia, we actually saw this pair a little bit early on into the year or into Split 2, and didn't look all that great. But we're going to end up going for it. So wanting to go for some strong lanes here from Ultra Prime.
More circles.
WE going for the scaling option, and that has been kind of where these games have really thrived. You think back to Game 1, Ultra Prime with this really easy composition to scale with. Game 2 here, WE as well. So now we're looking at Ultra Prime. You're missing some top laners here, and for WE, we still are going to potentially give our counter pick over to Taeyun in the mid lane, or Karis in the mid lane.
Right. I like the Narban because Team WE are recognizing we've already gotten 2 big circles, so there's got to be more Wombo coming with this composition on top of the Nico Wukong. I am a bit worried about that, knowing Ultra Prime failed to really synergize the last Wombo they tried to throw down. This one is a little bit easier objective-wise, right? You're not playing all out for a Viego reset. You're just trying to chain these ults together, buy space for Wako's Callista to really cook here, as the Jax is also denied away from Zhang, and Monkey will get the Sejuani and the Lilia taken away there. So where do you really go from here? I mean, these are some intriguing covers. Zyra priority has really fallen off, I'm now realizing, since Split 1.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just the players that are playing it, and also you think about like what's kind of strong. Honestly, Maokai I think is perfectly fine here as well as an option to try to play into some of the shorter range. So WE trying to give counter pick to Monkey, newest addition to the roster in Split 2, taking over for Tianjin in the jungle. So Ultra Prime now have to pick up your solo lanes here. I mentioned earlier that Jax could have been an option, no longer available. I actually think maybe even a Gragas is on the cards here for Zhang in the top side. Just would be a little bit of a different look and kind of reverting back in form to a Split 1 Ultra Prime.
Valuable ultimates to steal for Karis, who, despite Taeyun's heroics, we really gave a lot of credit to his ability on the Azir to open up some of these fights. Silas can do a very similar sort of angle, can follow a similar sort of angle, stealing away Cyclones, Pop Blossoms. Interested to see if he does any hilarious hijinks with the Fate's Call, maybe to save his team. Cassante going to be the blind here for Zhang. And what does a Monkey want? I saw the Volibear. If you want to lean into meta, I don't hate the Volibear here, but the Olaf is going into the jungle R5 for Monkey.
Ooh. A lot of, a lot of setup, at least. You can have this Silas take a Nico ultimate, take something like even the Ahri ultimate to be really annoying. I'm going to be honest, Slayer, I really like this draft here for W. I think it rounds out really, really well. This Kai'Sa does give them an insurance policy, and for Ultra Prime, how do they ever deal with this champion? Kalista's going to be sitting there trying to throw spears, but she's going to get slowed down, so that's going to be really ruinous for her. Even when we look at team fights here for Ultra Prime, they need to be winning early game. They need to have really strong vision control. And in the top side specifically, Zhang on this Cassante, I feel like doesn't have very many options. You already are losing the lane into Renekton early on. You'll be tanky enough later, but you're going to be playing into Silas. You're going to be playing into a Kai'Sa. I think it's very burdensome to play some of these champions here for Ultra Prime. So maybe showing off that those best of ones looked really good, but these best of threes, we're already seeing some of these bans, some of these constricted champion pools starting to fire back here.
Yep.
And WE with the potential to send themselves after what has been a loss in round 1, taking a pretty convincing win up against LGD, and now doing it here in the final game of the promotion for the last chance qualifier.
And doing that, wrecking everybody's promotion tournament predictions. I dare you to find somebody that tweeted, posted anywhere that they had FPX and WE in Group Ascend once we got this placement tournament. But that is all behind us. It is to look forward here as we enter the same familiar battle arena we all know and love to decide which one of our teams escape elimination potentially from Split 3 and go to Group Ascend, and who fall further down the dark path known as Group Nirvana and even bloodier games ahead of them. Here we go, Alk.
really tough game here for Ultra Prime. Big point of contention, like I was saying, vision control. So how Junhao and Xiaoxia are able to take control of space, because you're going to have an Ahri that hopefully from Fog of War is going to be able to throw out charms. And for WE, I think it's very easy for them to actually walk forward, right? Like they have this Leona, and eventually Monkey can just kind of turn on the jets with this Olaf. So early pathing, I want to see from Ultra Prime in particular, if they can do something like we saw in the last game, get in and invade Monkey. Any damage you get onto Olaf early does tend to stick. He loves being low HP, but against jungle camps and very early on, it does become a bit difficult to operate. So tough mountain to climb here, in my opinion, here for Ultra Prime.
Yeah. I'm curious what jungle skirmish antics we may get in this game. We obviously saw Junhao be an absolute menace to the jungle society of Monkey when he picked that Skarner. But Olaf and Wukong, that is an interesting skirmish if the paths align for it. And for now they do, barring any sort of crazy clears down. Both going to go towards their bot side, which, have to mention, unlike last game, is extremely volatile with the low range and the early threat both Nico and Leona bring to the lane. Does seem like Xiaoxia and Wako are going to grab that level 2 first.
So Xiaoxia actually kind of just showing, by taking the Ahri clone, you just get to show that you're level 2. It doesn't actually end up occurring. Wako and them, I think, kind of misplayed this a little bit by shoving in. They lost some of the melee minions when they pushed so far up, and just allowed for Taeyun and Vampire to pretty healthily, in my opinion, stay on top of their resources. The one thing I will note, both junglers are on this side of the map and are pathing down. Junhao a little bit behind, and obviously with the turret underneath WE's the wave underneath WE's turret, Monkey is in a much closer proximity to actually get to this lane and get some action going.
Preliminary wards thrown towards the river, but Monkey still has a blue buff to clear as Junhao is on to his Krugs as we speak. Both bottom lanes jockeying for river vision positioning, but I don't spot a blue side ward here for Ultra Prime. Must have gotten cleared out by that pesky Leona, being able to knock down those wards early. And Monkey is actually going to pivot his attention towards the mid lane, but Saber is wiser to it.
So Monkey's just going to have to go up towards top side, maybe even potentially go for a gank. Not on this wave, but on that next wave that is leaving the base for WE. Taeyun got in a recall, was able to find a single longsword, and let me see, so he has what, so there's 6 minions in this wave, so he's lost maybe like 2 or 3 just to get a small cheater in. Pretty good tech coming in from Taeyun.
I'm always fascinated, as if you guys don't know at home, when you get these Slayer Alt battery casts, it's a marksman-focused broadcast here as 280 carry mains. I always love talking about cheater angles. I think that's like, as mundane as AD carry can be, of just like, make sure you hit your minions and catch waves at the right time. Cheaters are like the one fun part, it feels like.
They are systematically changed as well, because we had that big minion change coming into the year where minions move a little bit faster, they have a little bit more HP. So the timings there did have to change in between the seasons. So we'll see how much it actually makes a difference, and also what build we'll be getting from Taeyun. Obviously, Kai'Sa is a champion that has a million builds that you can try to go for. Always feels like every year with item changes and small stats changes that how you get those breakpoints always gets a little bit more creative. And potentially a lot of action going on towards the bottom lane here as both junglers making a beeline.
Junhao hopping out with that Trickster. Bottom lane starting to get volatile. Monkey is running through. Here he comes with the Ghost. He doesn't have the Ragnarok and gets the axe thrown down first. Wako gonna have to cleanse and flash as Vampire follows him. So that is both flashes and 3 summoners off the Ultra Prime bottom lane that has been getting shoves in all early game long.
Perfectly fine in my opinion, because now what we can do is even have our Olaf go towards the top side, be really strong heading into this objective around these grubs. And he's going to be Junhao picking up the dragon in the meantime here. He's going to be able to at least teleport, and they're already sending Karis to pick up this bottom lane wave. I like how proactive they're being, because it does allow for WE to play with some flexibility if they really need to. They can move him over, and they kind of trap Wako under this bottom lane turret.
Dragon for Junhao. Gonna be picked up here. Rarely we see the first dragon going down before the grub spawn with how much priority they are for the grubs, so that does kind of cut off any sort of trade back angle for Team WE. Wonder how aggressive Junhao wants to get playing for these grubs, but as I say that, he's got 2 bottom lane camps to play for, and it looks like Ultra Prime are going to be content with just trading the grubs for the dragon, and part of that because WE did force Taeyun and Vampire up towards this river.
Yeah, they took control of mid, so really good job of being able to play off of the lanes from WE. And Monkey now, by finishing all 3 of these grubs, will also tick over to level 6, so a massive power spike already here for WE. And with a tunneler under boots, I think that there is some potential here for Monkey to really have a big carry game. I know we saw it on the Viego, and we've gotten those Nefiri games, but Olaf is not a champion that we've been seeing very often. The only other person I think we got to see play Olaf jungle, this year anyway, was Kanavi, up against LGD, if I remember correctly. There is a Kanavi game, I think there's a Tarzan game. It's very rare.
Very rare indeed, as we finally get the first Ragnarok used here on the top side. Monkey doesn't get a ton of value out of it. Nobody's died just yet. There's the pullback from the Cassante. They're trying to get Monkey without the Ragnarok form, and it's first blood over to Zhang. Cube gonna have to flash out here with the Ragnarok down, the Dominance down. But that is big for Ultra Prime. The first huge Ragnarok out of this Olaf jungle. They survive, and they're looking to thrive as the Fates Call throws the Nico into the face of Vampire, and Wako picks up a straggler.
I feel like it's a bit tough, but really fantastic job from Wako. Because he actually got trapped on that bottom lane wave, it does mean that he's a little bit ahead of Taeyun in terms of experience. And so it means that while that entire play is happening, he's actually able to get level 6, and they make the end of that play really, really strong. I will say for Team WE, they still were able to grab 3 of those grubs, and not too many summoner spells in trade where, again, Ultra Prime really need to overforce for some of these objectives and some of these advantages if they want to find them.
Does help that getting their Callista ahead is big, especially knowing, like, when we talk about power spike, effect, what point of the game do certain marksmen find their biggest effectiveness window? You know, a Callista with a snowball lead, right, is just such a mid-game menace, hopping around, getting ultimate value out of that first item spike where we still need to buy time for this Kaisa no matter what variant we really get. So, see if Ultra Prime can lean on Wako, who, as we talked about a lot, has been as inconsistent as Ultra Prime has been at points. So it feels like a lot of their most successful games is Wako tuned in, carrying through some of his picks. We saw it with the Varus, not with the Misfortune. So we'll see if this Callista will mirror the Game 1 performance for the Ultra Prime AD carry.
Okay. A lot of gold. I like how Team WE have been playing so far in this series and all of today, really, around overloading. It seems like that has kind of been the big focus for them and kind of the practice in their scrims of just like, hey, we are going to be trying to play the map just a little bit better. That was a point of weakness for them coming out of Split 2. And right now, they were able to get a lot of plates for Karis during all of this. He almost has 3 plates on that bottom lane turret down for himself, so a lot of gold now here for this mid laner of Team WE, who we have a lot of questions for, especially as a mid lane import. LPL known for some pretty legendary, some pretty great mids already, and Karis has, I think, not really shown his best games so far in 2025.
Did have the impactful Azir in that Game 2 win for WE. It's important to remember a lot of the WE sample size for success has been in the last couple of days. So take that with as much of a grain of salt as you like. But important to remind everybody at home that these are still very much so project squads looking to earn an Ascension spot where they can refine their strategies, find more cohesion, and just try and compete against some of the best of the LPL. Because there's no better place to learn and grow as a squad than going up against the best of the best in Group Ascent.
Yeah, and now look at this fight. I mean, I think Ultra Prime, they need to rip this, and they need to rip it fast, because WE are walking in with 3 item power spikes here. Cube can teleport in, he'll have a finished Black Cleaver, And now even level 6 here for Vampire. They're already on this objective. Yasha can try to look for a turn. It's going to be a single grub going over to Ultra Prime.
Ooh, Vampire, he took half his health bar down, burns the Solar Flare. Now it's a flash wave for the Fate's Call. Xiaoshu's going to follow. They have their pick on Karis, who does have to bail out of the fight as well, but they've left Monkey all alone with the Ragnarok. The stolen Pop Blossom finds nobody, but it's Cube flying into the back line. Doesn't even have the dominance churning until it's enough to start eviscerating the fight, but it's Wako with the Spears of Destiny into the hearts of WE. Saber gets the charm, one more dash, and sets Wako up for a huge multi-kill that Ultra Prime desperately needed.
My God, Wako gets that fight. He's just able to freely throw spears into the backs of WE. And what was coming in as a massive fight for them ends in a dismal defeat for WE. I like the control of this brush. Even Saber going to be eventually kind of lining this up. Oh my God, that is insane tech that we are seeing
Crazy
from
tech.
from the Nico. Being able to dodge out on the Zenith Blade here. I felt like this was a part where they may be overforced, but being able to have that reaction, Junhao and Saber immediately snap. And this right here from Cars, thank you to our observers, just straight up bullying the mid lane import of Team WE. That ultimate could have been a game changer for them, but with Jung and the rest of Ultra Prime kind of firing away in this fight, it was over really before it begun.
I just can't get that image out of my head of Cube with full dominance, the Black Cleaver like you talked about. I know it was Saber was the lower health bar, but walks right by Wako and eats about 5 spears to the back, and
Yeah.
that was the difference maker. It is very hard to ever decide to ignore an AD carry in a fight, and Wako and Ultra Prime showed why you should never really commit to that idea.
And despite losing that fight now, they're going to at least claw back some of this gold immediately. Again, I think they've had such a good focus on grabbing turrets for themselves. So some of that earlier work that we saw from Kara starting to pay off as they've grabbed themselves now the first turret of the game. And that'll mean that in at least 3 minutes time with the Herald coming up, or the Dragon in 4 minutes, there is a potential here for feats of strength coming in for Team WE if they're able to grab this. And same to be said for Ultra Prime. The next objective is going to decide whether or not they're able to get these upgraded boots.
I mean, hey, you tried to be the prophet in Champ Select, right? You talked about how big a Rift Herald fight would be. We didn't get as much of a Clown Fiesta in the early phase with level 1s and level 4 fights like you're calling, but gotta tip my hat to you. You said Rift Herald would be the impactful fight of this game, and everything is pointing towards that being a reality right now.
Maybe we still have some Clown Fiesta left in us, okay?
I'm down for it.
You don't know. Maybe it's waiting
We saw some crazy
in
Nico tech.
the
you
meal.
know. Oh, we're getting more Nico
Maybe
tech.
we get it here.
Which one's the real Ari? Oh, we figured out which one was the real Nico. Pop Blossom down, Cyclone knockup, but Cube's getting a ton of value out of this dominance as we flash to the other side of the map where it's now Ultra Prime's top lane that's under for the dive here. All out comes across. Ragnarok could be enough to buy space.
Cube
Vampire
won that?
will die to the turret as Cube finds the win. I gotta see the replay on this one as Xiaosha goes down. The flash Q does not land. Cube gets the slice right out of it. Huge play for the WE top laner that broke this game back open for WE.
All of Team WE actually end up making that play. I really want to see how Cube was able to survive. I love that we got the dominance from him. He immediately goes in the mini wave. So here exactly is what happens here. Not enough damage already onto Cube. Has that Black Cleaver, so a lot of HP like we've been noting here. But yeah, he just gets the dominance. He has almost fully stacked
the
rage.
heal.
A lot of healing right there. And in the
Xiaosha.
topside play, I have so many questions. I mean,
Oh my God,
Jung
really
did not throw the ultimate quite quick enough, so he doesn't get the unstoppable from using that. And then this flash from Saber, great reaction coming in from Cube. So they not only grab those kills, those are summoner spells away from Saber, and they grab the turret. So WE playing with just that much more poise, that much more execution in their favor here. And they're going to at least take the gold lead for now here in this game.
Luckily, it doesn't seem like either side will be without key ultimates when Herald comes up. Still about 40-ish seconds away. Pop Blossom coming up in mere seconds. Solar Flare is already back around. Ragnarok and Dominus for Cube and Monkey all going to be available with both top laners holding on to their teleports. You can already see the ping starting to really ring through on this top side river. My only question becomes, do we have any big item breakpoints as we set up for this series-defining fight?
Doesn't seem like that is going to be the case, but WE taking a really aggressive path. Oh, they're in Fog of War. Juna doesn't know.
Sweeper.
Oh my god.
Spots out
But still,
Monkey.
look at how much work they've already done from WE. By taking this top tier 1, it makes it so easy for them to sit up here, push in this wave, and then lean off of this. Oh, Xiaoxia trying to find something.
He's trading his Pop Blossom for the Ragnarok. Fate's Call pulls him out. Great heist play there from Xiaoxia. The big ultimate down for WE, but in goes Karis with a stolen Spirit Rush. Finds the first one. Wako falls to Taeyun, and Cubes flying into the whole muck of it with Ultra Prime, but he may have pushed his luck a bit too much as Yang trades him out. Saber gets a huge reset onto his ultimate. Monkey does not have the Ragnarok, but he's got the fancy forward get around the charm. Gets a big slow with the axe. Junhao still gonna chase him down and find a critical kill. Another narrowly marginal fight. But it's Ultra Prime that have prime positioning for the Rift Herald.
And I love the juxtaposition of styles that we're getting here from both of these teams. The bottom lane for Team WE definitely starting to make their name here, and the solo lanes for Ultra Prime cleaning up this play as Xiaoxia finds a small engage onto Monkey and Vampire. I feel like this is just not the team you want to be going into. Wako is still hitting the mid wave. Saber nowhere near this fight. And I like what we got from Karis on the bounce back, really applying pressure onto the backline here. That just means that Wako is free to get hit on by not only Cube, but Taeyun. And from here on out, now it's the solo laners from Ultra Prime who really have to make do in this fight and eventually grab themselves the Rift Herald in the trade. So that'll be the feats of strength going over.
Oh my god, we're still throwing fights. Oh, Karis stole a Pop Blossom on to 3 members. Here comes the return Pop Blossom. It's pandemonium as health bars are blinking across the board. But it's Team WE that find the first angle. Cube will be able to slice himself to safety as we go ARAM style for the first fight. And WE find the angle.
Great target acquisition there. I mean, Wako, you know he has no summoner spells. I already said playing into Olaf is really cringe, but an engage there from Vampire means that they get the bottom lane again for Ultra Prime. And this was why we had question marks around this Nico, especially for Xiaoxia, a newer player here to the LPL, being a call-up from Ultra Prime.
John?
He has so far kind of been taking a lot of damage, and Nico is not a tanky champion. She's not the same as like a Leona, like a Rel, or even an Alistar, right? So have to be very careful and choose your battles wisely. This will be the Dragon going over for WE after finding a big team fight win in mid again.
Cloud Soul is a bit of a letdown for this big game 3, but
I
still
don't
an
know if
objective.
that's true.
Oh, you
I
know
don't
what?
if
You're
that's
right. You're
true.
right. In this game, it's not. I'm with you. I'm capping. I'm capping. Let's get a
Oh,
replay though
look
on the.
at Vampire. Never mind. Don't.
I'm waiting for the double Pop Blossoms. This is what I'm here.
The idea was great, but yeah, Karis just finding so many ultimates, getting so much value. I feel bad for Wako here. He just gets completely focused, and it's right in front of their turrets. They're thinking maybe we could have made a turn under the, with the defense there, but yeah, kind of hitting back on your point. I mean, look at the ultimates here from Team WE, and specifically the fact that they're melee for a lot of them. I feel pretty good about taking that.
We're getting a updated Taeyun Kaisa build here. It's been a hot minute since I've seen the Static Rush, but this should be the sort of hybrid-esque Kaisa build that can bring some damage to the Void Seekers, but still has the AD for some of those crazier all-ins. As the
Yeah, also
Kaisa
should have the
versus-
attack speed as well.
Right. But that's an important point to track, right? As we talked about, when the Callista becomes most valuable versus the Kaisa, it's starting to swing back into Taeyun's favor. Oh my god, we gonna fight in the jungle
Fight
like
around
this?
mid lane.
This
Okay,
scares
okay.
me with all the Pop Blossoms and the stolen ultimates available, but Ultra Prime are gonna relinquish respect to WE knowing what that fight could have been.
You saw it though. Karis threw the abscond abduct over the wall. He's like, just take me over the wall, please. I want to fight. I got this Ari ultimate ready. My Renekton just popped Dominus. I want to see if maybe we got some fight left in us. This is going to be Ultra Prime summoning in the Rift Herald. This should be the mid lane tier 1 going down. It's pretty close. It's not going to go down on this wave. I really feel like Ultra Prime, they want to take control of mid lane, move into topside jungle, and start prepping for vision around this ruinous Otacon. I feel like this is the first time we've been able to get it in this series, and definitely has to be a game changer for these two teams coming forward.
Especially knowing how close the XP levels are, right? There's all the top side are basically all on the same page with level 12, margining difference between the bottom lanes. And I know you've always really keyed in on how different the petals and the XP difference can be once you get that Ruinous, right? You can go from like a 7 to 10 petal fight to like 60 to 7 with one.
Yeah, and not only is it just like the adaptive force that you get it, so it does give you like a minor buff in terms of combat stats. The level experience is going to be so important for a champion like Olaf, getting more access to base stats when you are just such a disgusting champion. Same thing with like a Silas. Being that much closer to like a level 16, I think is make or break in a lot of instances. So Kalista does have, you know, like we were kind of, I want to kind of touch back. We were looking at our 280 carries here. Taeyun, as this game goes forward, is going to have exceptional range and be very difficult to deal with as this game goes forward. But I am looking at Kalista. She has such an early power spike with getting boots and getting these, you know, first couple of items, but she's a champion that does scale and does ramp depending on how much she's allowed to auto attack. And once she gets 4 or 5 items, can actually start to match up against some other 80 carries.
There is a world where Wako gets enough in the kit and he can kind of just match Monkey damage for damage with how much he can churn out. That's definitely a good point to bring up here. Is a lot of these teams are shifting their attention up towards Octagon, which we've already talked about has been the site of some sore eyes for Teamfight fans. Is Monkey? All right, we are starting this on a ward.
You got Kaisa. Yeah, no, Kaisa just lets this rip. No one from Ultra Prime is here. It's Kalista now showing up. Maybe with Monkey, or maybe with Jinhao coming. There's teleports coming on through. Cube's looking for his.
Taeyun has to back out here with that big passive damage swinging around. Below 3k here, Solar Flow used by Vampire just to secure the Otacon. But they do just leave Cube out in Wasteland. He slices and dices, then has to flash with the Dominus popped, and Vampire will be the sacrificial lamb. They get most of the roses, but now Saber's on the chase. Flash Charm finds its mark. The Blast Cone will not save you from Junhao, who flashes over the wall. Otacon comes at a price for Team WE.
2 dragons for that epic monster increase, and look at the Blood Roses. They got so much experience during that play. How much more can Ultra Prime grab? At the very least, it'll be this mid-tier one and a little bit of control over the bottom side river. I don't care. It's a single Blood Rose. It's one of the small Blood Roses too, so it's a very, very minor. I think a very willing trade there, especially as WE. They are now even with their opponents. If you take a look at this replay, as much as Vampires had some questionable ults, some questionable fights here, Ultra Prime just are not in position. And I will say, congrats to Cube. All you needed to do was just waste time for your opponents. Taeyun was the entire fight just hitting roses. So I respect the hustle.
Respect the hustle though on Saber and Junhao though to chase down this final kill. Extra gold back towards Ultra Prime is there. Pushing towards their item breakpoints with both the jungle.
There's no summoners though, Slayer. There's no summoners here for Junhao or the solo lanes of Ultra Prime. So the threat onto Taeyun gets that much weaker.
We'll have to see what those summoners look like, as we are bound to have another 5v5 fight breaking out with so much on the line here. Spot in Group Ascend, the final spot in Group Ascend. What will be rewarded with a Nexus explosion for either one of these teams, as Ultra Prime try and force their way down the river, bottlenecking into it, but it's Vampire to go in on his own solo. The Solar Flare, but it completely whisks on to Wako. Somehow Vampire is able to survive, but Wako gets the free hit this time round, kiting back, desperately trying to throw spear after spear, but he's lost all of his teammates, and Taeyun's in with the killer instinct to put the final nail in the coffin, known as Ultra Prime. It's only Zhang to survive. Is that the fight that gets Team WE to Group Ascent?
That's going to be the Baron here as well. Team WE came to play. They may have lost to Ultra Prime in the first game, in the first round here of the Last Chance qualifier, but they're looking to rewrite history, say, hey, best of ones are not like best of fives. Just like this series, game 1, a victory to Ultra Prime, but WE showing that they have the fortitude and they have the experience to be able to go toe-to-toe up against Ultra Prime. In this replay, I love the Fog of War that we got play here. Silas threatening on the side. And while Vampire is just buying time with his body and with his HP bar, we just get to see the amount of damage that specifically Karis and Taeyun, The imports here. We had some questions for some of them. Taeyun has been the biggest carry for this team, but him and Karis have really started to step into their own here in this series and for all of today in their series across the day.
It's been so cool to see Split 1. We talk about those LCK imports, obviously Tarzan, who, you know, not
It's
really
been a while.
It's been a while, but it's technically
Kanavi
fits
as well.
Kanavi, you know, Setab was very impressive in Split 1 as well, coming in for Thunder Talk, and now we get to see, like you mentioned, Karis and Taeyun as they look to push Team WE to what was unthought of in the LPL fandom. Them in Group Ascend, them finally finding some sort of stride that we were hoping to see ever since Split 1 concluded.
I'm going to have to watch a BLG WE game later this year. Oh, okay. All right. Come on,
Hold on.
WE. Let's close out strong today.
Okay, I thought Junhao was going to be a bit more aggressive. That last fight really did show that Wako at this point does not have enough damage to really carry those fights. And that might be the most alarming part here for me, Ulk, is that fight Wako had solid 5 to 7 seconds to throw a lot of spears into that front line, and it not mattering might be the real death sentence here for Ultra Prime.
I mean, there's also just not enough damage coming out from the other targets, right? Like,
Yeah.
WE are just making a beeline straight into the back line of Ultra Prime, making it so that Wako can't play the game, so that he doesn't have time to set up. And then Saber is just sitting here like, yeah, I've got Malignance, I've got the Leandries, but really haven't been able to tune it all together. I will also say that Xiaoxia on this Nico, the window in which we wanted to see this play has gone and went at this point. The Nico has not been able to provide enough, and I think we're seeing that difference. Even though Vampire is having a hard time with landing some of these abilities, he just has like an additional 2,500 HP that he gets to play with for free that Xiaoxia and the rest of Ultra Prime don't have access to.
And rub some salt in the wound here for Ultra Prime fans. The Otacon XP benefit. We now do have the two people you pointed out, Ulk, and I think you did a great job spotlighting them. Monkey has level 3 Ragnarok. Need that up for every single WB fight, and Karis is going to be able to refresh this hijack whenever he wants, and those ultimates are so pivotal for WE's fights, and right now having that level advantage over their counterparts just makes this even bigger of a spot for WE to call game.
Yeah, level 16 Karis just means that he gets to steal ultimates on cooldown, basically. It's literally a 10-second one. It is very short, so if a fight does go that long, we expect for that to potentially be a big influential piece. Cube
Karis
also hitting
too.
level 16. This is so tough. And now Taeyun, in my eyes, just like, I'm looking at this, has Seeker's Arm Guard. How are we ever killing Kaisa? This is so difficult to play. Ultra Prime are going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat if they want a chance here. And it's not like even like they have stacking dragons, like they've had like a really long side lane to play through. It has been quite sad, at least in this game, to watch for Ultra Prime, a team that was starting to surge back in the standings towards the end of Split 2 placements, but just have not been able to string it together tonight.
It's so many competitive games, but wins are what really matter for these placements. And yeah, like you called out, it feels impossible for them to really play the game that they draft to do by this point. Even if you get a big Cyclone into a big Pop Blossom, there are 2 Seeker's Arm Guards for the carries of Karis and Taeyun, like you pointed out, and then you know Monkey's just waiting for you to ult so he can ult and run you down with no care in the world here. Baron timer's going to tick down here as Team WE do get a lot of value out of that window. They knock down nearly all of the outer base turrets by this point, and the item breakpoints are still just streaming in here as we get another third item coming across from Monkey on this Olaf that will just run the fight.
Yeah. So, minute and a half before some of these objectives. Soul, like we were just mentioning, coming up in a minute here for WE if they take it. And these items that we're seeing, honestly, I would like to see from Ultra Prime get a little bit more gold for Saber. I know that he just finished 2 of those needlessly large rods, so the proximity to him picking up a Rabadon's Death Cap probably not going to be as influential here, but really need to see them kind of put up a last stand effort. The items that we see in their inventory now are going to be the last items that they have before having to really kind of have this game completely out of their control. It's a 6,000 gold lead here for Team WE, and it feels like this last dragon is going to be, like we've been saying, nail in the coffin to see WE go to Group Ascend here. Maybe they even, did they try to trade for a Baron? I just, the timers are so desynced.
They're really trying to set a trap around these mid waves. That's what Vampire was looking for before you get the charm. But you're also buying space for Cube on the spot side. Does have teleport, but it's a short walk over to this dragon. So he gets more gold for, what, mid lane prio at the moment. They still have river control in. Making the observers once again toggling how dark this river is for Ultra Prime. Xiaosha does spot out.
Oh my god, Monkey!
Cube. Monkey is far too low when he pops the Ragnarok. Pop Blossom will be dodged by Karis, so that big Nico ultimate is completely useless. But Cube is diving in all on his lonesome. Karis is going to find the kill and find the dagger there with the double up. The import is looking to pop off, and Wako won't be able to save them. Does Cleanse flash himself back out to safety, but Taeyun flashes, puts the dagger in the heart, and you all across the LPL fandom doubted it, discounted WE, sent them to Group Nirvana in your heads. Well, they've defied your expectations and will grab the 10th and final spot in Group Ascent.
And they do it in not too surprising fashion. Taeyun with a massive performance, and Karis stepping up when the team needed it. He has been a bit missing, but it has been incredible to see WE's rise back into Group Ascend.
Congratulations, Team WE. Group Ascend, but the bigger prize. You have kept Worlds, the ability to compete for Worlds alive. You have secured a spot in Split 3, a fate that cannot be said the same for Ultra Prime after this loss.
I think it is so tough, and I want them to be able to celebrate. I want to be able to kind of talk about the great things here for Team WE, but the job is not done, and they have a long way to go if they even want to be in the same room as being talked about to going towards Worlds. There are still a lot of problems, and the fact that we are seeing them struggle up against some of these teams here, the third place teams from across the LPL, I think it's we got to be a little realistic with where WE is kind of headed here. They have 5 days to be able to celebrate and then recalibrate as we start up our Split 2, and they're going to be going against top dogs. You know, obviously FPX is still going to be in that group, but you look across the table, they're going to play against TES, they're going to be playing against BLG, Weibo, all of these teams that are going to make it very difficult for them to be able to play their game.
Yes, I'm glad that you put that caveat on this one, because it is important, but the prevailing thought right now is we've hyped up how vicious this split format is. Team WE have dodged that big bullet, because we talked about it a lot, right? Like for Team WE, playing an Ascend is just, it's going to be really rough. It's going to be tough to play, but that's where you thrive, right? That's, you know, pressure is, diamonds are built off pressure. So the fact that you get to play against all those top teams, learn from them, and you guarantee yourself another split of more games to start synergizing more of this team with Monkey, right? We just saw Karis had 2 very big and important games. Taeyun is still, he's now raised his bar level across this tournament and the start of Split 2. So there's a lot to look up to now for a team that so many people were down in the dumps about weeks ago, Alk.
I mean, literally 24 hours ago, I was ready for this team to get farmed. I was ready for this team to get farmed tonight. So, pleasant surprise, and I think the 2 things that ring out true more for me when I look at this team is the access to more games. When you think about the format in Group Ascend, one of the differences between the 2 groups is double round robin for Group Ascend. Nirvana's only going to be playing single round robin. And again, having that guarantee that you will be in Split 3. There's no where are we landing? You might even potentially get better games because technically you are in Group Ascend, so you do end in the top half or close to the top half of groups, teams here in the LPL. I just want to see what this team can do and how much experience can they soak up from playing against all these better teams, because it'd be nice in theory to be able to say, like, you're 1-to-1, you're always going to be able to grow after every single game and eventually reach your peak, your ceiling, but that's not always the case. Right. Progress, especially for teams and as much as for all these individuals, is not linear, especially when you think about their journeys to get up to this point. So Looking forward to what WE and how they can kind of shape their split going into Split 2, but gonna have to look across the rift from them. Ultra Prime always feels like darlings, especially if you're on North American Twitter, or I guess Western Twitter, Western Civilization Twitter.
Yep.
Always kind of feels bad when I see one of my favorite social media teams kind of sad post on the timeline, but
That's what they get for ghosting you,
a
man.
lot of the same mistakes.
This is what they get for ghosting you. Nah, I'm kidding. Yeah,
True.
It stings because they kind of went for the same like end goal composition in both these last 2 losses, right? Like we made the jokes about the circles syncing together, right? Like in game 2, it was here again 3 with the Wukong, like the Nico, and just never really ended up clicking. And it started like right out here. Like the warning signs were apparent from this very dive that he was able to survive. WE credit for them to be able to respawn from that very rough game number 1, but Ultra Prime definitely gave opportunities for WE to run away with this one. And who runs away with the last player of the game here? I'm once again going to campaign for Karis.
It's
Are you okay?
It's
All right.
Karis.
I mean, Taeyun has.
It's
I
Karis.
think he goes deathless again.
He played Kaisa. So unsimilar to last game. I feel like Taeyun definitely had more impact as this Kaisa, but when we saw every one of these fights, or at least a majority of them, I feel like Karis is just setting up. He's doing so well. We either have the stolen Ari ultimate or the Nico ultimate to just get straight into the back line. Karis having such a big influence in so many of these fights, and I want to see him continue this level of play. I do not want to continue to see the Karis that looks lost on the map, that kind of is just roaming around and not really getting stuff done, that can't find his kind of space in a team fight and on the Rift. And coming back a little bit to Ultra Prime, the parts of this game that always have looked good for this team, at least so far here in the Last Chance qualifier, have been the solo lanes.
Yeah.
Have been when Junhao in particular is linking up, and we're seeing Saber kind of be that initiator for the team. That Talia game in my mind really sticks out. But you think about other games like we got from him, the Zed. I think that his Yone kind of took a little bit of work to have, but big games on Akali individually, those have been when we've really seen Saber step up for the team. Even we've seen some of his Rise games. I really want to see what happens when we actually give him tools to the kingdom. Let him play with Junhao. Make this a very dynamic mid-jungle that can kind of run around and get stuff done, because honestly, where else are you getting firepower from? Wako is very inconsistent. Xiaoxia is a academy player now stepping in. And Wenjung, as much as I would love to believe in like the PCS talent and LCP really starting to rise up as seeing the success of a team like CFO, this is a really raw mechanical talent. I mean, even talking with Molecule, he's like, this guy is literally spamming solo queue games after a set of competitive. But like, solo queue and competitive, very different, and I don't think we're getting that one-to-one transition.
I'm with you. I think what this series encapsulates, what the ideas you're supporting is, I think that game 1 draft, I hope to see more of that from Ultra Prime, where they, like you talked about, let Saber facilitate, spearhead the game, put Junhao on maybe not a full-blown carry, that he can really continue to help facilitate this top side and run away with games. But focusing back on this series, Karis does grab that MVP on the Silas. Congratulations to him and Team WE. I've gotten word, though, that, I don't know, Mickey, if I'm jumping the gun here. Can we look at the completed promotion bracket? Here it is, folks.
Yay!
Soak it in, because I'll repeat it myself once more. I guarantee you, I know nobody at the LPL English team had this bracket filling out like this, and I would be hard-pressed to find any of you loyal viewers at home that had it like this as well.
Well, if you did, congratulations, Lucky Chatter. You participated in gambling. So I'm really proud of you. You did a great job for however many of you did get this bracket correct. You could just look, and the best part about being a Twitch chatter is you can just lie. You could just say, I had this bracket. This bracket is mine. So again, really surprising stuff. I'm glad that we got to see them, in particular, a team like FPX actually kind of get some of their act together. They're a team that can be really exciting and has some names that as journeymen here in the LPL hope to make their name, and it just feels good to see the teams that have been for the last couple years on the bottom start to at least make a push, and I think that's part of the appeal of a format like this. So exciting stuff, especially for the teams that have qualified, and hopefully for Ultra Prime and for LGD, they can kind of prove us wrong, or at the very least not get eliminated from Split 2.
Yeah, the 5th and 6th spots in Group Nirvana. Eliminated from LPL competition for the rest of the year. Very short. We'll obviously be talking about that all split too long as we conclude the appetizer for the split. Now we get into the meat and potatoes. 10 teams in Group Ascend, 6 in Group Nirvana. We will pick back up with the LPL not too far away. You guys don't have to miss us too much. We'll be back on the 5th. But before we get on out of here, I have to make sure we give a shout out to some very important people. Of course, I am talking about our elite coffee supporters. Thank you very much to our elite coffee supporter, Aaron Soup. Their pledged financial contribution helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an LPL English product every single day. We have been trudging along with the start of Split 2, but it's time to wrap things up, folks. It is nearly 7 in the morning for myself and Aug Battery. Aug, it was a pleasure. Yeah, woo! Bedtime, yeah. We do this all for the LPL, all right? We appreciate all of you that have stuck around with us. That will wrap up the appetizer of Split 2. Coming is Group Ascend and Group Nirvana and a whole lot bloodier games of League of Legends. We will be back on April 5th. Until then, take care, and we'll see you soon, LPL fandom.